하나 둘 하나 둘 하나 둘. 장성경 대리님, 참여하시는 분들께는 비디오 요청 다 해주시고, 네, 정시에 시작 예정일 것 같습니다. 지금 VIP 분들 조금 후에 입장하실 예정입니다.
김현철 교수님께서
들어오셨는데 축사는 영상으로.
그럼 속에서 빠져 있잖아. 속에. 지금 저기 들어오신 분들
이종훈 교수님 들어가 계시고요.
그래가지고 될 일이 아닌데. 지금 저 김현철 교수님 또 이
와세대 대학교 교수님. 와세대
또 오셨어요? 여기 이제 그거는 돼 있어. 예, 그럼 잠시 후
We'll soon begin the International Symposium on discussing great transformation in ROK-Japan relations, how to reestablish ROK-Japan relations, ushering in an era of momentous shift. I would like to ask everyone participating in this event to please take your seats. Also, to minimize interpretation, please turn off your mobile phones or switch them to silent mode. Today's conference will be carried out both online and offline. Korean, English, and Japanese simultaneous interpretation will be provided. Good morning. I am the MC for today's event. I'm Director General Kim Lee-kyo of the NRC Center for Research Strategy. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the distinguished guests joining us despite your busy schedules. Today's symposium is hosted by the NRC, the National Research Council for Economics, Humanities, and Social Sciences, and co-organized by the Korea Legislation Research Institute and the Institute for Japanese Studies of SNU. It will be held on the topic of how to reestablish ROK relations, ushering in an era of momentous shift. We will have an opening session, keynotes session, and also sessions 1, 2, and 3. And those who are not able to join us in person due to COVID-19 are joining us through a pre-recorded video message or through online channels. First, I would like to introduce the VIPs. First of all, a number of VIPs have come to Sejong City to encourage and congratulate this event. First of all, Chairperson Chung Hae-gu of the National Research Council for Economics, Humanities, and Social Sciences. Next, President Kim Ge-hong of the Korea Legislation Research Institute. Next, former Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to Japan, Ambassador Lee Soo-hoon. Next, former Republic of Korean Ambassador to Japan, Ambassador Choi Sang-yong. Next, former Republic of Korean Ambassador to the Ivory Coast, Ambassador Lee Yong-il. Also, we have with us President Oh Jae-hak of the Korea Transport Institute. We are also joined by President Lee Tae-soo of the Korea Institute for Health and Social Affairs. Also, President Kim Hyun-chul of the National Youth Policy Institute is here with us as well. And President Yoon Jae-yong of the Korea Environment Institute is present. And also, Secretary General Hong Il-pyo of the NRC is here with us today. And also, a number of guests are joining us via our online channel. First of all, former Prime Minister of Japan, His Excellency Hatoyama Yukio. Professor Kim Hyun-chul, Director of the Institute of Japanese Studies at SNU. Professor Lee Jin-won of the University of Seoul. Professor Lee Jong-won of Waseda University. Thank you for joining us. Professor Lee Gang-guk of Ritsumeikan University. Thank you for joining us. And we have quite a number of guests joining us. Thank you very much for your participation. Next, we will begin the opening ceremony. First off, I would like to invite Chairperson Chung Hae-gu of NRC to deliver the opening remarks. Please greet him with a big hand.
예, 여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good morning.
As have been introduced, I am Chung Ye-gu, chairperson of NRC. First of all, I would like to sincerely thank our distinguished guests from home and abroad for joining us in this important symposium despite your busy schedules. In particular, allow me to express my appreciation to President Kim Ge-hong of the Korea Legislation Research Institute and Director Kim Hyun-chul of the Institute for Japanese Studies at SNU, all of whom spared no effort in putting this meaningful symposium together. My thanks also goes to Honorable Lee Soo-hoon, former South Korean ambassador to Japan, who will deliver the welcome remarks, Honorable Choi Sang-yong and His Excellency Hatoyama Yukio, and experts from all across the world who will actively join in today's presentations and discussions. Since Japan's export restrictions on South Korea, conflicts between South Korea and Japan have transitioned from centering on the past to now focusing even on economic and diplomatic issues. Consequently, ROK-Japan relations have been showing no signs of improvement. The direct cause of such conflicts, of course, can be found in the two countries' seldom narrowing gap in perception regarding how best to solve our historical issues, which had previously been sealed beneath the triangular relationship between the ROK-US-Japan during the Cold War era, but have since re-risen to the forefront. However, there's another important reason behind the current worsening relations, which is perhaps more important than the first. That is, the global environment surrounding ROK-Japan relations is different from that of the Cold War era. In the past, we had division of labor amidst the triangular relations of the ROK-US-Japan. These days, however, South Korea's global status has risen significantly, and therefore current ROK-Japan relations have become more horizontal. Moreover, South Korea prioritizes the Korean Peninsula peace process, whereas Japan puts more emphasis on the US-Japan alliance to strengthen the front line against North Korea and China. In consideration of these situational changes, I think the future relations of South Korea and Japan need to be re-established and made different from those of the past. To this end, we should admit the differences in our perceptions and understanding of the past while trying to seek new areas and issues through which we can communicate and share our thoughts with each other, fostering the kind of relations wherein we can admit our differences while exploring the things that we have in common. That is why we have selected the theme of today's symposium as discussing great transformation in ROK-Japan relations. If we view our national interests not from a top-down approach, but with a bottom-up approach of the public and their livelihood, or if we view the situation from the perspective of the future rather than of the past, we can uncover numerous areas in which South Korea and Japan can communicate and share with one another. For instance, both countries have been facing crisis of regional area extinction due to sharp declines in their populations, although to different degrees. South Korea and Japan can share their experience and policies regarding such issues. Another example is the climate change, which is not limited to South Korea and Japan, but is an issue facing the entire global community. The two countries can cooperate closely to address the climate crisis in Northeast Asia. Since its foundation in August 2019, the Japan Research Group of the NRC has held several debates and conducted vast research on pending issues between South Korea and Japan. By extension of such efforts, I sincerely hope that this symposium will serve as a great opportunity to share meaningful insights and engage in discussions for ROK-Japan cooperation in the future. I thank you all for joining us today, which is unfortunately being held online due to COVID-19. I wish you all the best and good fortune in the future. Thank you.
예, 정혜구.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson Chung Hae-gu. And next, I would like to invite President Kim Ge-hong of the Korea Legislation Research Institute for his welcoming remarks. Please greet him with a big hand.
안녕하십니까.
Good morning. I am Kim Ge-hong, President of the Korea Legislation Research Institute. I sincerely welcome you all to this international symposium aimed at discussing great transformation in ROK-Japan relations, which is being hosted by the National Research Council for Economics, Humanities, and Social Sciences and jointly organized by the Korea Legislation Research Institute and the Institute for Japanese Studies at Seoul National University. First, allow me to express my appreciation to President and Chairperson Jung Hae-gu of the NRC, the Honorable Lee Soo-hoon, former South Korean ambassador to Japan, and Director Kim Hyun-chul of the Institute for Japanese Studies at SNU, all of whom spared no effort in putting together this international symposium on South Korea-Japan relations, which marks its third anniversary this year despite the difficult circumstances. My thanks also go to the Honorable Choi Sang-yong, former South Korean ambassador to Japan, the former Japanese Prime Minister Hatoyama Yukio, both of whom will serve as keynote speakers, sharing their active interest in and affection for South Korea-Japan relations. I would also like to welcome and extend my gratitude to the experts from all across the world who will actively join today's presentations and discussions, and to the moderators who will ensure the sessions proceed smoothly. We are gathered here today under the theme of how to reestablish ROK-Japan relations, ushering in an era of momentous shift in order to explore various means to recover from the strained ROK-Japan relations and to reestablish them, thereby putting our relations back on a desirable path. These are highly difficult tasks. On the occasion of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games, we expected to have a summit and achieve harmony through thrilling sports events and spirited competitions so as to find clues on how to ease the strain on ROK-Japan relations. Once again, however, we had to take a rain check. Although we are currently facing many constraints, such as issues related to the Japanese military's forced mobilization and the comfort women issue, export restrictions, the Japan boycott movement, and limited exchange in the private sector due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we must nonetheless continue to meet, hold discussions, and find solutions for future generations. I hope today's symposium will serve in part as the prelude to increasing exchange led by governments and the private sector to approaching ROK-Japan issues in consideration of gender and generational differences in the perception of the two countries' bilateral relations, to shedding light on ROK-Japan relations amidst the international order and more. President Moon Jae-in said that Korea and Japan have long been able to achieve economic growth through a division of labor together and cooperation based on the common shared values of democracy and a market economy. As such, Korea and Japan are mirror images of one another and are important neighbors. We should grow together while cooperating and jointly responding to threats facing the globe, such as COVID-19 and the climate crisis, among others. In this regard, today's symposium provides a very meaningful and valuable forum for Korean and Japanese experts to come together and hold discussions online and offline despite the setbacks caused by COVID-19. I would like to once again thank everyone for putting your efforts in organizing this symposium and for your participation. I hope that an event like this will continue to be held in the future. Thank you very much.
예, 김계웅
Thank you very much, President Kim, for your welcoming address. Next, we would like to invite Professor Kim Hyun-chul of the Institute for Japanese Studies at SNU for his welcoming remarks. He has provided us with a recorded version of his remarks. Good morning. As have been introduced, I am Kim Hyun-chul, the director of the Institute for Japanese Studies at Seoul National University. I would like to sincerely welcome you to the International Symposium, which is being jointly hosted by the NRC and the Korea Legislation Research Institute, as well as the SNU's Institute for Japanese Studies. I would like to offer my deepest gratitude for all those who made efforts in hosting this symposium despite COVID-19. They are Jung Hae-gu, the chairperson of NRC, Honorable Lee Soo-hoon, the former ambassador of the Embassy of the Republic of Korea and Japan, and President Kim Gae-hong of the Korea Legislation Research Institute. Moreover, I would like to offer my greatest appreciation and gratitude to His Excellency Hatoyama Yuiko, the former Japanese Prime Minister, and Honorable Choi Sang-yong, the former ambassador of the Embassy of the Republic of Korea and Japan. I would like to welcome you and thank you for your participation. In particular, it brings me great pleasure to see former Prime Minister Hatoyama in good health since I met him 2 years earlier when he visited Seoul to commemorate the publication of the Korean version of his book, Departing from Great Japanism. Distinguished guests, as you are well aware, the current Korea-Japan relations is very tense. On top of the conflicts over history, there are economic and security disputes that have slowed the Korea-Japan relations to a standstill. 10 years have passed since this situation began in 2012. Some say we are facing a lost decade in the Korea-Japan relationship, and others say that we are in a new normal in terms of conflict. I feel in order to free ourselves from this dilemma, we indeed need to answer two fundamental questions. The first is, how did we get in such a situation? This symposium intends to search for the answer to this question among structural causes. This is why the Great Transformation has been chosen for the wording of the symposium's title. The second question is, how are we going to get out of this situation? This symposium will look at the new sensations of region, gender, and new generation, while seeking directions and strategies to newly establish the Korea-Japan relationship. This symposium is the third of its kind to be jointly sponsored by the Institute for Japanese Studies at the Seoul National University. Moving forward, I wish that this venue will continue and that we can seek a new Korea-Japan relationship. Thank you.
예, 김현철 소
Thank you very much, Director Kim Eun-chul, for your welcoming remarks. Next, let us go on to the congratulatory remarks. Honorable Lee Soo-hoon, former Korean ambassador to Korea, will deliver his welcoming remarks. Please greet him up to the podium with a big hand.
예, 큰 박수 부탁.
Once again, a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and nice to meet you, everyone. I feel it is of great significance that prominent scholars from China, Japan, Korea, and the United States are gathered here at this international symposium being held under the theme of the Great Transformation in ROK-Japan relations. This is because while this is a venue for experts from Korea and Japan to discuss this path we are on, a worsening Korea-Japan relationship, having scholars from third-party countries join us in the discussion enables us to take an even better vantage point from which to view this theme of the Great Transformation in ROK-Japan relations. Now, for hosting today's significant international conference, I would like to offer my gratitude and congratulations to Chairperson Jung Hae-gu of the NRC, and also for sponsoring this conference. I would like to extend my gratitude and congratulations to President Kim Ge-hong of the Korea Legislation Research Institute and Director Kim Hyun-chul of the IJS of SNU. Also, in organizing this event, we did not have a lot of time on our hands. Despite that, we were able to put together this event. We had to ask for the keynote speakers to join us without much time to prepare. But despite that, our two keynote speakers graciously accepted, former Ambassador Choi Sang-yong and former Japanese Prime Minister Yukio Hatoyama. Thank you very much. You have greatly contributed to hosting this event, and I extend my sincere gratitude. When scholars speak of a great transformation in ROK-Japan relations, we could suppose this carries a serious tone. It could have the primary meaning that the relational frame that once supported the Korea-Japan relationship is in the past and is no longer functioning. Furthermore, it could have the secondary meaning of a new relational frame that could redefine the Korea-Japan relationship as yet to be erected. Now, it could even be expressed as a crisis, or would it be wrong to call it a transition period? This great transformation is marked by confusion. And this is why the Korea-Japan relationship was troubled and is unpredictable. The Korea-Japan relationship could be compared to as being trapped in a dark tunnel. Those in the tunnel have no choice but to experience pain and displeasure. Time is needed to exit this tunnel, and it is very crucial that many people make wise efforts. The current state of affairs in East Asia are such that the Korea-Japan relationship is not the only aspect that is suffering. The regional order overall is drifting further and further from collaboration, coexistence, and peace. More than anything, the hegemonic rivalry between the United States and China is intensifying and sending tremors of tension in the regional order of the entire area. The problem across the Taiwan Straits is once again surfacing and becoming an issue. How about the North Korean nuclear issue? The opposition between North Korea and the United States has made denuclearization seem far off, but the standstill in inter-Korean relations is of course a threat to our peace. Each of these problems do not stand alone, but are rather connected. From this standpoint, the task at hand is not to discuss the great transformation in the Korea-Japan relationship, constricting this topic to bilateral relations between Korea and Japan, but having Korea and Japan respond properly to the great transformation and provide a constructive relational frame. And this would be a splendid feat that would create an impact that goes well beyond the Korea-Japan relationship and would impact the entire regional order in East Asia. The creation of a regional order of collaboration, coexistence, peace, and joint prosperity would enable us to discover a breakthrough in the great transformation in the Korea-Japan relationship. A great deal of discussion and dialogue is paramount to properly respond to the great transformation. Of course, governments must discuss with one another, but communication is also crucial among experts, as are exchanges and discussions among civic groups in the work of responding to the great transformation. In order to conduct discussions, a joint goal must be established and built on the premise of open and bi-directional stances. Momentum must be created through open and bi-directional stances, even though the Korea-Japan relationship is currently at a standstill in terms of discussions between the two governments. Through this international symposium, I look forward to experts sharing their honest opinions about their awareness of the issues at hand, and this sharing then spreading and progressing into broader discussions between the two countries, Korea and Japan. Thank you very much.
예, 이순 대사님.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for your remarks. Despite your busy schedules, thank you very much for joining us today for the opening ceremony. Before we conclude the opening ceremony, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce someone who has greatly contributed to our symposium, Professor Nam Gi-jung of the Institute for Japanese Studies at SMU. Thank you very much for your contribution. As Ambassador Lee Soo-hoon has mentioned, Professor Nam has made great efforts to host the symposium. Let us now go into the keynote presentations. This keynote presentation will be presented by Honorable Choi Sang-yong, former Korean ambassador to Japan. It will be followed by the keynote speech by His Excellency Hatoyama Yuiko, former Japanese Prime Minister. We shall now invite Ambassador Choi to the podium. I would like to take off my mask as I speak. As have been introduced, I am Choi Sang-yong, Honorary Professor at Korea University. Across the globe, we are at war with COVID-19, and we are suffering from COVID-19. I think I'm the first one to use the word war in referring to COVID-19 today. Amidst these difficulties, how can we manage to create a more productive and peaceful ROK-Japan relations? For this goal, we are hosting this symposium under the topic of Great Transformation, inviting 30 or so experts from around the world. Above all, I believe that the 30 experts joining this symposium today will engage in presentations and discussions throughout the whole day. I look forward to the results of today's symposium, indeed contributing to the great transformation in ROK-Japan relations. I have been given only a short amount of time, so rather than talking about detailed policies, I would like to set the framework to discuss the direction of Korea-Japan relations. Well, I believe that the answer is already prevalent in my title. It's mutual recognition and reconciliation and cooperation. Of course, this is very difficult, but we need to achieve this difficult goal for great transformation. I believe that Chairperson Chung Hae-gu has mentioned the nutshell of this solution. It actually is aligned with my political ideas and also the philosophy of my family, as well as the philosophy of many diplomats that I admire. I would like to talk about this very core philosophy, and it's great pleasure to see that many people agree with this philosophy. To elaborate on this, we need to have mutual recognition of each other in order to make sure that we have great transformation. It should not stop at our rhetoric, but we need to put it into action. And if we do put this into action, that will be the starting point of a great transformation. So in the short time given to me, I would like to make 3 suggestions. First is peace and denuclearization. We need cooperation between our 2 countries for denuclearization and peace. It may sound quite obvious, but I don't think anyone has adopted this as a policy for Korea and Japan to join in together on. If we take a look at the main theme of the Korean government currently, it is peace. And the symbol of Japan's policies is peace as well. Above all, Japan was the first country to be devastated by a nuclear bomb. Many Japanese people, many Koreans living in Japan were sacrificed because of this bombing. Based on this historical lessons, we need to move forward. And as you're well aware, Korea and Japan, we don't call ourselves military powers, but we have respectively the 5th largest and the 6th largest military potential in the world. But externally, we have declared that we will work for peace and denuclearization. We always emphasize that we don't have nuclear weapons. But why don't we cooperate on this front? I believe that this is a policy area where we can cooperate. The second point that I would like to mention is peace based on a mature democracy. Japan has enjoyed democracy for 120 years, and they have been able to develop into an advanced democracy in that process, and they are playing a pivotal role in the world as a mature democracy. As for the Republic of Korea, ever since World War II, we have gone through a series of democratization movements, and through civic revelations, we have become the first country to achieve our own democracy through our own bloodshed out of the 30 countries in Asia. And so I do believe that Korea and Japan represents the democracies of Asia. This has not been pointed out, but within Asia, the so-called Asian values are the stepping stone to universal human rights. And Japan and Korea are indeed models of going beyond Asian values to achieve universal human rights. Just because the word human rights has been coined by Western countries, there are no Koreans and no Japanese who do not work with human rights. So our two countries are democratic nations that go beyond the Asian values. Democratic nations do not fight each other. According to academic research, we can see that during the last 200 years, there's not been a war amongst democratic countries. I'm not saying that democratic countries do not engage in war, but they do not engage in war against each other. And so despite our dark past history, I am convinced that there will not be a war between Korea and Japan in the future. We need to create that future together. We need to create a peaceful South Korea-Japan relations. And this is something that the political leaders of the two nations need to achieve together. At today's symposium, I am sure that we will be able to listen to expert opinion, but however many answers we get based on expert opinions, I believe that the decision-making on the central government level is very important. In particular, the trust between the South Korean president and the Japanese prime minister is very important, and they need to be able to make decisions to move forward. And so, we need to make sure that we have a future-oriented ROK-Japan relations based on a two-track diplomatic relations. And I believe that the people of the two countries will agree to this approach. Now is a time for action rather than rhetoric. This action may sound easy, but it is very difficult indeed. Mutual recognition. What does this mean? Well, we need to think about Japan's national interest, and Japan needs to understand Korea's national interest, and we need to have mutual understanding of each other. And therefore, mutual recognition means mutual understanding and recognition of each other's national interests. Thankfully, in a democratic nation, the national interest ultimately is the interest of the people. So we need to find what are the common interests of our two people to go to the road of reconciliation and cooperation. But we need to look to the example of a great transformation. That is the Kim-Obuchi Joint Declaration. This joint declaration has been mentioned during the congratulatory remarks. After the Cold War, many people had high hopes for the relations between ROK and Japan. And this joint declaration was announced by the Prime Minister of Japan and the President of South Korea after the Cold War. As experts are recognizing, this joint statement brought together the bipartisan support of our two nations, And it also brought about the support of the people of both countries. It is the only declaration to achieve this. At that time, a very important political leader, Prime Minister Abbott, was against this joint declaration at the time, but when I participated in the commemoration event for the Kim Obuchi joint statement, he actually endorsed this joint statement. And I would like to quote from his statement. At that time, Japan, I felt like, was making too much compromise for South Korea. I was actually the Korean representative, and he said, I was young at that time, and so I was against the joint declaration. Because I was young and because I felt like there was too much compromise made, I was against the joint declaration. But he participated in a commemoration event as a former prime minister. And so the determination of the political leaders is very important. But going through President Park and President Lee, they have not recognized this joint declaration. They made the foolish decision to not recognize this joint statement. And so we have already had this experience of great transformation. I hope that we can revive this experience to come up with the next Kim Obuchi joint declaration. And I believe that that can actually become our solution for a great transformation. We have about 3 dozen experts here today, and they will be sharing with us their expert knowledge along with their suggestions. If I may add, on a personal note, former Prime Minister Hatoyama Yukio, he is here with us, and I thought about his presence at the symposium. His political philosophy is you and I. I'm sure that many people are here today for the friendship between the ROK and Japan, and His Excellency Hatoyama Yukio is participating here for his political philosophy of friendship. Thank you very much, and I would like to pay my tributes to His Excellency. Well, on the rhetoric level, we already have the answers. Now is the time to put our foot down and put it into action. Of course, it will not be easy, but I am sure that one day we will be able to open the way for mutual recognition, reconciliation, and cooperation. And I would like to provide my prudent optimism for this. Thank you very much.
예, 기조강연해
Yes, thank you very much, former Ambassador Choi Sang-yong, for your keynote address. And next, I would like to invite former Japanese Prime Minister, Honorary Hatoyama Yukio, for his keynote address.
예, 큰 박수로 환영.
Please greet him with a big hand.
여러분 안녕하세요. 하토야마 유키입니다.
Good morning, everyone. I am Yukio Hatoyama, and I feel that it's an honor for me to participate in this online symposium hosted by the National Research Council for Economics, Humanities, and Social Securities. The symposium is indeed important and timely in view of the recent deterioration of Japan-South Korea relations and the fact that even a small clue for a breakthrough in this relationship has not been found. I'm honored to have the opportunity to give a keynote speech via Zoom at today's symposium, leading the way in improving Korea-Japan relations. And also, former Ambassador Chu Sang-yong talked about my philosophy of friendship. And I believe that I will be able to touch upon this as well. In the 21st century, Japan-South Korea relations began to show signs of deterioration, which became decisive in the last decade, and the situation has entered into a stage where we cannot help but call the situation a Japanese-Korean confrontation. As a politician who has been involved in Japan-Korea relations, I am deeply saddened. However, my wife watches Korean content on the internet almost on a daily basis. And she went to see Minari with her friends, and she said that the performance by Yoon Hyo-jung, who won the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actress, was wonderful. I also watched Parasite, and I often go to eat Korean food. And also, the Korean pop group BTS is also very popular in Japan. Anti-Korean books are lined up in bookstores, but I feel that these books seem quite political. The first thing that I would like to mention is that, as it was mentioned by former Ambassador Chu Sang-yong, the deterioration of Japan-South Korea relations is simply a political issue. And as long as it is a political issue, it is not a problem that cannot be solved if the political leaders of Japan and South Korea approach it with a broad perspective. Most of the political issues between Japan and South Korea are issues related to the colonial period and the post-war processes. And the big picture that the Japanese side should hold for dealing with these problems is the infinite liability theory. That is, those who have lost the war will have to continue to apologize to those who have been hurt and suffered misery during the war until they are told an apology is no longer needed. I will touch upon the specific historical issues in the latter part of my address. Recently, I have been thinking about Japan-Korea confrontation from the perspective of global awareness of the times, and let me touch upon this first. So I have begun to think that it is necessary to discuss the deterioration of Japan and South Korea relations from two new perspectives. And the two perspectives that I've come up with are both identified, or have been both identified, while observing the U.S.-China confrontation. In June of this year, I had submitted an article on U.S.-China rivalry and Japan's strategic role, which ran on the Washington Quarterly. And if you are interested, please read it online. First, I would like to mention that we must recognize that the U.S.-China confrontation and the Japan-South Korea confrontation coexist, and we should hold a great sense of crisis. There is no dispute that the world today is interested in as much as the U.S.-China relations. In an era of U.S.-China confrontation, neither Japan nor South Korea wants or can choose between either the United States and China, nor can Japan or South Korea become hostile to the one that it has not chosen. In the past, during the Cold War structure between the U.S. and Soviet Union, needless to mention about the security relations, when we look simply at the economic relations, the amount of trade with the U.S. in both South Korea and Japan overwhelmed the amount of trade with the Soviet Union. So both Japan and South Korea were able to enjoy benefits of being on the U.S. side. But today, we are seeing an era of U.S.-China confrontation, and things are not so easy today. In terms of trade value, the amount of trade with China has already surpassed that with the United States in both Japan and South Korea. and this trend is expected to exacerbate in the future. Even if the US and China confrontation is different from the US-Soviet Cold War confrontation, we have to think about the current status. We do not intend to leave the future of the world in the hands of the United States nor China. Neither the United States nor China has the power to bring a world order. Countries other than the United States and China are required to play a role of creating a world in which the United States and China can coexist and co-prosper while controlling the confrontation between the US and China. So let me talk about the second perspective, and that is related to the missile disarmament. There seems to be a move by the United States to deploy ground-launched intermediate-range missiles in its East Asian ally territory. As a result, there is a high possibility that a US, China, Russia three-way missile arms race might occur. So we should create a missile arms control mechanism such as an East Asian INF treaty. And even if Japan and South Korea take unilateral action, their influence will be limited. However, if Japan and South Korea work together to put pressure on the United States and China, the road will open. And next, the telecommunications sector. The United States is trying to keep Chinese companies out of the market by raising security issues. And it's trying to oust Chinese companies in the telecommunications sector. However, if China resists, it is possible that in the future, technical standards made in China and those made in the US will coexist, and so this sector will be divided into two blocks. We should create a unified technical standard for high-tech communication equipment and a unified global standard for cyber security, and make sure that the use of products and services in any country is not obstructed as long as the standards are met. It is also essential to create an international system to monitor whether agreed standards are being followed. The Biden administration seems to want to proceed with rulemaking among democratic nations, but it is wise to involve China from the early stages of such endeavors. Again, even if Japan, it is difficult to move the United States and China with Japan and South Korea working separately alone. However, if Japan and South Korea, which have a certain level of technological capabilities that cannot be disregarded in the telecommunications sector, if they work together, their influence will increase dramatically. Conversely, if Japan and South Korea confront each other in the era of US-China confrontations and remain in a divided state, we will be powerless in the era of US-China confrontations. In the era of US-China confrontations, overcoming the Japan-South Korea confrontation can be noted as a strategic requirement for both countries. The root cause of the US-China confrontation lies in the so-called Thucydides trap. The essence here is not democracy versus authoritarian confrontation. President Biden says it is so, but actually that is not the root cause. That is not the essence. In fact, we must understand that the Thucydides trap is also at the root of the recent confrontations between Japan and South Korea. This is a second new perspective. According to the IMF, Japan's per capita GDP as of 2020 was higher than that of South Korea's when applying the real exchange rate. But in terms of purchasing power parity, Japan recorded $42,000 and South Korea around $45,000. In other words, South Korea had exceeded Japan. And according to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, defense spending in 2020 was at $48.1 billion for Japan and $46.1 billion for South Korea. So you can see that the gap has been decreasing, and the gap in national power is clearly decreasing as well. As a result, Koreans have gained confidence and Japanese have lost their leeway. In the case of Japan and South Korea, historical issues have not been solved in a proper manner. The Thucydides trap can easily ignite nationalism. Among such a situation, there exists another issue that can ignite nationalism in Japan and South Korea, and that would be the historical issues. So today, when we consider the improvement of Japan-South Korea relations, or at least controlling it, it is necessary to fully understand not only the difficulty of historical issues, but also the other difficulty of the gap in the national power of Japan and Korea narrowing. Currently, there are some historical issues that we will have to think about, and I would like to mention two. So, at present, the biggest political issue between Japan and South Korea would be the forced labor issue. Regarding this issue, on August 18th, there was an announcement that the Suwon District Court, Anyang branch issued an order in relation to the final ruling of the Supreme Court of Korea and ordered the seizure and collection of funds that Mitsubishi Heavy Industry owns to compensate the former forced labor workers. The plaintiffs are demanding that the Japanese companies acknowledge the historical facts and that an apology and compensation is provided. In response, Chief Cabinet Minister Kato of the Japanese government stated that the former recruitment issue has been resolved and that the Supreme Court's decision was a clear violation of international law. And if monetization is pursued, this would be a very serious situation for Japan-South Korea relations, which will have to be avoided, and that South Korea should present a solution that Japan can accept. Regarding the forced labor issue, the current position of the Japanese government is that, as I have mentioned before, it has been resolved by the Japan-Korea Agreement of 1965. That's why the forced labor related trial itself was a surprise for Japan, and that Japan believed that it was betrayed when the Supreme Court ruling came out. On the other hand, in South Korea, it is thought that the individual claims cannot be expired by states, and that is why the trial had been proceeded. Regarding this matter, the Japanese government also has replied that individual claims themselves have not been extinguished in the sense of domestic law. And if you look at the current international human rights law, individual damages or individual claims over these damages cannot be extinguished or expired by agreements or treaties between nations. That is the majority view based on international human rights law today. Since reaching this point, well, I'm not sure what will happen to the next election or who will become the next prime minister, but I do believe that from a broad perspective, Japan and Korea will have to move out of the conventional position and understand that the standpoint of international human rights law sees that the issue of individual compensation rights has not been resolved, and therefore the ruling of the Supreme Court is in accordance with international human rights law and is by no means a violation of international law. I am convinced that with Japan taking this position based on international human rights law, the former forced labor issue can make great strides toward a solution. Also, now that the Supreme Court ruling has been finalized and the District Court has issued an order, I can easily imagine that it will not be easy for the South Korean government to conduct new negotiations between Japan and South Korea. However, I would like President Moon Jae-in to make highly political decisions from a broad perspective as well. Given the serious emotional entanglement between Japan and South Korea, it is also worth considering that the two governments agree to bring this issue to the International Court of Justice or take the form of arbitration from a third country. And it goes without saying that if negotiations are decided, all current de facto sanctions should be lifted at that point. I would like to mention a few words about the comfort women issue. Under the arbitration of the United States, the comfort women issue was tentatively resolved between the Japanese and Korean foreign ministers in December of 2015. As for the contents, Prime Minister Abe expressed his sincere apologies and remorse to the comfort women, and the Japanese government agreed to contribute funds to a foundation established by the Korean government to honor and dignify all comfort women and carry out projects for the recovery and the healing of the mind of the comfort women. I felt that this could be persuasive or understandable. However, as the two governments confirmed that the issue would be finally and irreversibly resolved through this announcement, I felt that the comfort women or the Korean nationals might not be convinced because of the wording. If I may explain, this is because this wording seemed like an order from the top that you should never complain again. And this is far from the infinite liability theory, and sure enough, this received intense criticism from the comfort women and many Koreans. Regarding this matter, at the ceremony of the day remembering the comfort women, on August 14th, President Moon Jae-in did not directly criticize Japan, but said that upholding human dignity and human rights is the way towards facing history. And he also once again said that we will adhere to the international community's principle of victim-centered problem-solving, restoring the honor of each individual, and help healing their trauma. In response to President Moon Jae-in's words, Prime Minister Suga reiterated his apology. And this was not like an order from the top, but it was an apology in line with the infinite liability theory. And he asked for the two governments to be in line with the 2015 agreement between the two countries, and that diplomatic efforts toward the solution based on this agreement will be carried forward. In both the former forced labor issue and the comfort woman issue, the attitude of saying if you compromise even a millimeter you will lose means that both sides have abandoned diplomacy. If things continue as is, Japan-South Korea relations will have no choice or no alternative but to go to the brink of ruin. Japan first and Korea first can lead to a collision. So, to prevent this from happening, I would like the two sides to do what you can and use diplomatic efforts to save both sides from the brink of ruin. If Korea and Japan, the most important neighbors, growl and deepen their confrontation with each other, neither Korea nor Japan will be able to live in the difficult age of U.S.-China confrontation that will unfold in the future. As the closest neighbors, Korea and Japan should get along well, and in terms of strategic interests, they should abandon the small and pursue the great. Politicians from both Korea and Japan should keep this in mind. However, in Korea, there is a sentiment among the public that can fall into chauvinism, and the politicians seem to sometimes take advantage of this. And the internet and SNS include fake news often work in a direction that worsens Japan and South Korea relations. Also, among the two countries, there is the serious, difficult dynamics of the Thucydides trap, and so it is not easy to improve Korea-Japan relations. Korea-Japan relations should be improved with a sense of crisis as much as possible at all levels, including dialogue between the governments of Korea-Japan, dialogue between the two countries' politicians and their people within each country, and dialogue between the peoples of the two countries. I believe that Japan is historically and morally responsible for colonizing Korea, and I have spoken from that perspective on numerous occasions, and that thought has not changed even today. However, it is also true that 76 years after the end of colonial rule, a new generation is growing in both Korea and Japan. We must never commit the folly of aggravating Korea-Japan relations and passing it on to a new generation of both countries as another history. It is a responsibility given equally to both South Korea and Japan. Compared to the recent wave of worsening Korea-Japan relations, today's symposium may be a small step toward improving relations between the two states. However, I believe that if we continue these steps, we will be able to turn South Korea-Japan relations into normal neighbor relations. I wish for the great success of this international symposium. And with this, I would like to conclude my keynote address. Thank you very much.
하토야마 유키오
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, former Prime Minister of Japan. This brings us to the end of the two keynote presentations. Before we go on to session 1, we would like to rearrange the stage.
예, 그럼 제1
Let us now resume for session 1. This session is titled Region, Gender, and Generation at the Forefront of Great Transformation. This session will be moderated by former Ambassador Lee Soo-hoon of the Embassy of the ROK in Japan. Please welcome the ambassador with a big round of applause. Thank you very much. When we organized our symposium, we would normally start with the heavier topics, but at today's symposium, we have decided to deal with the heavier topics during the afternoon, and during this morning session, we will deal with a relatively lighter topic. It is region, gender, and generation at the forefront of great transformation. They are relatively lighter and softer than the other topics to come during the afternoon. During this session, we will deal with the exchanges between local governments. We will also discuss the issues of gender, in particular, the gender gap. And so we have somewhat of a sociological perspective rather than a political perspective for this session. And another issue is generation issues. Generational issues are important in both Japan and South Korea. So we will be dealing with the issues of region, gender, and generation in this session, and we will have 3 presentations followed by 3 discussants. We will be dealing with these topics through the participation of experts from Korea and Japan. We will also be inviting American and Chinese experts for the afternoon. So for this session in particular, we will be focusing on exchanges between our 2 nations. First of all, to discuss the exchanges between local governments, we will be inviting Professor Lee Jin-won of the University of Seoul. Oh, that was a misunderstanding on my part. I did not realize that this was the name, the English name of your school. I'm sorry. So we will be inviting Professor Lee Jin-won from the University of Seoul. We have 3 presenters and 3 discussants, and we have been given about 90 minutes. And lunch is provided directly after our session. So we would like to ask each presenter to limit their presentations to about 15 minutes so that each discussant may have about 8 minutes each. So for the presenters, please limit your presentations to 15 minutes. Professor Lee? Good morning. As have been introduced, I am Lee Jin-won of the University of Seoul. I am sharing my screen. Can you see my screen? Yes, we can see your screen. Well, the topic that I will be covering is exchanges between Korean and Japanese local governments. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the NRC for this opportunity. And as Ambassador Lee has mentioned, we will be covering a soft topic, but I believe that although it is a soft topic, it is a very important topic indeed. So in this era of great transformation, the exchanges between Korea and Japanese local governments have been the first topic. I have never seen exchanges between local governments named as the first topic to discuss. I'm usually the last one to go, and I'm usually out of time by the time that it is my turn. But the NRC has put me first. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And before I start my presentation, I would like to explain the presentation itself. What I would be presenting is not new information. In 2016, I have published a paper, and ever since then, I continued to collect data on this topic. And so this is an opportunity for me to analyze the information that has been accumulated since the publication. The data that I am utilizing is the data that has been updated in May of this year. So I will be presenting based on the data that I have accumulated in May. I would also like to ask you for your understanding in that my English is not fluent, and so maybe the English on my PowerPoint presentation is not quite clear. I ask you for your understanding. So let me now take the opportunity to go through my slides. As you're well aware, exchanges between local governments. What does it mean, first of all? As you're well aware, we see the era of globalization, which is a coining of a word using globalization and localization. This is a word that has been in use since the end of 1980s. So we have globalization and localization at the same time. With the development of science and technology, we see that the era of national monopolization of information has come to an end. And so residents who are interested in policies living in local governments are now able to directly work with policies that are related to their lives based on information that is available. And that is why we see the end of the era of national monopolization of information. As I have already mentioned, up until now, residents have been relying on governments, but with the resilience of local governments, we see that the residents are more interested in the policies of local governments because they are now relating to these policies. As you're well aware, in Japan, there have been a great movement of localization, and in Korea, we have also seen decentralization over an extended period of time. And so the residents, they are very interested in the policies of local governments. In particular, in this era of COVID-19, we see that many local governments are working with policies that are directly related to the lives of the residents. Of course, vaccine policies are established by the central government, but the execution is conducted by local governments. And so local governments are becoming more and more important, and policies such as smart cities are now being executed by local governments. And so residents are becoming more and more interested in the policies of local governments. And so all social activities, including the economic and political activities, are shifting from the central government to local governments through the trend of decentralization. Even in terms of international affairs, relationships between local governments and citizens are becoming more and more important in these times. And against this backdrop, central governments are providing active support for the international exchanges of local governments in terms of both policy support and financial support. And given this trend, we can foresee that there will be a revitalization of exchanges between Korea and Japan through their local governments. And so I do believe that exchanges between local governments will become more crucial in the Korea-Japan relations in the future. Well, In Japan, we call these local public governments, but we do believe that local governments is the more appropriate term for this presentation. And instead of talking about internationalization of local governments, I would like to talk about diplomacy for local governments. And so I think the word local government would be more appropriate for this presentation for both Korea and Japan. Well, these are the documents which form the basis of my presentation. We have information from Claire of Japan, as well as the Association of Local Governments in Korea. And as you can see, I am working with data from May of this year. Now let's take a look at the internationalization of local governments and exchanges between Korea and Japan. Well, let's take a look at the current status first, and after we take a look at the current status, then let's take a look at some of the future plans, and then we will take a look at whether these plans are being put into action, and if so, what are the contents of these activities. This graph here shows the number and the percentage of Japanese cities among the total sister cities of Korea. You can see that the figures show the percentage of Japanese cities out of all sister cities of Korea. You can see that in a nutshell, the figures are very high. So Japanese cities take up a large portion of the total sister cities of Korea. If we take a look at the total of 348 municipalities in Korea, they have sister relations with 1,015 cities, and that takes up about 13.8% in terms of Japanese cities. And if we take a look at the basic area local governments of Japan, that is 15.9%. That is a national average. But if we take a look at some of the cities with the higher figures, here you can see that we have the city of Ulsan. Ulsan is a municipality in Korea, and you can see that the percentage is considerably higher for Ulsan. And if we take a look at Jeonbuk and Jeonnam, as well as Gyeongnam, the figures are higher. So these are the trends of municipalities in Korea. If we take a look at the basic area local governments, 23.0% is for Gangwon. For Gangwon, they have a lot of exchanges related to technologies for agriculture and fisheries, and so there are exchanges for training and the sharing of technology. And for basic area local governments in Japan, we can see that Jeonnam also has higher figures. And if we take a look at the content of these exchanges, as I mentioned before, for the basic area local governments, they are conducting exchanges that are needed for the livelihood of the residents. Next, let's take a look at the percentage of Japanese cities among the total cities of Korea. So let's take a look at that over time. So you can see that the percentage sometimes spikes. We see that in the 1960s, it was more for wide area local governments. And then in the 80s, 26.1% was Japan, and from the 90s to the 2000s, we see it's somewhere in the lower tens. But you can see that in the 1970s, the percentage spikes up, and we can see that many local governments of Korea have sister city relations with Japanese cities. And we see that for the basic areas, it's 36.8% in the 1980s and 19.2% in the 1990s. And then let's take a look at the actual exchanges between Korean and Japanese local governments. So what are the current status of sister cities of the two countries? Here you can see some information. You can see that the total number continues to increase. On the bottom, we have the wide area local governments, and on the top, we have the basic area local governments. Somewhere from the 80s going to the 90s, you can see that there has been a sharp increase amongst basic area local governments. As you're well aware, in Korea, we have had the trend of internationalization as well as in Japan in the 1990s and 2000s. And because Korea and Japan are close geographically and the relations between the two countries are thought to be quite profitable, we have seen a surge in sister cities. So you can see that there has been quite a boom in the 90s and 2000s. And in the 2010s, we don't see a decrease, but rather we can see that there are 36 new cities that have become sister cities, which is twice the amount compared to the 1980s. And so this shows that both sides are in need of these exchanges. Well, the number of wide area local governments is not that high in Korea, and so that is why the numbers are considerably lower compared to the basic area local governments. And if we take a look at the number of exchange projects by decade, you can see that there are a large number of exchange projects. So this means that the sister cities have been created, and it did not end there, but projects have been executed. So you can see that in the 60s and 70s, there were sister cities that have been created, but actual exchange projects were not executed. But that actually increases in number in the 90s, 2000s, and 2010s. You can see that from the 1990s, we have seen an increase in exchange projects. That is when we had the boom of sister cities that have been created. And you can see that that boom has led to the increase in the number of exchange projects in the 2000s and 2010s. And if we take a look at the next graph, we can see that of these numbers, for each exchange project, we can take a look at the number of exchanges that have been conducted. So you can see that just like the previous slide, ever since the 90s, as we go into the 2000s, we can see that for wide area local governments, 20.3 exchanges per projects, and from 2010s, 21 exchanges, and you can see that the numbers are 13.2 for basic area local governments and 12.7 for basic area local governments in 2010s. These figures show that there has been an increase in support for exchanges among sister cities in the 2000s and 2010s. Having said that, let's take a look at the actual contents of exchanges between Korean and Japanese local governments. So what are the actual contents of such exchanges? And so this is not a chart that I have created, but I have actually quoted from the Association of the Heads of Local Governments. Here you can see that the classification includes administrative exchanges, human interaction, cultural art exchange, tourism exchange, adolescent exchange, sports exchange, technology and academic exchange, economic exchange, private NGO exchange. Symbol business means iconic projects, and there are others. For example, these projects sometimes they were brought together into a portfolio. Sometimes administrative exchanges are conducted with sports exchanges. And if you take a look at the actual contents, we can see that the light gray are the administrative exchanges, and you can see that they have a very high number. So, administrative exchange means that it is related to public administration, and you can see that from the 2000s, there are a few obvious exchanges. For example, there are cultural art exchanges that are increasing in number, which increases even more in the 2010s. And in the 2010s, what is quite notable is that the private NGO exchanges increases in number. And you can see that in terms of percentage, they are almost on par with administrative exchanges. And so you can see that administrative exchanges become as important as private non-NGOs and cultural and arts exchanges. If we take a look at the basic area local governments, the highest percentage are the administrative exchanges, but you can see that culture and art exchanges and youth exchanges take up a large portion compared to wide area local governments. And you can see that private NGO exchanges also has a high number of exchanges. And in terms of percentage, you can see that the same classifications have higher percentages. If we take a look at the 2000s compared to the administrative exchanges, other types of exchanges have increased in percentage. So you can see that the percentage of other types of exchanges are increasing compared to administrative exchanges. And you can see that ever since the 1980s, we have seen a diversification of exchanges by basic area local governments. For the wide area local governments, the diversification happens in the 2000s and 2010s, but for the basic area local governments, the diversification starts in the 1980s. What does all of this mean? As I have mentioned in the explanation of the status quo, exchanges between local governments of Korea and Japan are very active. And if I compare this with the exchanges amongst the 3 Northeast Asian countries, I can see that the percentage of exchanges between Korea and Japan are quite considerable, even taking into consideration the exchanges between China and Japan, and vice versa. And if we take a look at the number of exchanges and the content of the exchanges, we see that there's an increase in diversification. And we can see that the content does not stop at just administrative exchanges, but we can see that actual content of these exchanges are becoming more and more important in terms of sports exchanges, youth exchanges, technology exchanges, and academic exchanges. And we sometimes also see that local communities are collaborating with each other. For example, there is a group in Japan that is studying the Korean alphabet, and they come to their sister cities to study the Korean alphabet. And so, taking all of this into consideration, of course, exchanges between the central governments are very important, but exchanges between the local governments are also very unique in their own way. We always think that the central government impacts the local governments, but we see that there is great will for exchanges amongst local governments. And so, I believe that the hope for great transformation lies here, because this will facilitate exchanges amongst people and exchanges amongst the youth. And so, actual exchanges between the 2 Koreas can be conducted through exchanges of the local governments. Thank you very much.
예, 이 교수님 수고.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee, for your presentation, and thank you for keeping within your time limit. And your statistics made your presentation very easy to understand. Thank you. When I was in Tokyo, I have seen that district offices have had exchanges with each other. So the Korean and Japanese district offices would open opportunities for soccer events amongst their residents and other types of exchanges. And I have had opportunities to meet the heads of these district offices as they conduct these exchanges. When there are conflicts between central governments, I think one great way is to conduct exchanges amongst local governments, which would supplement the overall Korea-Japan relations. Thank you very much for that interesting presentation. Due to the time constraint, we will go on to the next presentation.
발표로 또 넘어가도록 하겠습니다.
And the next presentation, as I mentioned before, will be on the topic of a gender gap. And the presentation will be given by a female presenter, which is quite appropriate given the topic. So Professor Ikumi Haruki is currently with the Waseda University Institute of Korean Studies. And I will give her 15 minutes. Please go ahead. Yes, can you see my screen? Yes, as was introduced, my name is Ikumi Haruki, and it is indeed an honor for me to participate in this meaningful symposium. Because of the time constraint, let me go straight into my presentation. Now, the topic given to me is South Korea-Japan relations and gender gap. The gender gap in how Japanese people perceive Korea, I think, is quite large in Japan. So let me explain the background first, and then I will go on to talk about the factors that cause the gender gap in terms of perceptions about Korea. So I will talk about the reasons that have led to that. And last but not least, I will talk about how this influences or have implications on South Korea-Japan relations. So first, please take a look at this graph. This graph shows that the number of visitors from Korea to Japan is actually increasing compared to the number of Japanese visiting Korea. So when it comes to the visits and exchanges among the two countries, there is a difference. You can see that there are a growing number of Koreans visiting Japan. And before COVID-19, indeed, a lot of Koreans, especially the young Koreans, had visited Japan a lot. So this was before COVID-19, and that trend continued for several years. And now if you look at this slide, you can see the total number of Japanese visitors to South Korea in 2018 by age group and gender. So as you can see, the number of Japanese visitors to South Korea is shown in purple. And so you can see that it shows the females and the males. But you can see that after the people in their 30s and thereon, there is not much of a gender gap, but you can see among the young population, there is an overwhelming number of women visitors compared to men. And there may be many reasons for the young women visiting Korea, but you can see that there is a significant difference among the 20-somethings and also among the teenagers as well. They go to visit the Korean people in person and experience Korea in person. You can see that there are more females, especially among the 20-somethings. And next, this graph shows the trends in the proportion of Japanese people that feel an affinity for South Korea by age. So since 2012, you can see that the number of Japanese people that feel affinity for Korea significantly dropped. So this would be beginning with the Lee Myung-bak administration going on to the Park Geun-hye administration. The affinity felt by the Japanese for Korea has declined. If you look at the red line shows the people from the age 18 to 29. So those in their teens and the 20s, their affinity toward Korea has not been greatly heard. Whereas if you look at the other age groups, there has been a decline. You can see that the younger age group has a greater affinity for South Korea compared to the other age groups. And also, the gender gap, well, you cannot really distinctly see any gender gap here, but in other statistics, you can see that the female Japanese people have a greater affinity towards South Korea compared to their male counterparts. And here, this graph is about the trends and changes in affinity toward Korea. And you can break it down by gender. Around 2010, the sentiment of Japanese towards Koreans were quite positive. You can see that they held positive sentiments toward Korea, and around 60% held affinity towards South Korea. But you can see that there has been a dramatic decline in such affinity that was felt by the Japanese towards Korea. And this could be because of the many issues between the two countries, for example, the past history issues and etc. And if you look at 2020, you can see that the sentiment of females has gone up in a positive manner. And once again, you can confirm a gender gap here. And we asked the question, do you think that the future development of South Korea-Japan relations is important for the two countries and for Asia and the Pacific region? And in this survey, you can see that once again, females have believed it to be important more than their male counterparts. Of course, there are males who believe that it is important, but I think that there has been some frustration that they feel towards South Korea, and it has been reflected in these statistics. Of course, there were more men who replied that it's not important, and there were some negative viewpoints that were expressed towards South Korea. And also, there has been some anti-Korean books that have been published in Japan by men, more in general. But when it comes to the importance of South Korean-Japan relations, you can see once again that there is indeed a gender gap. And so here, this shows the major study abroad destinations and the number of Japanese studying abroad. So these are statistics that shows the sentiments that Japanese feel towards Korea. If you look at the number of the students studying in other countries, South Korea is ranked at the 4th position. So you can see that most of the countries aside from China are in the top rankings, Western countries, whereas South Korea is ranked at the 4th position. And there were people who would quit high school and go study in South Korea. So that it would be people going to South Korea at a very early age when they were teenagers. And also there is a Korean proficiency test. You can see that the majority of those who take the test are teenagers and 20-somethings. So they would study the Korean language when they are teenagers and go on to study the language once again when they enter universities. So you can see that the young students, or the younger age group, accounts for the majority of the people studying the Korean language. And there are indeed a lot of new Korean language textbooks that are being published in Japan. This might be because the Korean language can help you land a job more easier. So it's related to employment. And a lot of people, therefore, are writing and publishing the Korean language textbooks, and a lot of females are taking interest in Korean language learning. And a lot of teenagers are involved in learning the Korean language. So why is it that there are people who are taking interest in the Korean language in Japan? Well, first of all, it is because of K-pop. There are people who aspire to become K-pop stars, and they want to become pop stars in the Korean stage, in the Korean market. And so there are these young people starting from teenagers or high school that they take interest and they pursue their dreams. So there has been institutions or academies that have been established to teach the teenagers, to prepare them to pursue their dreams. And the Korean wave, Hallyu, actually started in 1988. The Seoul Summer Olympics was actually a very big turning point. At that time, I was a university student, and I can remember that there were Korean movies that were aired in TV late in the night, and I really felt the new contents that I had viewed to be very interesting. And so there were these manias of Korea who took interest in the Korean culture. And also, there would be people who would want to go to Korea for a visit. And also Cho Yong-pil, well, he is a famous Korean singer, and he would appear on Japanese TV programs. And so that's when the Korean singers became known to the Japanese people. And Korea was known to be a very affordable tourist destination, which would provide various interesting experiences and enjoy shopping as well. And it was a safe destination as well. That was why Korea attracted people as a popular tourist destination. And then there was the 2002 World Cup. And then there was a Korean drama, Winter Sonata, and then the K-pop. That led to growing interest in Korea. Winter Sonata actually was quite popular among the middle-aged women. And then 동방신기, DBSQ, well, this was a pop group, and that led to greater interest in Korean pop culture. And then Twice and Kara, these were all pop groups that gained popularity in Japan, and then BTS and Changeunseol. Well, the Korean culture actually was at the center of improving Korea's image among Japanese people, especially among the Japanese women. So as you can see, Korean stars appeared on the front page of magazines. There were so many magazines that had Korean stars introduced. Korean singers, Korean movie stars became very well known in the Japanese market as well. So then, how has this influenced the sentiments of Japanese towards Korea? Well, of course, these people, the young people, can just simply consume the Korean culture, and that's it. But actually, this actually leads to some sort of image of Korea among the Japanese population. Of course, there is a historical issue, the history issue. But aside from that, separate from that, I think that as a counterculture, there are growing Japanese people who are consuming the Korean culture and enjoying the Korean culture. This is an image of the Korean culture. And there are even some young Japanese people who aspire to become Koreans because they believe that Koreans are very stylish. And so the Korean items are introduced in the Japanese media, especially the young people of Japan. They enjoy looking at the various colorful Korean items that are hard to find in the Japanese market. There are some new, unique designs that can be found in Korea. And also, if they learn the Korean language, they can understand what is written on the products. If you do not learn the Korean language, then the Korean language seems like a symbol. And so Korean culture has emerged as a counterculture that is being enjoyed by the Japanese young people. This is Shin-Okubo within Tokyo and is known as the Korean town. There are a lot of Korean-related products that are sold here. In the past, the students who go on field trips go to Harajuku, but now a lot of the students want to go to Shin-Okubo, the Korean town. And sometimes you have to line up to get your turn to enter into the Shin-Okubo. It's very popular. And if you go there, you can actually enjoy an atmosphere that is quite similar to the one that you can find in Korea. And there are middle-aged women who would go there to buy the Korean food ingredients. And here you can see that a lot of the Korean writers' work has been translated, and one book has sold 250,000 copies. Kong Ji-young is one of the well-known writers, and then there are essays that are popular among the 20-something, 30-something, and 40-something Japanese females. And Aeda, this is published by Asahi Shimbun, and the main readers are in their 30s and 40s. But as you can see, there are these idols, the pop stars. And the Asahi Weekly, this targets those in their 50s and 60s or 40s. And you can see that actually the main stars on the cover are actors who star in popular programs aired via Netflix. As you can see, Hyunbin, very popular among young women. Well, he appeared on the cover, and this magazine sold very well when Hyunbin was on the cover. So Korean culture or Korean personalities are important items that can lead to a lot of consumption as well. You can see that the culture of Korea is different from that of Japan. There is this unique characteristic, and so South Korean culture is gaining popularity because of such unique features in Japan. And so also Korean feminism is attracting the attention of Japanese as well. The dramas have also garnered attention in Japan. Feminism movements and the Me Too movement that arose in Korea has gathered attention among Japanese, and some Japanese say that we want to learn from such feminism movements in Korea. And also, if you look at the younger generation, well, these are images of the young pop stars of Korea. You can see that they look very confident. They are very unique. They have their personal traits that they are very proud of. And I think that this really appeals to the Japanese young people. So the Korean wave actually, the reason that the Korean culture was so popular was because of some trends in Japan, that the Korean culture actually appeals to some of the wants and desires of the Japanese people that could not be quenched through the Japanese culture alone. For example, the Korean culture seems to give out a message to the Japanese young people that you can live as you are with your unique characteristics. And this is a Korean drama that was greatly popular in Japan. And I asked the women in the same age group as I am in why they like this drama. And they said that this actually made them feel better. For example, the main character actually really took good care of the female character, and so there was this admiration for this type of male who was very gentle and kind towards females. And And the Japanese people, it might be a fantasy, but they tend to think that this type of male is how Korean men are. But the problem is, the Japanese, they would consume the Korean culture, and if it stops there, then there would be no change. But actually, there was a book that was published, and it was titled that I Become Stronger After Watching Korean Dramas. So, in order to improve Korea-Japan relations, Korea is doing this and that, or Korea is trying to do this, and so we should do our part as well. If such exchanges or interest in the Korean culture does not lead to that kind of a change in sentiment or efforts, then I think that the interest and the interest in and popularity of Korean culture would not be that effective in the Japanese society. So I do believe that when it comes to the improvement in the Korea-Japanese relations, I think that the popularity of the Korean culture might have limited implications. I believe so because, well, when it comes to the decision-making positions, not a lot of women have entered into such influential positions. The proportion of women who hold such seats in the media or the political sector, for example, are not that many. And it's the same for governments as well. And so the women's voices or the women's influence to provide a new perspective is still limited in the Japanese society. And most of the opinion leaders are still men. And so the voices of women are not really raised in the Japanese society. And so the influence of women for improving our bilateral relations is still limited. Human rights issues or sexual violence or domestic violence, for example. Well, there are Korean civic groups that are working with Japanese civic groups to hold symposiums on relevant topics. And that kind of exchanges are on the rise. But still, I think that still there is limited implications or influence in the Japanese society. The overwhelming number of people say that Korean culture is what leads them to be interested in Korea. Or because Korea is kind, they are interested in Korea, or they feel good sentiments toward Korea. That was what some other Japanese people remarked about their affinity towards Korea. And those in their 50s and their 60s, well, they watch a lot of television, and that leads to a certain image in their minds about Korea. For example, the Joguk scandal. Well, they gained access to that through television. Whereas the young people, they actually get information about Korea through the internet. There are many different sources that are utilized to gain access to information about Korea or to form public opinion of Korea. And I think that that is what leads to different perceptions among the different age groups. The young people, well, they do not know a lot about the history issues between South Korea and Japan. They only know what happened after, for example, the year 2000. And so the student exchange groups, well, of course, there are groups with long histories, but about 70% to 80% are groups with female students being the main members. And the number of male members are quite limited within these student groups. So I personally believe that the young men in their 20s, for example, should be provided with an opportunity to change their perception of Korea. There was an internet survey about why the young men of Japan in their 20s do not participate in these types of groups. Most of them replied that it seems like those groups are mainly for women, and I'm not sure what I can learn from my visits to Korea or my exchanges with Koreans. And these men seem to be interested in the Panmunjom, for example, but still they are hesitant to actively be involved in exchanges with Korea. And so these sentiments towards Korea among the young people have resulted in some published work as well. But why is it that there are anti-Korean sentiments or remarks that can be seen in Japan? Well, I think that there are people still who are increasingly seeing that there is a need to look into the past, and I think that that is encouraging. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. We just heard from Dr. Haruki, and that was quite an interesting presentation. Once again, I thank you. And we say that South Korea and Japan has deteriorated to the worst level, or an all-time low. But I do believe that indeed there are some positive sides to this bilateral relationship. And I think that the presentation that we just heard from Dr. Haruki sheds light on how those in their 20s or teenagers, and especially the females, these groups still seem to have affinity towards Korea and have a positive sentiment towards Korea-Japan relations. So that gives us some positive hope. And so I think that that was a very encouraging presentation. So then let us now go on to our next presentation. But I'm not sure. But Professor Kwon, I think he has exited from our online room. So I think that it will be difficult for him to give his presentation at this moment. So why don't we first go on to the discussions and listen from our discussants first. So I would like to invite first, well, we have 3 discussants. There are 2 in Japan and 1 in Korea. So why don't we first invite our discussant in Korea, Dr. Jung Mi-ae, speak. And Dr. Jung Mi-ae, she has a very interesting career. Of course, she studied, and she currently works as a research fellow at the Sejong Institute. But before joining the Sejong Institute, I understand that with the Moon Jae-in administration, she served as a diplomat at the Niigata embassy, and so consulate. And I understand that she worked there for several years. And she was known to be a very model case consulate. So Dr. Jung, please go ahead. I think you can speak for 10 minutes.
잘 들리시나요? Can you hear me well? Yes, we can hear you well. Good morning. I am Jung Mi-ae, as have been introduced. Thank you very much for this invitation at this prestigious gathering. I am sorry that I am not able to participate in person as I start my discussion. Let me share my screen with you. I have an English text, but I will be conducting the discussion in Korean. It is said that Korea-Japan relations have been the worst since the normalization between Korea and Japan. Even under such circumstances, it is fortunate that many local governments promote person-to-person communication and meeting events between Korea and Japan, and it gives hope for improving relations between the 2 countries. In that sense, Professor Lee's presentation, which focuses on exchanges of local governments between the 2 countries, is very significant. This graph is a graph that was created by the East Asia Institute and Genron NPO, and this is a part of their report. This is a result that shows hope for the Korea-Japan relationship, and it is very encouraging. And so I actually quote this data quite often when I speak. This shows the importance of South Korea-Japan relations. You can see that the Korean respondents have responded very highly concerning the importance of the relations between the two countries. What is even more important is that in 2015, we have seen an aggravation of the relations between our two nations after the agreement on comfort women. But we still see that many people still believe that the relations between our two countries is important. In fact, more people thought that it was important than before 2015. You can see that in Japan, the number of people who believe that the relations between our two nations is important continues to decrease, which is quite unfortunate. If we remember the presentation by Dr. Haruki, we can see that this data coincides with the data concerning the opinion of Japanese men. Given this information, how can we improve the relations between our two countries? Well, what is the most important is that we need diplomatic efforts on the government level. But as Professor Lee has mentioned, the term public diplomacy and diplomacy of local government, when we think about diplomacy, we should not limit our thoughts on just central government diplomacy, but we also have to think about the local government level as well as the citizen level. And it is now common to think of these three levels together in terms of diplomacy. And in addition to diplomacy, we see that public diplomacy is also being mainstreamed. The term of public diplomacy includes the word public, which means that the public is the main actor and subject of diplomacy. And furthermore, in terms of public diplomacy, local governments are the main grounds of citizen activities. And so local governments become the venue of public diplomacy of citizens. Therefore, I completely agree with Professor Lee's conclusion that the people's interactions between Korea and Japan is mainly based on local governments. The Korea-Japan local government exchanges began with the sister city agreement between Ulsan in Korea and Haji in the Yamaguchi Prefecture of Japan in October 1968. And so you can see that just 3 years after the normalization of the ties, we have seen exchanges between local governments. During this time, there was an aggravation of the relations between the two countries in 2018, but a delegation from Hagi City, including the mayor, visited Ulsan for 3 days from October 15th to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the affiliation of Ulsan Haji Sister City. More than 100 people attended the event, including many members of the delegation from Haji, ambassador to the Japanese embassy in Korea, the Japanese Consul General in Busan, and members of the Ulsan Korea and Japan Friendship Association. This was when I was a part of the Consulate General in Niigata City, and there was a 30-year anniversary between many sister cities. And at that time, we were not sure how many would participate in this commemoration ceremony because there was the aggravation of ties between our two countries. Nevertheless, there were about 1,300 people who participated. I actually had to stop for a moment to make sure that I don't shed tears during my speech because I was so moved by the turnout, and I can still remember people applauding me to continue with my speech. After my appointment as Consul General of Niigata, I found that only Niigata Prefecture of the 4 prefectures under the jurisdiction of the Consul General of Niigata had no sister or friendship agreement with Korean municipalities, and so I continued with more interactions between the local governments. But there were some other issues that arose. Well, I took a look at the area of Niigata, and I could see, as I mentioned before, that within the Niigata Prefecture, they had no sister or friendship agreements with Korean municipalities. So I started to talk to the local governments of Niigata prefectures, and I started to meet the public opinion leaders of Niigata, and they have promised that they will exchange with Korean cities. And so I contacted the Governors Association of Korea to look for any Korean cities that were willing to become sister cities of cities within the Niigata prefecture. The response of the Korean local governments were very passive and negative, and I started to take a look at the reasons for this response, because we need to take a look at the reason in order to find a solution. And first, I noticed that many Korean cities already were participating in exchanges with Japanese cities, and so they were not willing to have additional exchanges with cities in Niigata, especially during the time when the relations between our two countries were quite tense. And so the imbalance in the number of municipalities is becoming a risk to the exchanges between local governments. Of course, there is a difference in the territory of the two countries, but in Korea, there are 17 metropolitan and provincial governments, but in Japan, they have 47 metropolitan and prefectures. And so there is the gap of 30 local governments. And so that gap does exist. I just mentioned that the city of Ulsan, they actually have affiliations with Hagi of Yamaguchi Prefecture, as well as Niigata City in Niigata Prefecture and Kumamoto City of Kumamoto Prefecture. So they are already in affiliation with 3 Japanese cities. And Jeollabuk-do Province has 2 affiliations with Kagoshima Prefecture and Ishikawa Prefecture in Japan. So you can see that amongst Korean local governments, it was very difficult to find local governments that were not affiliated with any Japanese local government. But they were not willing to have additional affiliations. And due to this imbalance, there are some Japanese local governments that do not have affiliation with Korean local governments, but in Korea, most local governments already have affiliations with Japanese local governments. The second reason is that the burden on the heads of local governments due to worsening relations between Korea and Japan. Local government leaders in Korea are elected, and so the public opinion of voters is very important. So having new affiliations with Japanese cities was a big burden on the heads of local governments before the election period. Especially friendship affiliations are possible if they signed MOUs with each other, but sister city agreements are more difficult because they need parliamentary approval. And so, receiving parliamentary approval could be a burden on the heads of local governments. In particular, many local governments of Japan, they are usually dominated by the ruling party, and for the Korean local governments, there are not many who could receive parliamentary approval for new affiliations with Japanese local governments. Given this situation, during my 3-year tenure, despite the efforts that I have made, I was not able to see the fruit of my efforts. And I am back here to discuss this issue with you. Although I did not succeed in achieving new affiliations between the local governments of the two countries, but I think we should take into consideration that we need to continue the exchanges between the local governments, and I could see that there was a will to continue with these exchanges despite the difficult situations, including COVID-19. Many citizens of Niigata were very sorry to see that there were less exchanges due to various situations, including COVID-19. And so I believe that there is hope for exchanges in the future, and I am convinced that this will happen in the future. And so, as opportunity arises, I always refrain from using expressions such as canceling, but rather use the word of postponing. I want to make sure that everyone understands that exchanges have not been canceled, but they have been postponed so that we can emphasize the importance of exchanges and the continuity of these exchanges given the importance. And I think we can emphasize the importance through public diplomacy. We do believe that the local government exchanges continue to support the Korea-Japan relations despite the tense relations between our two countries. And I hope that we can continue to see the expansion and development of the exchanges within the local governments with the idea of building a breakwater for Korea-Japan relations. And because we have more time available, I would like to make a comment about gender, because this is an issue that I am indeed interested in. At the end of my tenure, the last public diplomacy event was a symposium titled Women Opening the Future of Korea and Japan. During Dr. Haruki's presentation, we have heard that in the Korea-Japan relations, women are important actors and women are important consumers of culture and art contents. And so given the current relations between our two countries, women who are at the center of all of these activities are the hope for improving the relations between Korea and Japan. And so women are the key word for the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
네, 예, 정미 박사님.
Thank you very much for your discussion. It seems that Professor Kwon has rejoined us, and that actually makes the time schedule quite tight. We will try to proceed as quickly as possible. Well, Professor Kwon, we would like to ask you to limit your presentation to 15 minutes. Well, Professor Kwon has been active in research with the Institute of Korean Studies at SNU. Currently, he is a professor at Hitotsubashi University.
네, 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you very much.
예, 공유가
So I do hope that I'm sharing my screen properly. I do apologize. I came to my professor's room at my school to gain access to the symposium, but it seems like there was some issue with the network here, and so there was a delay. I know that there is a time constraint, so let me be as quick as possible, and I do apologize for submitting my material so late as well. Now, I have a lot of pages, but I do not have enough time, so I will focus on the main parts. And I understand that there is not enough English written on my slides, but I do apologize, and let me proceed. Professor Kwon, actually, your slides, the full slides are not shown on the screen. Only the partial, only some parts of the slides are showing on the screen. So maybe you can adjust your slides.
예, 이제는
Yes, I think we're set. We're good to go. Does this work? Yes, yes, that's fine. Okay. Please go ahead. As the topic is great transformation in ROK-Japan relations, and I think that this is indeed a very timely topic, and Professor Nam really looked at the core of the issue at hand. When it comes to South Korean-Japan relations, we are at, indeed, an era of great transformation. And actually, this point of great transformation has come earlier than we had expected. So I think that perhaps we're not yet prepared fully, especially on the Japanese side. But I think that there is a difference of perception when it comes to the great transformation. In Korea, we use the word transformation a lot, but in Japan, actually that word is not widely used. Now, up till now, there was an order based on the Pax Americana, based on the U.S.-Japan alliance, and Korea seemed to be subordinate to the U.S.-Japan alliance, and it seemed like Japan wanted this to continue. But with the rise of the Moon Jae-in administration and COVID-19, I think that there has been a lot of change. And also, when it comes to cultural aspects, well, actually, we are seeing a phenomenon that was quite difficult to imagine. So I think that Japan doesn't really want to acknowledge or accept the fact that we are at a time of great transformation. The power shift in an era of great transformation, I think that others will talk about this as well. But when it comes to the generation and the culture, I think that there has been a reversal in Japan and Korean relations. And people talk about this a lot. Now, in the past, well, people would say that Korea is like Japan 20 years ago, and Japanese would say this in a positive light, saying that Korea is really similar to Japan, and they try to encourage Korea because Korea can develop and grow into a country like Japan. To Korea, this might not have seemed like a compliment to some, but I think that this gap of 20 years actually has been decreased, and Korea has caught up over the course of 30 years. And from the Japanese perspective, the Japanese believe that there was this 20-year time gap, that Japan was ahead by 20 years. But Korea has caught up, and now Japan doesn't know how to deal with this reversed trend or reverse situation. And so this type of mentality of Japanese are called anti-Korean sentiment by Koreans. But actually, in Japan, I think that especially among the general public and especially among the students that I teach, it's not anti-Korean sentiment, but they're just startled and they don't know what to do. Because Korea continues to rise. It is a dynamic society, and I think that some people actually envy Korea. There are a lot of young Japanese who envy Korea. Even with this pandemic situation, there are young Japanese students who want to go to Korea. You can hear a lot about this on the internet as well. So I came to Korea, and still I have been quarantined for 2 weeks after my entrance into Korea. And I think it has been about 2 years since I visited Korea last time around. But anyhow, so I prepared a lot of materials to show you in the early 1990s. Well, this is actually a movie, a drama made based on Japanese animation, and this was actually the quality of Korean dramas and films. But within 30 years, actually, Korea has grown to this level. It has advanced into this level, and this is actually something viewed to be quite remarkable among Japanese. In the past, when it comes to the pop stars, there was a group Sobangcha, but then you can see that there has been much change in Korea, whereas in Japan, Johnny's continues to maintain the top position, and it holds the top position as the most popular group. You can see that Korea is once again gone ahead of Japan, and a lot of Japanese young people are startled because they're not used to being behind Korea. Japan had always thought that it had been a more advanced country. Of course, there seems to be a lot of heightened attention in this development and a lot of excitement in Korea, but nevertheless, that is the trend right now. And as you can see here, there is some indices, for example, the labor productivity shown here. And also when it comes to the sovereign credit rating, also when it comes to the Bloomberg 2021 Innovation Index, Korea was ranked in the #1 position. So you can see that in these various indices, Korea is doing well. And there are some people in Japan who deny these types of advancements by Japan. So there are those who deny Korea's improvements, whereas there are those who want to be closer to Korea. And it's mostly the young people or the females who want to be closer to Korea or has a positive sentiment towards Korea. Now, I think that over the course of the past 20 years or 30 years, it's not that the two countries' relations have deteriorated. But I think that when it comes to sports or culture, if you look at the different indices, as partners, the countries have advanced together. So there was some positive light to the bilateral relationship. But, of course, there are some confrontational issues, such as history issues. Despite the COVID-19 situation, I do believe that personal exchanges and cultural exchanges continue to expand. So, look Korea, look Japan. I think this is very important. Japanese literature and Japanese culture continues to be an area of interest for a lot of Koreans. But of course, there has been the export constraint by the Abe administration, and this has actually contracted the exchanges. But I think that this can be revitalized once again. And so the new normal and the politics and economy and politics and culture should be separated. I think that when it comes to the bilateral relationship between Japan and Korea, this type of a two-track approach or dual approach is being applied to the bilateral relations as it has been applied with Japan's relations with China. So also there was a historical occasion where Korea had funded Japan. And also there was a report on this that ran in the Asahi Shimbun. I don't think that the article covered the full contents, but nevertheless, this was indeed a landmark incident. And so the sentiments towards Korea had improved, but then at one point, I think it was around 2019, 2020, the sentiments started to decline. But what we must note is that the young people in Japan actually feels a close affinity towards Korea compared to the other age groups. So that might be an encouraging trend that we can find. And also, those who are in their 20s or younger, you can see that there is an increasing number who have good impressions of South Korea. We call it Genron and Pierre. And this is the Hanguk-Ilbo and Yomiuri Shimbun joint poll conducted in June of 2021. And you can see that in the red, well, you can see that 45% of those under the age of 20 believe that Korea can be trusted. But, however, you can see that when it comes to the different age groups, there is negative sentiment showing as well. I think that this positive feeling towards Korea is greatly influenced by Korean culture. And here you can see that females and also those in their teens and 20s Well, those were the only groups that felt a more positive sentiment towards Korea. The young female Japanese, if they can take on some important positions in the bilateral ties between Japan and Korea, then that would really help improve the bilateral relationship. So is the bilateral relationship important or not? Once again, you can say that those up to their 30s believe so. We are now living in an era of the fourth Korean wave, or the new Korean wave. And I think that Korea is a country of admiration. Some people want to be like Koreans. Korea seems to have a great influence over the young people. This is a magazine that was recently published, and you can see that the young people's trends is that they want everything to be influenced from Korea. So the trend of young Japanese is swept by from South Korea, the wonderful fusion with the items originating in Japan. I lived in Japan for over 30 years, and I've never imagined that this day would come. And so, if you look at the trend rankings of these days, you can see that Korea-related items are always in the top 10. The Generation Z, well, their trend rankings show that these young generations, they are really interested in Korea. And BTS, they are ranked as one of the most influential pop groups, and also the Twitter ranking, BTS is ranked as number 1. What is interesting is that Artist of the Year, well, there is 2 different categories. One is the Japanese music and another is the Western music. And BTS is not recognized as a Western music category. And so the Artist of the Year for the Western music category was Queen for this year. That's quite interesting. I'm sure you've seen some of these Japanese magazines before, and you can see that Korean brands are gaining popularity in Japan. And here, this graph shows countries referenced in fashion for each age group of Japanese women, and you can see that Korea is referred to quite a lot, overwhelming number 1 position. And also, Korean male hashtags. You can see that the number is over 100 million. And Korean men and plans. So what does this mean? It means that the Japanese females want their boyfriends to become like Korean men. And it's like mimicking the Korean men's hairstyle. But you actually have to be very careful, the Japanese women say, not to hurt your boyfriend's feelings, but you want to induce them to be more like Korean men. And also there is a trend of young Japanese people who want to enjoy the Korean atmosphere in Japan. But as you can see in the photos, they are hiding their faces because they feel that there might be some backlash against their actions. Also, there are some people who are preparing to find a job in Korea. And also, there are those who want to become pop stars in Korea as well. And they are making efforts to actually train to become Korean pop stars. Also, there was an article about how parents and children pass each other because of feelings for Korea. The MZ generation in Japan seem to be quite fond of Korea. We have been able to confirm this trend. But
적일 수밖에 없죠.
relationship improve?
Will the relationship between the two Koreas, between Korea and Japan improve? Well, the Generation MZs, they have not experienced the past 30 years. The MZ generation, they cannot believe that there was the colonization of Korea by Japan. And the Japanese media, they do not report about these colonization periods. And so we cannot blame them for not knowing history, but they had no opportunities to learn about history. And the MZ generation of Japan, they do not feel like Korea is the enemy. The MZ generation, they actually lived through the lost 3 decades. They have always seen that the ruling party was always in power, and there was only one change of power during these 30 years. And Generation MZ, they are always taught that if there is a change of power, then there will be a great crisis in Japan. But that actually will not happen. If we take a look at the last 10 years, we can see that the relations between Japan and Korea have been aggravated. But the Generation MZ, they have always been born into the Abe era. And so they cannot imagine a different world. And we can see that their recognition is that Japan is not as rich as Korea. And so there are articles on how there is more poverty in Japan compared to Korea. And we can also see that Japan is not taking responsibility to take care of the vulnerable groups. And so here you can see that the donation figures are quite low in Japan compared to other countries. So you can see that many Japanese are in financial difficulty. And if we take a look at the issue of forced labor, asking Japan for compensation is difficult to tolerate within the Japanese society. I think I am almost out of time, so I will jump to the conclusion. Well, I think more people will disagree with me, but nevertheless, I think the younger generation of Korea recognize that Korea is an advanced country, and that actually may lead to new disputes. Some people say that Korea is a digital Korea and that Japan is an analog Japan. And so I think there could be a sense of supremacy, which we need to be very prudent about. One focal point for connection is our recognition of China. We can see that the recognition of China by the Korean youth is even worse than that of the Japanese youth. Well, it's quite unfortunate that this would be the only issue that we can agree on, but having sentiments against China could be one connection point between the youth of the two countries, because we have a very hostile feelings towards China according to surveys. One very important focal point would be democracy. And sometimes China says that they are the inventors of certain Korean cultural heritage, and so Koreans have become very sensitive against that. But Japan, they recognize Korea for its culture and its beauty industries, and we also have a common relationship to the US. So Koreans will recognize sometimes China as a threat, but Japan not as a threat. So I think that leaves room for improvements in the relations between our two countries. The MZ generation, they have a very international mind, and they have a sense of peace, and they have participated in student movement called SEALs, and they also participate in anti-hate speech and anti-racism movements. So even if there are anti-Korean sentiments, I think the MZ generation of Japan actually do not accept these anti-Korean sentiments. And so they don't need a hate Korea vaccination. It seems that they are very welcoming of Korean culture. And the Japanese army here means the fan group of BTS. Well, this is an article about Kim Young-young. and there are some articles about what's so great about Kim Young-kyung. But there are comments that say Kim Young-kyung was very excited, and she was very exciting. This comment was written against this Japanese article. So on Yahoo Japan, if there is a anti-Korean article, there were no comments against this article. But now we see that comments are being written against this article, and so people are speaking out against anti-Korean sentiments, and that really is a big change. And so we can see that there are movements against hate Korea, and many people are not only interested in K-culture, but also K-literature. And that is a new trend within Korea. So after the boom of Korean culture, we can see that there is now a boom of Korean literature. And now we can think about possibly coming up with a group for literature in Korea and Japan. And we could also focus that on women literature. For example, bringing together the feminists of the both countries. And this could happen on YouTube, or you can see that this book was written by students of our university. And on YouTube, we also see that there are couples bringing together a Korean person and a Japanese person. And so in terms of public diplomacy, this is my conclusion. I don't know if you will agree with me, but I think we need to export the candle revolution, the candle culture, to Japan. I think this is something that we can share with Japan. That type of cultural exchange would be another level of cultural exchange. So this would be going from the forefront to the front line. Quite frankly, you can see that the freedom of speech has fallen all the way to 72. And this movie was a big hit in Japan, and it also won the Japanese Academy Film Prize Award. And so I believe that we need to export the candle revolution to Japan. And in Japan, we also need a change of power. Up until now, the forefront was led by the girls' generation. Now we have to move on to the front line. The candle revolution generation can help Japan, and I believe that culture can facilitate this movement. As we have already heard, we have had the contribution of the Japanese civic society in the democratization of Korea. Now we need to make a contribution to the Japanese society so that we can work together on universal issues through the MZ generation. Well, there are many people in their 20s who believe that voting changes society in Korea, but that's not the same in Japan. And so we need to encourage the younger generation of Japan to vote through exchanges between our two countries. And if we share our story of voting by the younger generation and a 39-year-old head of the opposition party that can make a contribution to the Japanese society, K-pop should not just end at K-pop, but we now know that K-pop can make contributions on the public front, and that can also contribute to the MZ generation of Japan. I'm sorry that I'm using up more time, but I believe that during this K-culture, K-pop era, we need to have ways to have further research on Korean culture at Japanese universities or Japanese high schools, or we could have a K-pop university that studies K-pop, K-culture, K-film, so that we can have opportunities to learn about Korea. It doesn't have to be an offline university. It could be a cyber university. As I mentioned before, K-culture and K-wave needs to be studied around the world. It is worthwhile to be studied. And we need to invest in talent, and we need to invest in people. And so I believe that diplomacy for Japan by Korea should look at having a positive impact on the MZ generation. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Professor Kwon, for your presentation. Indeed, we need to move to the forefront. Thank you for sharing this colorful depiction of the Japanese society. Thank you for this great presentation. Due to the time constraint, we were not able to give you more time, and we don't have enough time to engage in further dialogue. So let us go on to the discussion. We have two discussants. First, we have Professor Fukushima.
예, 토쿠와 대학에서 가르치고 계십니다. 예,
She is teaching at Tokuo University. Please go ahead. Can you hear me well? From Japan, I will be giving my discussion. Thank you very much.
そうですね。私が準備しているときには第一報告と第二報告ということでしたので、ちょっとその点について
Well, I will be discussing about the first and second presentation. And first, in terms of the exchange between Korean and Japanese local governments, as it was mentioned by Dr. Chung in her discussion, well, she explained it in detail, so I don't think I have to go deep into this. Let's go on to the next page, which is the situation in the COVID-19 era. My students have difficulty going to other countries or studying abroad, and I am teaching at Shizuoka. Shizuoka has a sister city in Korea, the Suwon City, and so with the students of Suwon City, we have been enjoying online exchanges. And also in Busan, there is a professor that I know, and so I have been pursuing online exchanges with the Kyungsung University in Busan. So we have been talking about the new Green Deal and how the local community can participate. And so the students have been participating in online exchanges on these topics. Although it's an online exchange, I do believe that the opportunity for the students to come together and listen to one another's ideas were quite meaningful. Now, so that is all I have to say about the first presentation. Now, if I may go on to the second presentation by Ikumi Haruki. What she mentioned was closely in line with my research topic, and that is why I listened very attentively to her presentation. Thank you very much for the informative presentation. And also, I think that there were some overlapping parts with Professor Kwon's presentation as well. I don't speak English that well, and so perhaps my written material might be a bit awkward as I try to write it in English. But I have been teaching at the university level, and I can see that the female students were interested in the Korean pop culture, the Korean dramas. And so I had my students reply in a reaction paper, and I could see that the students replied that the K-pop musics and K-pop dramas were popular, and they recommended some dramas or songs to me. I could find that Hallyu actually was deeply rooted in the daily lives of my Japanese students. So the first topic that I would like to present in relation to the second presentation is how can we determine South Korea-Japan relations? Dr. Haruki, in the 5th and 12th page survey, we can see that those who feel affinity towards the Korean culture is very important. But when it comes to politics or history, it seems that the young people, they don't know that much. Is this okay? Because it's a neighboring country, I think that not only culture but history is an important topic in terms of the bilateral relations. But without taking interest in politics or historical issues, is it okay for the young people to only take interest in the Korean culture? As a professor teaching young students, I became to question this. And another thing that I came to think about while looking and observing my young students is that the young people, their perspective is becoming closer to the perspectives held by Americans. So what this means is that they're interested in culture-related aspects or topics, but they're not that interested in politics. And the more the country is far away from Japan, you can see that despite the fact that the students are interested in the stars or the culture, they're not interested in the politics or the social issues of that country. I think that, however, the students should take interest in political issues and history issues as well. The young people tend to, nowadays, gain access to the media through Netflix, for example, and they can select the contents that they want to see. They can only consume the contents that they desire or choose to consume. And Professor Haruki talked about on page 14 of her presentation how the young people are consuming culture via media outlets. And so I think that political issues seem to be regarded as some kind of a noise, and there is resistance among the young people to not be involved in such noise. And I could actually see that kind of a trend among my young people. And so although the students are really interested in the Hallyu culture, they are not interested in the political issues concerning Korea, and they just want to be free from such political issues. So the Korea-Japan Agreement of 1965 is not well known among the young people of Japan. Actually, quite a considerable number of the young Japanese do not know about the 1965 agreement. So I think that when it comes to the political issues or the historical issues, there is the problem of education, because there is a social trend in Japan that does not want to be involved in politics as much as possible. In Korea, I think that some stars or celebrities express their opinions about social issues or political issues, and they try to work towards improving the situation or solving the problem at hand. Whereas in Japan, the celebrities, they refrain from giving out messages regarding social issues because they will be greatly criticized. For example, when it comes to the new base establishment in Japan, one celebrity voiced his or her opinion and was greatly criticized. And so the celebrities, they want to refrain from talking about politics or express their opinions because they will be criticized. So the general public in Japan, they do not really have a good idea about what's going on in their society. They're not really aware of social issues. So having said that, I think that among my students, there are a lot of BTS fans, and the social message that BTS gives out, or their lyrics, which talk about the difficulties and challenges faced by young people, have been recognized among the young students. I've heard my young students talk about how they were touched by the lyrics. And the Japanese society actually doesn't want to be involved in challenges or confrontations. And so if there is an incident, well, Japanese people, they do not like discord. And so they tend to believe that any type of confrontation actually is recognized as an anti-Japanese incident. I had a chance to interview young people and write a paper on their views. And there was a case where a BTS member wore a T-shirt that had a message regarding the nuclear bombing of Japan. The young people, they do know about the Hiroshima bombing, but they do not know well about World War II. So I think that education plays an important role here. Education should teach about these historical issues in the past. So I think that there has not been emphasis placed on educating the young people about the past history. So the young people, they only know about the bombing, but they don't know about the atrocities or what happened under the war. And especially among the young people, well, their reaction to the bilateral relations with Korea is that, of course, there were some responses saying that we cannot go together, but I think that the social trend of Japan has influenced the responses in these types of surveys. And having said that, the gender issue should be dealt with, starting with some common issues. For example, when it comes to the comfort woman issue, well, there seems to be a trend to politicize this matter. But at the same time, the comfort woman issue, I think rather than history, it's her story. So history is mainly centered around men, but this is like her story. It's the history of females and women, and we have to have that recognition, and we should approach the matter from this perspective. And also from the light of a modern Me Too movement, we should try to approach the comfort woman issue. I think that that kind of approach is needed. And next, well, Professor Haruki, in her presentation, she mentioned that Japanese men tend to have a relatively stronger anti-Korean sentiment. This may be caused by their negative opinions towards Japanese and Korean ties. But I think it's because of another reason as well. For example, there are people who are marginalized in society. They do not have regular jobs, and so they use the anti-Korean sentiment as a surrogate satisfaction or a tool to get self-approval. They seem to believe that nationalism is a symbol of masculine characteristics. And I think that that kind of a sentiment is stronger among men than women. And last but not least, there was a mentioning about the student exchange program run by the public sector or government agencies. I think that elite students are mainly participating in these types of student exchange programs. Of course, I do understand why that is so, but I think that in order to improve the bilateral relations and reflect the younger generation's perspective more, then I think the silent majority sentiment has to be changed. And try to deal with that as well. And last but not least, what I feel when observing my young students is that the young male students are increasingly taking interest in South Korean culture, especially fashion. blue colored hairstyles or green hairstyles. I've seen some students come with such colorful hairstyles, and when I compliment them on their hairstyles, they would say that, oh, actually, I try to mimic the hairstyle of a Korean pop star. So I think that there are an increasing number of male students who are showing interest in Korea because of fashion. So that is all I have prepared. Thank you for your attention. Yes, thank you very much. So we have just heard from Dr. Kushima, and let us go on to the last discussant.
We have with us Professor Matsutani Motsukasu. Professor Matsutani is currently a professor at Tohoku University. You are the last to go. I am sorry, but could you present your discussion in 5 minutes, please? Can you hear me well? As have been introduced, I am Matsutani. Yes, we are quite a bit behind schedule, so I will be speaking within 5 minutes. Currently, I am teaching at Tohoku University in Sendai. And concerning the first presentation by Professor Lee Jin-won, I could certainly relate to your presentation. And I cannot agree more with the significance of exchanges between local governments. I have also myself made efforts for exchanges in this local city. But there are also limitations that I have experienced. And so I could relate to your presentation, but at the same time, I look forward to discovering more topics for exchanges amongst local governments. So I would like to talk about some challenges and tasks in moving forward. Well, as I am based in a local city, I think we are opting to stay clear of sensitive issues, just like the central government. So there are some common issues amongst local governments. For instance, I live in Fukushima City, where nuclear disasters have long affected the people's lives and caused socio-political issues. These issues do remain, but we do not have exchanges or discussions amongst local governments concerning this sensitive topic. Most try to stay clear of these sensitive topics or oppress these topics. I have experienced this. Of course, we no longer live in an era where the central government monopolizes power, but the central government still maintains the big framework. And the local government acts upon their own interest based on that framework. And so I hope that we will have more opportunities to frankly exchange opinions of interest. And so I believe that the local government, which has limited diplomatic authority, how can we utilize these local governments to conduct exchanges? I believe that the scholars and residents of each of these local areas should give this much thought. And concerning Professor Haruki's presentation,
well, I am teaching the Korean language myself, and I teach the Korean culture, and I've taught over 100 students per year. And what was mentioned by Professor Haruki actually is quite accurate. Well, 90% of my students are women, and all applicants for study abroad program Korea are women as well. Of course, there are male students who are interested in Korea and thus studies the Korean language and culture, but that's less than 10%. So you can see that there is a very clear gender gap here. But I think that we can view this in a positive light as well. For example, women are more liberal and they're more frank about their views. But I think that this is something that might need to be improved for in a more positive direction as well. Or we can utilize this because women, well, in the large corporations or important organizations, still women do not have important decision-making top positions. And of course, women, well, because they do not hold such positions, maybe it's easier for them to express their affinity towards Korea. But at the same time, we can see that women, they live in a different world from men because they are actually marginalized from these important positions, for example. And so even if the interest of women in Korea increases, still this may not have a big influence in the overall Japanese society in terms of improving the sentiment towards Korea. And so when it comes to improving the bilateral relations, well, I think that we have to focus more on how we can have more younger Japanese women be empowered in the Japanese society, and they can play a greater role in the local autonomous governments or the central governments of the large corporations, and have them play a more important role. We should find a way to enhance the status of the woman in these organizations. And I think that that is a role that the university professors and teachers should take on. I think that women, if they have more influence in these important decision-making positions, then I think that overall there can be a change in the sentiment in our society. And I think that even the gender issue in the Japanese society can be improved, and ultimately this could lead to improvements in Japan's relations with other countries, such as the relationship with Korea or China, or diplomatic ties overall. So women having more influence in society and taking on more important positions is something that we should pursue to open up a brighter future. So I think that the gender issue has a great diplomatic implication. That is what I felt while listening to the presentation. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. We have just heard from our last discussant, Dr. Matsutani, and because of the time constraint, I'm sure that he was not able to speak everything on his mind. Now, because of the time constraint, we cannot open the floor for Q&A, and if there are no differing opinions or pressing issues that have to be raised by the speakers, well, if perhaps we can give time for the speakers to give short comments.
Thank you very much to the three discussants for your comments. Well, it was a great pleasure to hear the voice from the site through Dr. Chung. All three of you mentioned that local governments are impacted by the central government, and the fact that there are elected officials may be a factor that it has a negative impact, but also it could be a factor that has a positive impact. Well, we always talk about the ruling party of Japan and how there is great centralization in Japan, but with local governments that could change. I understand that there is limited authority by local governments, but the fact that there are elected officials in the local government could lead to changes. I also mentioned about the importance of history education. I heard in a symposium that many Korean students, they do not know about Japan after the World War II, but the Japanese students, they don't know about Japan before World War II. And so that was a very memorable comment. Many people say that within the Japan-Korea relations, the problems are caused by the politicians and the solutions are found by the citizens. And so I believe that that is where the hope lies. Dr. Haruki, do you have any comments? Just 1 minute, please.
Can you see me? Yes, the three discussants, I thank you for your comments. In terms of the exchanges with the local governments, well, I have conducted a survey on this topic, and so I met with various local autonomous governments, and I can see that there has been many exchanges with Korean counterparts. And at the same time, I have seen a lot of exchange programs with among students. For example, there's elementary student exchange programs and homestay programs as well, run by the local autonomous governments, and these seem to be greatly successful. I think that these types of programs leads to trust building among the countries, but for sustainable trust building, I think that those who do not have prejudice against one another should participate in these exchanges from an early age, starting from the teenage years. As you know, due to the annexation agreement, well, there has been a lot of history issues. But if you look at other countries, for example, despite the past history, there has been a lot of efforts to promote exchanges, and that has led to trust building. And I think that that should be applied to Korea and Japan so that the young people can exchange with one another and build trust. Rather than thinking that Japanese people and Korean people are different, I think that we should try to approach the bilateral relations from different by in a different manner based on the different age groups. For example, we can try to share the different values depending on the age group. And also, we should have the understanding that we are all members of an advanced society, and we should keep that in mind while promoting the exchanges. And we should focus our attention on promoting the exchanges among the young people and have the older generation promote such exchanges. I think that such endeavors can really help Korea and Japan to maintain their dialogue and communication. Thank you very much, Dr. Kwon.
Well, I think I spoke for too long during my presentation. Thank you very much for the comments by the three discussants. Well, I lived in Korea in the 80s, and when I say I like Japanese culture, everyone thought that was quite strange to say. But that is the same in Japan right now. But I believe that the Japanese culture lovers played a big role in the relations between Korea and Japan in the 1980s. And this is the same in Japan right now. There are Korean culture lovers, and I think they are playing a big part in the relations between Korea and Japan because the MZ generation, they love Korean culture. And I hope that Korea will pay attention to the MZ generation of Japan so that we can work together. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This brings us to the end of the morning session titled Region, Gender, and Generation at the Forefront of Great Transformation in ROK-Japan Relations. That is the topic that we discussed during session 1. Well, we had very interesting statistics that was shared, and we had very interesting images that we had shared together. So we have listened to 3 presentations and 3 very informative discussions. During the afternoon, we will move on to a bit of a heavier topic. I hope you enjoy your lunch and return to join us again for the afternoon. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that very passionate presentations and discussion. This brings us to the end of session 1. Thank you to Ambassador Lee Soo-hoon and the presenters and discussants once again. Another big round of applause for the panelists of session 1, please. Session 2 will resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much to those who are participating both online and offline. We will resume for session 2 at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
예,
Yes, let us now begin session 2, which is on the structure and aspect of great transformation in ROK-Japan relations. Let us now begin the afternoon sessions. Session 2 will be moderated by Director General Lee Sun-tae of the Department of Legislative Research under KLRI. So I would like to invite Dr. Lee. Please greet him with a big hand. Yes, thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. I am the moderator for session 2. I am Lee Sun-tae, and I am the Director General of the Department of Legislative Research. Well, starting from 1996 until 2002, I was at Osaka University. I had majored law, and I also have a degree in law. So perhaps that is why I am here, and I am the head of the Department of Legislative Research. It has been about 1 year and 6 months since I held that position. And I think that looking back, sometimes things that we regarded as only natural and given are becoming some things that we wish can be returned to us. So as it was mentioned by the former Prime Minister Hatoyama, we really have to give up on the small but pursue the grand and the great. I think that that is quite important when it comes to the great transformation in ROK-Japan relations. The direction for re-establishing ROK-Japan relations is what we want to think about in the second session, especially with the focus on the structure and aspect of the great transformation. So with that topic, we will begin our presentations and discussions. We will begin at 2 and end at 3:30. So I will give about 10 to 15 minutes to each presenter, and discussants will be given about 5 to 10 minutes. I would like to thank the presenters and the discussants for participating despite their busy schedules. And the order of the presentations will follow the given order as you can find in your proceedings. The first presentation will be given by Professor Son.
교수님께서
Professor Son has received his doctorate at Chicago University. He is currently the president of East Asia Institute, and he is also a professor at the Yonsei University Graduate School of International Studies, Underwood International College. He served as the Dean of the Graduate School and also the Korean Association of International Studies. Your presentation, please. Thank you very much for that introduction. As I've been introduced, I am Son-yeol of Yonsei University. Before I start my presentation, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the NRC, especially Chairperson Koo, as well as Professor Kim Hyun-chul of the Japanese Research Institute at SNU and Professor Nam of SNU for enabling this symposium today. I would like to also thank the moderator for session 2, as well as the experts from Japan. It is an honor to join you on this panel. Let me share my screen with you. I hope that there are no issues with the screen or the sound. I will proceed as we are. What I would like to mention is the following presentation. 10 to 15 minutes is quite a short amount of time, but I would like to cover 3 topics. So when we talk about the great transformation, we need to first understand the necessity of a grand transformation. And we also need to think about the international order surrounding the Korea-Japan relations. So therefore, we need to not only take a look at the bilateral relations, but also the global relations surrounding the bilateral relations. And so given these changes, what should be our strategic direction? I'm sure that there will be some detailed policy recommendations in the following session, so I will talk about the large strategic directions. First, we talk about the lost 10 years in our bilateral relations. From 2012 to 2021, for a total of 10 years, we have had the crisis of trust. Well, when we talk about a crisis, I don't believe that this was a conflict of interest in terms of monetary interest or security or economic interest, but rather it is a spillover of the political effect to security and economics, more of an emotional confrontation. And that has actually triggered the crisis of trust as well as a series of other crises. Given this background, during the last 10 years, we have seen the spillover of political conflict to security and economics. And because of these reasons, Korea and Japan, we have continued to downgrade the strategic value of each other. And so we have had distancing and disciplining against each other by both parties. That is the first point that I would like to make. And so during the last 10 years, let's take a look at the cost that we have experienced. First, the cost in terms of security, second, in terms of diplomacy, third, in terms of economics, and fourth, in terms of domestic politics. First is about security. During the last 10 years in Korea, we have had a hyper-securitization against Japan. So it is not normal securitization, but rather because of emotional and history issues, we have had excessive securitization of Japan on the part of Korea. I do have a chart that I have prepared, and this actually is a chart that is a result of EIA and Genron of Japan working together conducting a survey. This was also introduced during the morning as well. Here you can see that Japan's perspective of a threat by North Korea and China and Korea are noted here. So you can see that the perception of Korea is almost on par with Japan's perspective of North Korea and China in terms of a security threat. In 2018, you can see that the figure is somewhere in the 30s. And so during the last 4 years, there has been an increase in almost 10 percentage points. And so you can see that our sense of threat has been heightened. In international politics, we always see that a change in the recognition of military threat usually is triggered by physical changes. But between South Korea and Japan, do we have physical changes related to military threat? No, even so, the perception of military threat has increased, and that has actually weakened the relations between the two countries, and the coalition between Korea, US, and Japan against North Korea was weakened, and this has impacted the overall relations between our two nations. In the case of Japan, there has not been a large change in the perceived threat concerning Korea. And so it seems that Korea has not been an important country in the perception of Japan concerning security. And therefore, the perception of security on the part of the Korean government and the Japanese government has a large gap, and therefore the current situation is very difficult to maintain as is. we have had the weakening of importance in each other's mind, and that has actually led to a weakening of diplomacy within this region. There are many initiatives that are being led by Japan, and these have become very important mechanisms within the region. But because we are distancing ourselves from Japan, it seems that our influence in regional politics has been impacted. On the part of Japan, Japan is working hard to pursue these initiatives, but they have not been able to win the partnership of Korea, which is its closest neighbor. And so that actually limits their diplomatic power. And so these issues have continued to accumulate. There's also been an economic cost. In a nutshell, the trade volume has decreased significantly, and Japan's FDI into Korea has also been impacted. And we continue to see gradual decoupling of our economies. And during the last 2 years, there has been the trade ban, the export ban to Korea by Japan, and we had trade retaliations. So during the last 2 years, if we take a look at some economic data, this is data from Nikkei. The success of both the Abe administration export restrictions and Moon administration's materials, parts, and equipment independence policy are in question because there's not been a large impact. I'm not able to go into the details, but in a nutshell, the semiconductor and electronics industry, which are very important for both countries, we have actually had a very complementary industry in the past. And so the policies to strangle each other using these industries was not successful. We have found that there is high resilience from export or import regulations on both sides. And so due to political or security or other reasons, policies that impact the economic results is very unsuccessful. And second, we can take a look at the change in the G2 relations. The EIA also has come up with the relevant data, and we have graphed our results, as you can see on the screen. By 2030, there will be an overtaking of China in terms of economic power, and by 2050, you can see that the defense budget, which is at 1/3 of what it is in the US, will become similar by 2050. And so, therefore, there's a higher possibility of confrontation in 2050. And that actually will become a difficult period from 2030 to 2050. We have the very famous economic textbook titled 20 Years of Crisis. And in about 9 years, the 20-year crisis will dawn upon us. And that is the prediction. And amidst this, what will happen to Japan and Korea? Let's take a look at this chart. So we have 21 trillion for the US and 15 trillion for China, 5 trillion for Japan, and 1.7 trillion for Korea. So the gap is quite large. But if we actually take a look at the prediction for 2030, both US and China will reach 24 to 25 trillion. Japan will remain at 5 trillion. Korea will go to 2 trillion. So not only do we have the G2 competition, but the gap between their economic power and Japan and Korea's economic power will become even wider. that will become an even bigger dilemma. So the nuclear issue or the non-proliferation issue, trade issues and technology issues, when we are faced with the two giants of the US and China, how will we be able to solve these conflicts? The North Korean nuclear issue, will that expand into the Chinese nuclear issue? Well, many people are discussing these points, and so for many issues, this will not be solely a Korean issue or a Japanese issue. If this expands to a US-China issue, then is this the time for Korea and Japan to be engaged on past issues in history? Is this the right time to be solely immersed in history issues? Between Japan and Korea, not only will the gap with the US and China be widened, but if we take a look at just Japan and Korea, the power gap between Japan and Korea continues to narrow down. And so you can see that the per capita GDP based on PPP is actually higher in Korea. And it seems that by 2023, the actual per capita GDP will become the same. And if we take a look at the defense expenditure, we will see that there will be a surpassing of the budget by Korea. And so you can see that the power between Japan and Korea is becoming quite similar. The existing generation in Korea, they actually are continuing to harboring a sense of humiliation towards Japan and a sense of inferiority, always trying to play catch up. And there's also a sense of moral superiority. And this could bring about various challenges. But it's very difficult to base the relations between our two generations on this type of mindset. But if we take a look at the future generation, it seems that the mindset of the younger generation is very different. And so that is why we have to look towards the younger generation for hope in the future. During the previous session, we have seen that there is a difference in their preference or affection for Korea amongst generation and genders. That is the same in Korea as well. Because we are pressed for time, let me now talk about the agendas for the next government. So we are on the brink of a great transformation. We are at a point where we need a great transformation. So what are the agendas for the next government? So within the great transformation, we need to resolve the pending historical issues. Well, we're faced with these historical issues through the last 4 years of the Moon Jae-in administration and the previous administration. If we are not able to overcome this, the next government will also be involved in solely the historical issues. So we need to find the solutions as quickly as possible. Second, given the G2 relations, up until now, many of the issues between Korea and Japan have become global issues given the G2 framework. And so we need to work together through a multilateral perspective. And so one very important part is to coordinate our views of China. We cannot leave China out on any of our frameworks. And so we need to make sure that we coordinate our views of China together. I don't believe that this is that difficult. Last but not least, this is not solely for the next government, but with a long-term perspective, we need to make sure that we make long-term efforts for a shared identity. Is there a big gap in our identity, big enough to leave us fighting like this? if we take a look at our history, I don't believe so. So I believe that we need to make a continuous and long-term efforts to create a shared identity. Those are the 4 suggestions that I would like to make in concluding my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Professor Sanil for that first presentation. He covered the interdependence of South Korea and Japan, and given the G2 relations, we need to find our strategic direction.
Let us now go on to the second transformation, which will be given by Professor Tadashi Kimiya, and he will be talking about the structural transformation of South Korea-Japan relations amid the U.S.-China strategic rivalries and North Korean nuclear crisis. What is our choice? Professor Kimiya graduated from Tokyo University, and also he studied politics at Korea University. He is currently at the University of Tokyo. Let us now ask Professor Kimiya to start his presentation. Yes, it is indeed an honor to be invited at this important symposium as a presenter. The Korean government, since late last year, has been trying to resolve and improve the bilateral relations with Japan, but the response from the Japanese government and society, however, it has not been that positive. I think that the Korean government is quite proactive in trying to improve the bilateral relations, relatively speaking, compared to the Japanese side. I think that the public opinion might hurt the sentiment of Korea to try to continue to improve ties. That is a concern. The political decision-making might become difficult. And last time, during the presidential election, I think that the Japanese issues had become a thorny issue during the presidential election. And so I think that that might have an impact on how the bilateral relations proceed in the future. But I think that there is a precedent looking back when looking at the past administrations. But right now, I think it is difficult to come up with a very strong political decision-making from the Japanese side, so the stalemated relations might continue for some time. And also, there was an order for seizing the assets of the Japanese corporations. Now, I think that this can actually lead to more hardline positions toward South Korea. So this can lead to further chaos. So based on the perception of the current state, I would like to look at what led to the deterioration of the bilateral ties. And I would like to also think about the structural transformation of the bilateral relations. Also, I would like to touch upon how the two countries have stopped communicating in terms of dealing with bilateral problems. But first of all, I would like to take a look at the structural transformation of the South Korea-Japan relations and why the relationship has deteriorated so. So there are views that we are too critical of the current state of the bilateral relations, and actually the relationship is stronger than we perceive at this moment. However, if you look at the positive sentiment of Japanese towards Korea, we can find that the sentiments have deteriorated over the past decade. There was a temporary improvement, but then once again it has took a turn for the worst. Actually, it's deteriorating. And also the anti-Japanese sentiment within Korea, I think, also exists. And there are some people who believe that no matter what Japan does, Korea will continue to have hostile sentiments towards Japan. So let's take a look at the structural transformation. First of all, there has been a horizontalization in terms of power and division of labor. The power balance has become more horizontal or equal, and the economic division of labor has become horizontal compared to the past vertical structure. So in the past, Japan was regarded to be an advanced country, whereas Korea was viewed as being a developing country. So there was a gap in the economic power. However, actually, this type of economic division of labor had dissolved and the gap started to narrow. Also, the division of labor has become horizontal. And also, the two countries started to compete in the global market as well. And also, there has been a communalization in terms of regime value. In the past, Japan was a political democracy, whereas Korea was viewed to be an authoritarian country. But now there are shared values. Both countries are political democracies with a market economy. Number 3, we can see a diversification in terms of actors and sectors. The South Korea-Japan relations are becoming more diverse since the 1990s. And so there are exchanges among the local governments, the public sector, and civil society. And also in the social sector and cultural sector, we can see that there are increased exchanges. Number 4, bilateral and balanced interaction has arisen. In the past, there was unilateral and unbalanced interaction between the two countries in terms of concerns or information and value. So I believe that now, based on these 4 factors, the relationship between South Korea and Japan has turned from an asymmetrical relationship to a symmetrical relationship. During the Actually, in the past, the relationship could be a mutually supplementary relationship. Japan actually had worked with Korea for anti-communist efforts in search of South Korean superiority over North Korea based on economic cooperation for the sake of national security. Japan was more tolerant towards South Korea because South Korea was important for Japan's national security, and Japan was not so sensitive to South Korea's criticism against Japan. And so you can say also at that time, South Korea's authoritarian regime could suppress its domestic opinions due to its cooperation with Japan, and Japan's democracy and South Korea's authoritarianism, which appeared to be contractive or contrasting, were actually complementary in terms of contributing to a regime's resilience. Also, we can see the relationship in the past changing in its character and becoming symmetrical and competitive. Japan and South Korea have been more competitive in search of superiority in terms of power contest. Japan and South Korea have shared the common regime value, advanced market democracy. On the one hand, it is easier for us to understand each other, but our understanding and modus operandi of the regime is much different according to our different history and culture. In the past, Japan was more tolerant towards Korea, but now, there is a stronger view in Japan that Japan should no longer be as tolerant as it was before, because this has led to South Korea becoming more aggressive towards Japan. And despite the shared values, the changes or the differences in the understandings or perspectives and modus operandi of the two governments are different. For example, there is a difference in the understanding of the definition of justice. In Japan, procedural justice is emphasized, and justice means keeping promises. But South Korea believes in substantive justice and that there should be a consent by the suffered and reparation for violation of human rights. When it comes to democracy, Japan believes that democracy is about peace and stability, and South Korea believes that democratizing the existing democracy through a popular movement is important. Also, we talked about the relationship becoming more diverse and multi-layered. So there are relationships established in various sectors. Has this led to synergy effects? If we look at the bilateral relations today, we can say that there is not a clear relationship between the diversifications of relations leading to positive effects. And Of course, the symmetrical exchanges of information, for example, and shared values should lead the relationship in a more positive direction. However, actually, right now, it seems like it has led to revealing the vulnerability of the bilateral relationship in some sense. So, of course, the two sides can engage in competitive collaboration based on goodwill, but the two sides actually might be engaged in exclusive competition based on a zero-sum game. So what is the competition that the two sides are pursuing? If we look at the history issue, it is an issue regarding identity. So it is difficult for both sides to compromise. Well, South Korea had reached an agreement with Japan in 1965 through an agreement. But despite that, there was a recent ruling in the court, the Supreme Court of South Korea. And South Korea regards that because the agreement did not lead to compensation towards the victims, that was not true justice. But the history issues had existed for a long time in the past, especially when there was some stalemates in the relationship. Actually, there were even serious situations, but there were efforts to improve and manage the difficulties in the relationship. But now, actually, we can find that the two sides are not making as much efforts to manage the relationship. So, why is it that the South Korean government not try to respect the 1965 agreement between South Korea and Japan and try create a new scheme for achieving not only the rulings but also the agreement? Why is it that the Japanese government does not try to supplement the 1965 scheme in order to make the 1965 agreement sustainable by collaborating with the South Korean government? It is a fact that both South Korea and Japan have continued such practices in order to make such incomplete arrangements sustainable, not only under the asymmetrical complementary relations, but also under the symmetrical competitive relations. But why is it that we cannot continue such practices anymore? Last but not least, well, based on my memory, the bilateral relations has been deteriorated, and some Japanese believe that it is not solely Japan's fault. But I think that the solution to this problem is that we need to relatively marginalize historical issues. So the two-track approach which Japan adopted at one time and South Korea is trying to adopt now is insufficient. History problems between South Korea and Japan are very important, but they should be marginalized compared with national security or survival issues. So the relative marginalization of history issues is different from bypassing them. Relative marginalization of history issues means denational politicization of them. Denational politicization means regarding the problem not as nation versus nation conflicting issues, but as universal common ones we should collaborate to deal with, such like human rights issues. So I think that more details will be discussed on this and in the next session, but I would like to just go into the broad topic. I want to focus on the overall global environment surrounding South Korea and Japan relations and what would be the reasonable approach for improving the bilateral relations. I think that there are three factors that we have to consider, and the first factor would be the DPRK, the North Korean factor. I think that cooperation between South Korea and Japan was continued because there had to be a solution to North Korea's nuclear program. There had to be denuclearization of North Korea achieved through peaceful means, and that was the common interest of South Korea and Japan. Especially after the Moon Jae-in administration came into power, it seemed like South Korea seemed to prioritize improved inter-Korean relations over denuclearization of North Korea. And there were concerns on the Japanese side that there was a preference on inter-Korean relations. Also from the South Koreans' perspective, it could be viewed that Japan is obstructing Korea's efforts to build the Korean peace regime, especially through appealing to the United States. So Japan's role could be viewed by Korea as not being collaborative, but rather obstructive. So this type of distrust against each other, well, this actually, is it having a negative impact on the bilateral relations? The North Korean issue has been a common interest for the two countries, Korea and Japan. And I think that there is a limitation to both countries working on their own. There is a need for the two countries to work together to pursue their common interests. And this should be once again recognized by the governments of the two countries. And if the current thorny issues has become an obstacle for the two countries to work together, then I think that there has to be more aggressive efforts to manage these confrontations. Number two, there is a China factor. Both South Korea and Japan seriously want to avoid the tremendously intensified dangerous relations between U.S. and China. Both South Korea and Japan want to avoid the U.S.-China dual hegemony in which South Korea and Japan cannot acquire maneuverable space. However, South Korea prefers relatively good relations between U.S. and China because of its dependence on U.S. militarily and China economically, and both U.S. and China in terms of North Korean policy. Japan prefers relatively intensified relations between U.S. and China to some extent, taking the necessity of upgrading the Japanese presently U.S. strategy against China into serious consideration. Right now, there is an emphasis on the India-Pacific strategy initiative. And right now, amidst the U.S.-China rivalries being intensified, well, Japan believes that this is something that is not bad for Japan's diplomacy. And China actually is trying to manage Sino-Japan relations so that the relationship does not go sour. So China might view Japan to be a bit different in its position compared to South Korea. However, there is a common point in terms of the South Korean position and the Japanese position is that the rivalry between China and the U.S. should not further deteriorate, and that it has to be contained to a certain extent. So, the confrontation should not be intensified to the level that the two countries, Japan and South Korea, should be seriously damaged. Having said that, isn't it in both countries' interests to work together so that the rivalry between the U.S. and China does not worsen any further? So there is a need for the cooperation between Japan and South Korea. And so I do believe that when it comes to the U.S.-China confrontation, I think that the position of the two countries, Japan and Korea, is not that different. Last but not least, we have to think about the U.S. factor. Both countries, South Korea and Japan, have a military alliance with the U.S., and it is an alliance at the minimal cost. So the two countries have to reasonably and efficiently manage the alliance. But actually, there is a competition for loyalty, but this is actually a minus for both countries, South Korea and Japan. So, having said that, there is the North Korean factor, the U.S. factor, and the China factor, and we can see that there are some common elements that apply to South Korea and Japan. And taking into consideration these common factors, South Korea and Japan must work together and cooperate. There are some limitations when the two countries try to work on their own, but when they join hands, actually they have more room for maneuvering. The history issue and the territory issues might become an obstacle for the the two countries to work together. So I think that, having said that, there is a need to marginalize the history issues and manage the history issues and territory issues to improve the bilateral relationship for the common benefit of the two countries. Thank you. So we just heard the second presentation from Professor Kimiya. Thank you very much. He talked about South Korea-Japan relations, and he's very knowledgeable in this subject. He talked about the structural transformation of the bilateral relations, and he talked about the need and the reason for managing the bilateral relations and working towards further cooperation. Thank you very much.
We will now go on to the third presentation. The third presentation will be by Professor Brad Glosserman, Deputy Director for the Center of Rulemaking Strategy at Tama University. He was the editorial board member at the Japan Times, and he is currently the senior advisor for the Pacific Forum. Your presentation, please.
Great. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. This is a really important meeting. I'm delighted that you're holding it. I'm delighted that I get to be here. The two previous presentations are very tough acts to follow. They were both rich, I think, and very on point, and there's a lot to pick from them. I should point out I'm not an academic. I focus on policy. I've lived in think tanks for most of my life. I note that I am only one of two non-Japanese or non-Koreans on the agenda, and the only Westerner. So I hope I bring an interesting perspective to this. I also apologize. I do not do PowerPoints, so you get to listen to my dulcet tones and look at my face if you're not taking notes. Second introductory remark, I would note that despite the title of this session, I really realized that the problems as I identify them tend to be a function of attitudes and thinking rather than necessarily structures, although they do play a role. And third, I would just note that for those of you that may be confused by my title, Schadenfreude is not recommended. I hope why I picked that will become clear at the very end of my presentation. And I hope to be relatively brief today. The conclusions, let's start, I think, with the conclusions of Peak Japan, which is a book that I published in 2019, or that Georgetown University Press published, in which the Korean press picked up and published in 2020. And I find that rather interesting. First, the key conclusions are that Japan is a small c conservative country. It is hesitant to embrace change given the extraordinary successes and the comforts that the country enjoys. It prefers stability to dynamism. Second, it has become a very inward-looking country, one that is, the word in Japanese is uchimuki, and I would think increasingly disengaged from the world. Third, there are structural factors that do weigh on these outlooks. There is particularly the demographic pyramid, a graying population, an aging population, shrinking population, and a mounting fiscal debt, which constrains considerably Japanese choices. And then finally, I would note that for all of my conclusions that Japan is a country that in some ways is stuck in time, it is, of course, changing. No country is stuck in amber. It's changing, but it's not changing fast enough. And for those of you that wish to take a look or to examine these changes in more detail, I would urge you to look at Ulrike Schade's new book on the business reinvention of Japan, which just won the Ohira Prize, which is an excellent counterpoint to my argument. But I would argue that her pockets of excellence are not sufficient to really overcome the larger set of stasis concerns or the larger constraints that keep Japan in the position that it's in. Now, secondly, I would note that while I happen to believe I'm right, and it's a very persuasive argument, the Japanese government, unfortunately, rejects my analysis quite completely. And I'm afraid I've lost some cocktail drinking friends in the country for making the cases as loudly as I have. And I would note that Prime Minister Abe in particular, I think, rejects my conclusions, and I would argue has for a decade tried to undermine my credibility. And I say that with irony. You know, he's done an outstanding job with his revival of the Trans-Pacific Partnership, its recreation as the comprehensive and progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership, his championing of the free and open Indo-Pacific concept, his energy and his activism to make sure that Japan plays a leading role. But I would argue that he is a unique figure. He has vision, an understanding of the political system, and at the same time pragmatism, which very few other Japanese politicians have, all three. And in fact, he did not even have this in his first term in office. I think he was a far more ideological figure. And his has been one of the most remarkable second acts in any political system, but certainly in Japan. And that's why he ended up being the longest serving prime minister in Japanese history. But again, as a unique figure, I don't think his line, his energy, that whatever he stood for is not sustainable. And in fact, I would argue in the Suga government, we see a reversion to traditional Japanese and LDP, Liberal Democratic Party politics, in many ways, and we can discuss and unpack that if you wish. I see that the policy towards South Korea, as many ways, as proof of the rightness of my argument, because what it's demonstrated is that Japan has been, for the last several years, very locked into a policy line and unwilling to compromise, which I would argue, as both previous speakers have, ignores a strategic reality. And that is, Japan and South Korea really must be working together. That they do, in fact, I would argue, at the highest strategic levels, see their national security concerns as interlocking and as two countries dependent upon each other. And yet they've been unable to realize that strategy and have been blocked by politics. And I think the bottom line, as several speakers have again mentioned, is there is no trust between the two countries. And that is a function in many ways of what South Korea seeks to obtain in this partnership. And I'll go into a little more depth. As a third point, and I think it's important to recognize that, particularly in the aftermath of, or following Professor Kamiya's presentation, my sense has been that Japan misjudges the ROK, particularly its relationship with China. It has worried for over a decade about the idea that Seoul is swinging into China's orbit primarily as a function of the desire to deal with North Korea. And I think it's inaccurate. But others, I think, including South Koreans, don't understand the nature of their relationship with China either, or the larger reality here. And I would just to throw out and offer for discussion that we all, Japanese, South Koreans, and Americans, have all mislearned the lessons of the THAAD incident in 2016 and 17. We learned all the wrong lessons, and I think that we need to look at that to get a better sense of both where South Korea stands, where the partnership stands, and where the larger relationship stands. So what then do I look at as the lessons of peak Japan? First, demographics are a big drag on a country, and thus what Japan is going through is something that South Korea will have to be encountered, or is already encountering, but will certainly encounter more of in the future. Second, too much success encourages complacency. And I would note that I think the biggest problem that Japan faces, and as I've discussed this in the since the publication of my book, has been this notion that Japan works extremely well in many, many ways. And as someone who, having written Peak Japan, I actually moved back to Tokyo, and I find it to be a wonderful place to live. And one of my key metrics is the number of Michelin stars, and Japan outpaces every other country, and Tokyo every other city in the world. This is a wonderful place to live. And unfortunately, it dampens a great deal of the need for an honest assessment of change, particularly, again, given that small c conservatism I mentioned earlier. Now, the third point is that big changes are required here, not so much in the traditional sense of adopting neoliberal policies or moving more towards a Western model of capitalism. I am by no means a supporter of that. But I think Japanese need to think hard about their goals. And I'm apparently having some internet connection issues. I hope it's not too difficult. It's another problem that the Japanese face. But they have to think about their social goals and their outlook for their country. And I think that requires a serious readjustment. And there is very little sense of that, I think, in the broader political and social debate. It's beginning, but it's nascent. Fourth, and this is very important, in the world in which we live, defined so much by connectivity and digital phenomenon, innovation is the key. But an older population is going to be less entrepreneurial, and the younger Japanese are less risk averse. So an important difference here, or an important development, is the need for both countries to be more acceptant of failure, to understand that entrepreneurism and risk-taking is okay, and that if we make mistakes as we go through life, that we are prepared to learn from those mistakes and not be penalized. The failure people are going to be overtaken by the larger, more dynamic, which is, please do not take pleasure from the misfortunes of another, which is the meaning of that particular word. And I have to say that it's been evident in the Olympic coverage that I've seen from South Korea. I have been contacted repeatedly, but multiple times by South Korean outlets, in my view, how Japan was just going to have to struggle given the message of Peak Japan. I've been flavor of the month since Peak Japan was published from many South Koreans and published in South Korea, because some that was taken in the notion of a Japan that was suffering from these structural or from these various problems, and that it spoke to a leveling of the relationship between the two. Second lesson, I think Korea has to avoid being distracted by its domestic politics and North Korea. And this goes back to the point that I think Kamiya Sensei made, and I was trying to underscore earlier, which is, given the dynamism of the world in which we live, it's really important that Korea keep pace with larger systemic change. And if it maintains the incredibly fractious domestic politics and a focus on North Korea to the exclusion of other systemic changes that it must keep pace with. Third, related to that, South Korea needs to focus very much on productivity. It needs to empower women and open the doors to immigrants. It's done some of the latter, less of the former. And I think Japan's record on this is very poor, and one in which South Korea has done a better job but must continue to do better. Fourth, South Korea needs to stay engaged with the world. And again, my second point about the distractions of domestic politics in North Korea can block that. Don't become inward-looking and inward-obsessed. Maintain your capacity. Continue to be competitive, although perhaps you go a little too far sometimes. But keep engaged with both the world. Study English, study Chinese. Maintain that sense of outward-looking, and do not become inwardly obsessed and inwardly focused. More broadly, to fix Korea-Japan relations, I would agree with what the sentiments of the prior speakers. Look forward, not back. Focus on the future, not the past. Second, going to a point that I raised earlier, I think South Korea needs to decide whether it wants to maintain the moral high ground in its relationship with Japan, or whether it wants to have a strategic partner. And I believe the two previous presentations made exactly those points and made them very, very eloquently. Third, create space for the Japanese who understand strategic realities and want the ROK to be a partner. And meetings like this, I think, are very important. But all of us need to go on and do more in this. And I remember my organization, Pacific Forum, undertook a couple of initiatives, both in the 90s and in the early 2000s when relations were bad, to try to create an intersection of interest between South Koreans and Japanese. Identify the functional areas where groups of people can get together and identify their common interests for them personally, and then use them and use that shared understanding as a platform to build relationships and a ripple effect more broadly. And maybe we need to get away from the typical academic or political or military relationships that are important, that have carried so much of the weight in the past. And we need to look out to NGO groups, to people exchange, to artists, to art forums, where we can find areas in which the two countries and those individuals will see common interests and will be able to work together more effectively. Finally, I want to notice that, and again to my point of Schadenfreude, which is, I'm honored to be here. I'm a little surprised, or not so, that again it was the publication of Peak Japan that got me into this meeting. My first book, published with Scott Snyder in 2015, was on the Japan-South Korea identity clash, which I've noticed very few South Koreans ever like to talk about. Nevertheless, it is in Peak Japan that has managed to get me the attention and maybe flavor of the month. So I would urge you, don't make Japan's mistake in South Korea of being overly confident and sometimes perhaps even arrogant as you look at your partner. And it's really vital that both countries see each other as precisely the partner that they are and should be, rather than as an obstacle or a problem for future relations. And I thank you for your patience. I look forward to your comments, and thank you very much.
네, 세 번째 발제를 맡은
Thank you very much to Dr. Glosserman for your presentation. He's not Korean, he's not Japanese, and he provided us with a perspective on the Korea-Japan relations. He mentioned that we need to think about the mindset, especially the Schadenfreude that we seem to have in our minds. Thank you very much. Your presentation was very relatable. We have heard 3 presentations. We will go on to the discussion.
프로그램 순서에 따라
So we will go in the order as shown in the proceedings. And first, I would like to invite Professor Lee Gang-guk of Ritsu Meikon University. To my understanding, the discussions for session 2 are free discussions, and I would like to give 5 to 10 minutes to each discussant. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. I am Lee Gang-guk from the Ritsu Meikon University. First of all, I would like to share what I have prepared. Now, first of all, I would like to express how much of an honor it is for me to participate in this important symposium as a discussant. Thank you to the organizers. And I was able to learn a lot. And also, there were some points that I deeply agreed with. I majored in economics, and so my field of expertise is not diplomacy or politics. So I wanted to focus more on the economic aspects. And first, I would like to touch upon briefly the presentations of the 3 presenters, and then I would like to talk about what is most important in my view for improved relations between Korea and Japan. And I do believe, as was mentioned by the last speaker, it is not Schadenfreude, but actually the mutual understanding between Korea and Japan, and also learning lessons from one another. Through this, I think that the bilateral relations between Korea and Japan can improve. So, what can the 2 sides learn from one another? Let us go into that. So first of all, let me give comments on the presentations. Professor Son examined the lost decade of the Korea-Japan relations. This lost decade should not be extended to 20 years, but anyhow, he examined the deteriorated relationship and also the costs that was associated with the deterioration and also the future agendas. Well, I think that civic societies, and from the perspective of the civic society and individuals, well, I think that after the export control, the general public in Korea increasingly viewed that the relationship with Japan has further deteriorated, but actually in Japan it is not so. The general public in Japan does not really believe that the relationship with Korea in 2020 deteriorated compared to that in 2019. So I think that there is this asymmetrical aspect when it comes to the perception on the bilateral relations. But actually, in the political sector, indeed, there was a deterioration in the perception towards one another or the relationship. That goes for Japan and also South Korea as well. And also, I think that those in power has been politicizing the issues with Japan domestically. And I think that the politicians should reflect upon this fact. So it was mentioned in the first session as well. But if you look at the younger generation, actually, compared to the older generation, there is not much a negative sentiment towards one another. For example, the young people of Korea, they do not have a complex towards the Japanese people. They do not feel that they are inferior compared to the Japanese people. And also, if you look at the second presentation by Professor Kim Mia, there was an overview of the structural transformation and mutual efforts in the civil society. And also, he talked about the need for relative marginalization of historical issues. I do agree, but how can this be done concretely in reality should be discussed more, in my view. And the two speakers both talked about the U.S.-China relations, how the rivalry is worsening, and how Korea and Japan, because of such rivalry between the U.S. and China, should seek further cooperation for mutual interests. I do agree. Now, if the U.S.-China confrontation further worsens, then I think both the U.S. or China would actually demand that Korea and Japan take sides. And so, looking into the future, I think that there is a need to come up with a very wise foreign policy. And South Korea will have a new president soon. So there has to be a very prudent approach towards coming up with a new foreign policy with these aspects in mind. The last presentation was given by Professor Glosserman, and he talked about how lessons can be drawn from Japan, because Japan is about 2 decades ahead of Korea. So there is a lot of lessons that South Korea can derive from Japan's experience, for example, in the economic experience, and etc. And also when it comes to innovation and productivity, well, Korea has to be more future-oriented and open. And also, in order to improve the bilateral relations, there has to be a better understanding and the structural changes, and also trying to find a partnership. And also he mentioned that the think tank level exchanges or civil society level exchanges or joint research projects actually can help improve the relations, and I do agree with that. Now, when it comes to the lessons that could be learned, I think that there is something that Korea can learn, but at the same time, there is something that Japan can learn from Korea as well. So there are lessons that can be learned from both sides. Now, I would like to talk about what lessons can be learned from each other. And I think that efforts to learn lessons from one another can actually help improve future Korea-Japan relations. Recently, Korea caught up with Japan in terms of per capita GDP, in terms of the PPP. And as you can see in this graph, you can see that Korea has outpaced Japan. This might have been a very startling development for Japanese. But both countries are advanced countries. And having said that, there is a limitation to simply comparing the figures. What is more important, actually, is the quality of life and the level of satisfaction that the people feel about their lives. So we have to think about the differences in these aspects. Now, if you look at the Better Life Index announced by the OECD, you can see that this index looks at the various elements that lead to a good quality of life. And Japan has a low level when it comes to civic engagement and political participation, whereas Korea has high level of participation in the political sector and also civic engagement. For example, Korea is known for its candlelight vigils. Japan, well, of course, it has a longer history when it comes to the history of democratization. But I think that Japan has something to learn from Korea in terms of the civic engagement and political participation and political dynamism. And Korea, well, the community index of Korea is about how one can be supported by surrounding community members. And the community index of Korea is very low. The air pollution level is almost the worst among OECD member states. Both countries have relatively low life satisfaction levels. Especially when compared to the income level, the relative life satisfaction level is low. So if you look at the left side graph, you will see how stakeholders engage in regulation development. And there is a comparison to Japan and Korea. Japan is very low when it comes to stakeholder engagement. Korea is relatively higher than Japan. So also, Japan has a low level when it comes to the election participation level. I think that this is an area where Japan can learn lessons from Korea. But when it comes to the community index, Korea has a low level and Japan is ranked much higher. Also, the life satisfaction level, well, overall, you can say that compared to other advanced countries with similar income levels, Japan and Korea has a lower life satisfaction ranking or figure. I think that, well, there are some important points that both sides can learn, especially from the different economic structures and policies. After Abenomics, well, Japan seems to be enjoying economic improvement, but when it comes to actual income levels, there is criticism that the real, actual, substantive income level has not increased that much. And also, the falling labor income share and wages is salient. So, efforts to raise wages can be learned from Korea, as Korea has implemented an income-led growth policy. In Korea, you can see that after the Moon Jae-in administration, the income-led growth policies has led to policy efforts to further upgrade the wages. And this is something that definitely Japan can learn from Korea. On the other hand, Korea is showing continuous large gaps between the large companies and the SMEs. So when it comes to the cooperation and balance in the labor market, Korea can learn from Japan because Japan has very competitively strong SMEs, and also there's a strong cooperation between the large corporations and the small and medium-sized enterprises. So Korea can learn a lot from Japan in this aspect. And under the Abe administration, well, the non-regular workers were provided with many policy benefits so that the non-regular workers' gap with the regular workers can be decreased. And I think that Korea actually have to make efforts in this direction. Another important part when it comes to economic structures, well, in the early 1990s, after the long economic depression, Japan has made various policy efforts to improve the situation. And the past experience of Japan can enable Korea to think about how it can manage the rising government debt associated with the demographic changes. And also, Korea can think about how different policies can be implemented to promote the low fertility rate from Japan. Korea's fertility rate was 0.84, and Japan exceeded 1% range. So the second round of Abenomics was implemented in Japan, and the policy was aimed at improving the lives of the youth so that the birth rate can be further promoted. And last year, under the Abe administration, such policy efforts were actively pursued, which is something that South Korea can learn from Japan. So, as I mentioned, there are things that South Korea can learn from Japan and vice versa. So the two countries can work together to learn mutual lessons. And by doing so, I think that there can be room for improvement in the bilateral relations. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. We just heard from Professor Lee Gang-guk. He talked about how the two countries, Korea and Japan, has different economic structures, and he talked about how the two countries can learn from one another. That was a very lively discussion, and I think that it would be useful to hear from the speakers in response to his words.
Next, we would like to go on to Dr. Choi Hwan-yong, Senior Principal Research Fellow at KLRI. As have been introduced, I am Choi Hwan-yong of KLRI. From 1999 until 2004, I studied at Nagoya University. And up until recently, I have had opportunities to continue my dialogue with my acquaintances in Japan. That is probably why I have been invited. I am honored to be invited today. I majored in law, especially administrative law, so I am not an expert in diplomacy or politics. But if we take a look at the legal aspect of the Korea-Japan relations, it would be very difficult for me to summarize it in this short amount of time. From my experience, what I would like to mention is not on my script, but already from the late 1990s, Japan had been interested in coalition within the Asia-Pacific region. And the current Moon administration has the new Southern policy and the new Northern policy, and so we are just starting this effort in Asia. And so there is a 20-year gap. Korea has become an advanced country, but we still have the characteristics of a country that is catching up. If we take a look at the tasks for the Korea-Japan relations, I believe that we are in need of a great transformation. And if we are in need of a great transformation, I'm sure that there are challenges that we face. For example, historical conflicts that we have not been able to solve yet. And we also need to have a new relationship in this global system. And these two challenges are intertwined. And in this process, we are making efforts to come up with political solutions, but the efforts are not taking us that far. The relations with the civic society is so close that the voice of the civic society is amplified within these processes. And so, solving these issues politically will be very difficult, and I think we need to recognize this as we discuss this topic. What I would like to suggest is that in order to have a great transformation, both governments should not only work on just the Korea-Japan relations, but we need to work on transparency as well as democracy. The issue of transparency is a process in coming up with a social resolution. In Korea, there are not many Japan experts. There are not many experts, and therefore there are not many perspectives that look at Japan for what it is. In other words, from very early on in our lives, we always take a look at Japan in relations to our history. We don't take a look at Japan as just being Japan. We don't talk about Japan's process of modernization without talking about Korea. And if we understand Japan for what it is, then we would be able to have a whole new relationship. And so, because we're not able to have that understanding and perspective, all of our perspectives are locked in the modern history that we share with Japan. I believe that we need to know each other for who we are in order to find a solution for our relations. When I studied in Japan, I studied law, but it's very difficult to study law without knowledge of the history of Japan. So I did have an opportunity to study the history of Japan so that I can understand why certain laws were legislated and take a look at the events that triggered the legislation. I do believe that we could have an optimistic view about the Korea-Japan relations. As Professor Lee has mentioned, there are many things that we can learn from one another. Well, actually, in Korea, I work at a think tank, and I always look at Japanese models and I introduce Japanese models, so we have knowledge about Japanese models. For example, in administrative law, we have the East Asian Society of Administrative Law, including China, Japan, Korea, and Taiwan. It was proposed by Japan with the participation of Korea, Taiwan, and then finally China. And conferences are held every 2 years, and it's a large symposium that we host to discuss administrative law in our relative countries. So this tradition has been a long tradition. We have not been able to have recent conferences because of COVID-19. But nevertheless, we need to make sure that we have various perspectives so that we can expand diplomacy to public diplomacy. This will support civic groups to have initiatives in these processes, and that will enable mutual understanding. One other point that I would like to make is asymmetry. One asymmetry that I am concerned about is the media. Through YouTube and other platforms, well, for example, I also watch many Japanese YouTube channels, for example, to learn about Japanese culture. But with the diversification of media and the diversification of personal media, we have a surge of information. Of course, these medias pick up on issues that are eye-catching, which means that usually they focus on the negative. For example, no one picks up the news on how well things are going. So we see that the media focuses on the negative, such as the political issues, but there is no positive analysis on other fronts, such as economics and culture. And so I hope to see some symmetry in information provision. I see that there is asymmetry in information provision. As you're well aware, we have new challenges faced by the world together. For example, carbon neutrality. These issues are issues where there's a great strength on the part of Japanese civic groups. And so because Korea is now starting to see the birth of civic groups specializing in these topics, I look forward to venues enabling the discussion on these mutual topics. And I believe that there's much room for collaboration. And I hope that this possibility will not be abused by the political circle. I look forward to a future-oriented relationship between the two countries. Thank you. Thank you very much for your discussion. The civic societies of Korea and Japan, he mentioned, is very open to a new relationship between Korea and Japan. In 2004, Osaka hosted the East Asia Administrative Law Symposium inviting Korea, Taiwan, and China. Thank you for mentioning this.
The third discussant is Professor Naoko Kumagai, and he is currently a professor at Aoyama Gakuin University. We are a bit behind schedule, so please stick by your given time, 5 to 10 minutes. Please go ahead. Yes, thank you very much. I have prepared a more simpler slide than the memo that I had previously sent to the organizers. So as you can see, this slide is very simple. Can you see my slide? This is what I've come up with after reviewing the presentation materials of the three speakers. I would like to first thank you for inviting me as a discussant to this international symposium. The three presenters, thank you very much for your very comprehensive and in-depth presentations. I was able to see the Korea-Japan relations from a broader perspective. And based on that broader perspective, I think that there are two layers of a power shift. First, there is the U.S.-China relations, and then the Japan and ROK relations. And this was mentioned in detail by Professor Son. So Korea and Japan has now narrowed the power gap, and there is a more power balance between the two countries. Then as advanced countries, how can the two countries forge a better relationship? I was able to learn a lot from the presentations and the two layers of power shift that exist. Well, there is a China issue, the North Korean issue, etc. And how does these two layers influence these different factors? That is what I would like to focus my attention on. First of all, when we look at the power shift between U.S. and China, we can find that amidst the U.S.-China relations, Japan and Korea are both alliances of the United States. In other words, it is not a trilateral alliance, but rather it's a bilateral alliance between U.S. and Japan and U.S. and Korea. How can the alliances be transformed due to the G2 relationship? While many different perspectives has been laid before us, well, there seems to be a perception that there has been great deteriorated relations between Japan and ROK. And it was also mentioned that we might be too overly concerned about the bilateral relations. It may be because I'm a Japanese person and I might be prejudiced, but there is a deep relation between China and Korea. And when considering the geopolitical situation of Korea, and also considering Korea's attitude towards China, for example, when it comes to the South China Sea, Korea is not declaring a clear stance towards the South China issue. I think that there is ground for concerns by Japan in terms of ROK-China relations. And another point is that when it comes to the North Korean issue, South Korea emphasizes its cooperation with China. Of course, substantially, this is important, and as it was mentioned, there is a geopolitical aspect to this. Having said that, even if there is a North Korean nuclear issue, still, the Koreans are from the same nationality. They are from the same origin. And so, because they believe they are from the same root, they have this closeness that they feel towards one another. And so, how denuclearization will be obtained and how unification will be obtained, I think that cooperation with China will continue to be very important for South Korea. But when it comes to Japan, there is a adoptee issue, and also nuclearization program of North Korea is a very serious issue for Japan. And also when it comes to the South China Sea issue, the international rules and the international laws have to be respected. That is a perspective of Japan. So South Korea has a certain position towards China, and that may be different from the position that Japan has towards China. Also, Professor Kimiya, he talked about the relationship between Japan and Korea and how the deterioration of U.S.-China relations can have a negative impact on the Japanese-Korean bilateral relations. Professor Kimiya talked about a loyalty competition that Japan and Korea are competing against one another in terms of appealing to the U.S., that they are more loyal to them, to the U.S. But with the shift in U.S.-China relations, what Korea and Japan has to be cautious about is that the U.S. relationship with Japan is something that Japan has to be very cautious about. And within the large power shift, Japan has to be aware of this. Within the grand power shift, this was mentioned by Professor Son in his presentation, but Japan is expanding its security cooperation with the U.S. through the FOIP or Quad framework. But ROK is not a part of such initiatives. And there is a concern about this by U.S. in particular.
In particular, related to the power balance, Dr. Son-yeol and Professor Kimiya also mentioned this. Having symmetrical relations, does that lead to exclusive competition? Will that lead to a zero-sum game? If there is a common threat, for example, related to China, then that may actually bring us to build trust. Korea and China, if we actually have a change in position related to the U.S., then the symmetrical relations may actually turn sour. Well, history issues, I don't even need to mention this. And I will mention this in the identity part. We also have to take a look at the North Korea issues. Well, South Korea and North Korea are of the same people, and that is something that Japan should focus on. From the six-party talks, Japan continued to emphasize this. And this has been pointed out on numerous issues. Dr. Kimiya also talked about how during the Cold War, there is the competition over legitimacy by different administrations. And how will that impact the future reunification of the Korean Peninsula? That is something that I am personally interested in, whether it be South Korea or North Korea. They are all members of the UN, so I don't think there are any legitimacy issues. We need to make sure that we move towards a symmetrical relations, and concerning whether it leads to a more exclusive competition, well, both Professor Son and Professor Kimiya talked about how there is much to learn from each other. And we also need to take a look at how there are many common issues between Korea and Japan. For example, Korea is interested in TPP, also empowerment of women, foreign workers, employment, low birth rate. These are all common issues. And I think there are many functions that we can technically cooperate for. During COVID-19, we have not seen any collaboration between the two countries, and so we cannot have an overly rosy perspective about pragmatic cooperation. But there is a reality of economic interdependence. And then we have to take a look at the identity issue. Dr. Glosserman talked about Schadenfreude, and Dr. Kimiya talked about justice. From my perspective, the diversification mentioned by Professor Kimiya is related to the voice of the civic society. But is the civic society raising their own voices, or is it just the voice of the ultra-right of Japan? And in Korea, is it linked to Schadenfreude? Well, I don't think Japan has the right to point this out to Korea. And I think in terms of identity, Japan has to have a cold view into its own history. And are we actually teaching our next generation about our history? I'm sorry that it took so long to present my discussion. Thank you very much for your discussion.
대한 각각의
So we have just heard from the three discussants. And we do not have a lot of time left. So last but not least, I would like to offer an opportunity for the three speakers to make final comments or respond to what the discussants have mentioned. Why don't we begin with Professor Son?
네,
Thank you. I am Son-yeol. Thank you to the three discussants who have provided perspectives on various fields and issues. And it was very interesting. I do not have time to respond to each of the comments, but I would just like to mention 2 points. First, Professor Lee talked about this issue. The recognition of each other. We have to take a look at that recognition between the government, the society, and the individuals. And it seems that there's a decoupling on these levels. Professor Dr. Glosserman, I have your book with me, and in the book, it also talked about the identity clash. And it seems that the government and the politics have an identity clash, but the identity clash actually does not exist in the overall society and individual citizens. And so, there are issues amongst the social leaders which then can ripple through the society. And at times, it reaches certain groups and certain genders before others. And so that actually gives us a glimpse of hope and possible solutions to be found in the future. And along the same line, Dr. Kumagai talked about China quite a bit. And according to our research at EAI, it seems that there is a decoupling concerning our recognition of China as well. The recognition of China by the people is quite negative, but if we take a look at the current Korean government and policies, it does not reflect the opinions of the people. And so concerning China, many people seem to portray their opinions in surveys that they have a very negative perspective about Chinese leaders, as well as the China's attitude towards Korea. But despite so, we are in a position where we need economic ties with China, as well as cooperation with China related to North Korea. So it seems that we are locked in a reluctant realism. So in reality, we need our relationship with China, but at the same time, we are reluctant concerning the Chinese leadership. And so it seems that in terms of military regime, Korea and Japan are both in alliance with the US, but economically, we need ties with China. And so based on China's policy of separation of politics and economy, I believe that we need to maintain our economic ties with China. And I think that recognition is the same in Korea and in Japan. But concerning several specific issues, especially given the political conflicts between Korea and Japan, I think we see an over portrayal of the negative sentiments between the two countries that is being emphasized. Thank you very much, Professor Son. We will go to Professor Kimiya Tatashi for your comments.
はい、非常に貴重なコメントを。
Yes, thank you for your valuable comments. I cannot reply to all of them, but I would like to touch upon the specific policies. In principle, I believe that Japan and Korea should compete with one another, but not in the sense of Schadenfreude, but a competition that leads the two sides to a better situation. So it's not about who will compensate who for what, but rather, I believe that when it comes to compensation and the framework for coming up with a solution should be led by the South Korean government, especially when it comes to the comfort woman issue. Perhaps the South Korean side might criticize me for saying this, but I think that we have to go back to the 2015 agreement. I think that is not the end point. That is the starting point. So we must go back to the 2015 agreement and start over again with that as the beginning of everything. So I believe that Korea and Japan share some commonalities. They both suffer from the rivalry between China and the U.S., and the two countries should try to avoid such negative impact from the G2 rivalry. I think that Japan has a high possibility to try to side with the United States and choose the U.S. over China. I think that personally this might not be a good choice, but because Japan has experience of losing against the U.S. and the public sentiment among the Japanese is pointing towards that direction. Korea, I think, is in a more complex situation because there is a North Korean issue. With the North Korean issue set aside, well, Korea has more common values with the United States than with China. But because there's a North Korean factor and the unification of the Korean Peninsula issue, I think that China is a more complicated matter for Korea. Also, there was a talk about the competition for loyalty. When it comes to history issues, I think that the two countries saying that I am more just seems to be the point of competition right now. But it's not just the history issues. I think that after World War I, when we look at the Japanese and U.S. Relations, I think starting from that point on, and after the World War II, there has been a rivalry between South Korea and Japan over loyalty issues with the U.S. There is a view that the U.S. and Japan has fought against each other, whereas Korea and the U.S. has fought together. So that might be something to think about as well. Thank you.
코멘트.
So, Professor Kimiya, thank you very much for your comment. And I think that he also mentioned about some points that we might want to further think about. So let's go on to our third speaker, Dr. Brad Glosserman.
Thank you very much for the very thoughtful comments from both my fellow panelists and from the discussants. I appreciate it. I think it speaks how important this particular conversation is and why we need to, this should be the beginning of a longer discussion rather than just a point. And I think we need to continue with bringing these folks together. Four very, very quick points, I promise. First, to respond to Professor Son's last comment about identity, I would pretend to be an academic for a moment. As he knows well, and thank you for buying the book, I appreciate that. Identity is socially constructed. It is a function of the larger sets of values and understandings by elites that create an understanding of history and identity among people. And so if the people of Japan and the people of South Korea and the leaders choose to change who they think they are and how they choose to and think about the other, it can be done, but it is a generation-long project. And it requires transcending the politics of the moment. And that, unfortunately, is where we are. That the fervid politics in both Tokyo and Seoul today and for the last 5 years have not been conducive to an understanding of commonality and to overcoming the senses of both who we are and who we think the other is in ways that create common ground. That can be fixed, but it requires both the determination and patience. Second, related to that, in the abstract, and I think this conference is a demonstration, that there are in the political leadership and the people that I talk to on my many, many trips to Seoul, 4 and 5 a year before COVID, and in my conversations daily in Tokyo, an understanding of the great strategic necessity of the two countries working together. So many of the points we make about commonalities, of complementarities, about the fact ultimately that 1 + 1 = 3 when we talk about South Korea and Japan. That is deeply, deeply understood, and the futures are intertwined. The problem, of course, is when we move away from the abstract and we deal with the political problems of the moment, something gets in the way and something interferes. And we have to build on that abstract understanding and create the fertile soil for the seeds, if you will, of this jointness to grow and to flower. And I think our speakers have given many ways in which we can try to do that as Tokyo and Seoul try to address the larger dynamism in the regional and global environment. China is my third point, and I think it's really key. Without question, I mean, as Professor Sun was saying, Japan is as dependent in many ways upon the Chinese economy as South Korea is. I think we've all learned the wrong lessons from that in terms of what we're capable of doing if we stick together. But one of the things that should be very clear is that neither the United States, nor Japan, nor South Korea alone will be capable of shaping the way China acts and behaves. The only hope we have of constraining Chinese behavior and getting it to be a good citizen, as we would define it, is if we all act together. And so individually, we have nothing. Together, we are strong, and that is the only hope we have, even if that. But that is certainly the only hope that we have of ways to influence the way that Beijing thinks and Beijing acts in the future. And finally, just as a tiny step on or address of a political problem, I think there is a way to overcome the comfort women problem that was just mentioned. And I think the 2015 Comfort Women Agreement, for better or for worse, may well prove to be the device to do that. But it requires trust, which is in short supply. It requires a willingness on both sides to move forward and to accept the particulars of the other and diminish their own particular concerns, but moving together in the understanding that the future is something that they have to build together. And at this moment, I'm sorry to say I don't think this will be possible till after a Korean election. But nonetheless, I think that is a potential cornerstone of a future agreement. I'm sorry to have gone on, but once again, thank you so much for letting me share my thoughts with you and to hear these thoughts.
We have now listened to our third presenter. Thank you very much, Dr. Glosserman. We are out of time, and so we are not able to dive deeper into this topic. Due to the time constraint, let me now conclude session 2. Thank you very much to our 3 presenters and 3 discussants. And I look forward to future opportunities to discuss this topic once again. Thank you very much.
This concludes session 2. I would like to thank Director General Lee Sun-tae and all the presenters and discussants for your contributions. We will begin session 3 at 3:45 after rearranging the stage.
그럼 지금
Let us now begin session 3, Direction and Strategies for the Reestablishment of ROK-Japan Relations. Session 3 will conclude at 5 o'clock. I ask for your cooperation. So, once again, session 3 is on the topic of Direction and Strategies for the Reestablishment of ROK-Japan Relations, and the moderator is Professor Jo Yang-hyun of the Center for Japanese Studies at KNDA. Please greet him with a big hand. Yes, good afternoon. I am Jo Yang-hyun from the Center for Japanese Studies at KNDA.
Thank you very much for inviting me to moderate this very important session. It's a great pleasure to be able to moderate this session. So we have listened to 2 sessions, and we have taken a look at great transformation, especially the status quo and the structure. And based on these discussions, during this session, let us take a look at the direction and strategies for the reestablishment of ROK-Japan relations, to take a look at the future and responses for the ROK-Japan relations. We have invited a prominent panel of experts. We have a total of 6 members for this panel. Let me take this opportunity to briefly introduce them to you. Professor Nam Gi-jung studied at the University of Tokyo, and he has taught at Kookmin University. Currently, he is the professor of the Institute for Japanese Studies at SNU. Today, he will discuss the topic of ROK's middle power diplomacy and the redefinition of ROK-Korea relations, challenges and prospects. Second, we have Professor Emeritus Soie Yoshihida of Keio University. He is a professor of law. Today, he will discuss the topic of Japan and South Korea as natural partners, concept and common agenda. The last presenter is former Ambassador Lee Yong-il. He is a diplomat for the Republic of Korea, serving as the ambassador for international relations, the Korean ambassador to the Ivory Coast, and the counselor of the Korean embassy to Thailand. He also lectured for international law at Ewha Women's University and Aju University. Today, he will present the topic of legal issues between Korea and Japan, a critical review and suggested solutions. We also have 3 discussants. First, we have Professor Lee Ji-won of Hallym University. Dr. Lee also was a researcher at Sejong Institute. We have Professor Endo Ken of Hokkaido University. He is a professor at law school. He is also a researcher at the Japanese International Affairs Association, and he also participated in the Hokkaido Dialogue as the founder. We also have with us Professor Lee Ting-ting. Professor Lee Ting-ting also participated in the researches conducted by Korea University, Yonsei University, and other universities in Korea, currently an associate professor at Beijing University. We have 3 presentations, followed by 3 discussions, then followed by the comments of the presenters. We have a total of 90 minutes, but we are slightly behind schedule. So we have already used up 7 minutes of our precious time. We would like to ask the presenters to present within 10 to 15 minutes. Ambassador Lee Young-il, you have asked for additional time, so I will give you up to 20 minutes. The discussions are not designated discussants, but if you do have any questions, I would like to ask you to designate to whom you are addressing your questions when asking questions. We would like to ask each discussant to complete their comments within 7 minutes. Timekeeping is very important for a successful symposium. We look forward to your cooperation. We have simultaneous interpretation for the conference, so we hope that you will be concise and accurate in your speech. We will go right to the presentation of Professor Nam.
Yes, thank you very much. And it is an honor for me to meet such distinguished figures at this distinguished international symposium. So it is a long time since I've been able to meet with Dr. Soya, Dr. Ri, and it's the first time that I've met with Dr. Li Tingting. Dr. Li, Dr. Endo, nice to meet you. Now, I apologize for the short time that I've given for preparing for this event, but and also for my rough presentation. But I had contemplated over the topic for a long time, and I did not have enough time to make my presentation material more concise or eloquent, but I do believe that I can further advance and polish up my presentation in the future. Anyhow, the topic that I will be touching about is South Korea's middle power diplomacy and redefinition of ROK-Japan relations, the challenges and outlook. I would like to talk about what are the joint challenges that ROK and Japan should pursue together, and also I would like to look at the prospect and the outlook for the bilateral relations going into the future. So I will be touching upon 4 large topics. First, I would like to look at the current status of the bilateral relations. I believe that currently South Korea and Japan is engaged in a low intensity and complex competition. So I will touch upon that first. And then number 2, I will talk about South Korea's middle power diplomacy. I'll talk about how the probability or the possibility of South Korea rising as a middle power diplomacy and middle way power diplomacy is rising and the way to go forward. And number 3, I would like to talk about post-corona or with corona situation and how amidst such a backdrop, what are the global politics and challenges for the ROK-Japan relations. So I will talk about velocity politics, normal accident, feminism, Kim Ji-young born 1982, and Anthropocene. These would be the key words for talking about ROK-Japan relations under this topic. And last but not least, I would like to present a new outlook for ROK-Japan relations. This would be centered around the world politics of love, how South Korea and Japan can work together as middleway powers to save the earth. And also, when it comes to the future of Korea and Japan, I think that we can learn from the past and go towards the future. Korea and Japan in the past have dreamt of a certain future together. And so I do believe that looking into the past, we can find a way towards the future. So first of all, let's look at the current status or state of Korea-Japan relations. As I mentioned before, I do believe that amidst the strengthening strategic competition between the U.S. and China, Korea and Japan relations is in a long-term, low-intensity and complex competition. It's like, in some sense, in a Cold War structure. But if you look at the global community, there is a strengthening competition between the U.S. and China. And then there has been a horizontalization, a symmetrization of ROK and Japan. Due to the convergence of a different national power between South Korea and Japan. And so we can see that ROK-Japan relations has entered into typical bilateral relations wherein both countries compete on the global stage. So I mentioned about the symmetrization and horizontalization of ROK-Japan. A lot of the speakers have mentioned on this already, so I do not think that I have to reiterate this. So please refer to my material that has been provided. So I talked about change and the transformation, but I think that the Korean people has increasingly been able to recognize that there has been a change in the ROK-Japan relationship, and also there has been growing demand that the characteristic of the relationship should change. So also, the rising soft power of Korea has heightened the possibility of Korea as a middle power, and this has led to further demands by the Korea to change the past bilateral relations. However, we should overcome the two-track approach, and we should enter into a middle way power approach. or middle way power diplomacy approach. The two-track approach is a passive diplomacy that focuses on managing issues and maintaining the status quo. In contrast, middle power diplomacy toward Japan is a proactive diplomacy which aims at forming a partnership with Japan by building diverse, cooperative frameworks for regional stability and prosperity. When it comes to history issues, no matter how justifiable it may be, unilaterally demanding concession and submission from Japan is not in line with middle power diplomacy. South Korea's middle power diplomacy, well, if we look at the origin, it goes way back. It is not something that we've recently started to talk about, but when it comes to the economy, well, in the late 1980s, there was a mentioning about middle power diplomacy. I found that in 1987, Mail Business newspaper already mentioned about Korea rising as a middle power. And so there was awareness that Korea has entered into the ranks of a middle power. People believe that this is a wording that has been utilized after the democratization. But we can see that in the late 1980s already, there is a perception that Korea is growing into a middle power. And then within the global community, we can see that Korea's status has been rising. And so Korea has been even more aware of its rising status as a middle power. And so middle power policy started to be discussed among the policymakers. And for the first time during the Bakune administration, plans were proposed on responsible middle power diplomacy noted as MICTA. And the Moon Jae-in administration's middle power diplomatic strategy was presented as a plan to serve as a bridging nation. So the middle power diplomacy is not something new to Korea. Korea's status as a middle power should be viewed in light of a middle way power. So I think that going beyond middle power cooperation, Korea needs to establish a middle way power network. Middle way power, well, in the East Asia, this utilizes the word middle way or middle path in Buddhism or Confucianism. And so middle here means that it is not in the middle, but rather it is going away from the opposite poles. So becoming detached from two opposite poles or to overcome antinomies. The middle way or path is on no occasion value relativism. It is a denial of an absolute existence or value, or it is based on disbelief. It pledges the possibility of an awareness of international relations as an Indrajala, a Buddhist worldview on the grounds of the enlightenment of existential relativity in diplomacy. And also a worldview based on the doctrine of dependent origination, meaning all beings exist within connected relations. It's a world of hyper-connected society. I will mention about this later, but in 1998, Japan and Korea made a joint declaration, and the basis of this declaration by Kim Dae-jung, president, was that there can be no Korea without Japan and no Japan without Korea. So this is based on the doctrine of dependent origination. And also, in the world of dependent origination, communitarianism and liberalism restores unity. And this is linked to a new initiative for a new world order. So, middle way diplomacy, it must always remain vigilant in adhering to diplomacy based on prudence and timeliness, and in finding the optimal balance and time to hit the mark among various options or points in time, not opposite poles. Middle way powers are repositories of ideologies, trailblazing the civilization to a new dimension as bridging nations, or civilized nations. In the past, we could see the Netherlands, or after the war, we could see Germany, and in some sense, Japan served as such a middle way power. Middle way, as it was mentioned by Ambassador Choi Sang-yong during his keynote address, is an act of choosing an option and focusing on it, taking relations and situation into consideration. So having said that, middle way power diplomacy modifies the concept of diplomacy as a traditional conduct pursuing national interest. Diplomacy as a conduct that acknowledges differences and adjusts, finds, or creates the optimal solution of middle way and seeks the optimal possible best option is how we can redefine diplomacy from the perspective of middle way diplomacy. And I think that that is a kind of diplomacy that should be pursued by Korea. So among the many challenges that Korea has to respond to, we should focus on how we can respond to them based on the middle way power. And we can think about velocity diplomacy. Paul Virilio, he is a French philosopher, and he talked about the velocity politics. He mentioned that Western Europe survived as protagonists or survivant in world history because they were proactive or survif in French. In French, vif means velocity, an amalgamation of meanings violence and life. So through violence, life was sustained and obtained. So, empire holds chronometric properties. What made empires possible was the advent of fleets. Fleets made moving endlessly across time and space possible, resolving limits and distance to rule time. And the COVID-19 pandemic politics is the technique of directly controlling time. Response to the pandemic is a matter of speed as well as delay, timing of testing, confirmation, and quarantine, time needed for vaccine development and vaccination, delaying the pandemic, etc. These are all techniques related to velocity politics. COVID-19 became an endemic due to variants, as a virus only needs a day to cycle through a generation. Race between the time of virus and the time of humanity, I think that that is something related to the important technique of velocity politics in the future. So, when it comes to velocity politics, Korea and Japan have furnished systematic plans, measures, and cultures. So under COVID-19, I think that perhaps we have observed a normal accident. So normal accidents actually refers to the interactive complexity and tight coupling system characteristics. And so it is an accident that will inevitably produced. So a response method on COVID-19 as a normal accident, efforts to modify tight coupling to loose coupling and scale down from globalization to localization is required. Localization does not indicate discontinuities between regions, but a return to a reasonable level of connection from excessive connection. We had planned to host this international symposium in Seoul, but we moved it to Sejong City because of COVID-19 as a normal accident. I believe that a transition to a world order of communitarianism, recognizing individual actors' identity from a liberalist world order ruled by unified universal values, is a transition that should be led by both Korea and Japan. So all governments are being criticized for their reactions to COVID-19, but South Korea and Japan is actually relatively faring well, as you can see in the materials and data that I have prepared. COVID-19, a balance between guns and or butter. Communitarianism, that's the title of this slide. But there have been efforts to realize communitarianism within a society, and as a result, I think that the two countries have been faring quite well amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. So I will conclude in 5 minutes. Having said that, we have to look at ROK-Japan relations in the Anthropocene. So, the cooperation between South Korea and Japan in an era of grand transformation is what we have to think about. So, in the new world, which would be the mature Anthropocene, we have to focus on how we can make our practices sustainable. We have to respond to global challenges such as climate change, and we have to work together to resolve such challenges. And countries that have already entered into the mature Anthropocene are the ones that can actually more adequately deal and respond to the future challenges. Japan had already transformed itself from a growth society to a mature society in the 1990s, and South Korea started discussions on a mature society since the mid-2010s. So as mature society, South Korea and Japan must work together to promote the Proto-Anthropocene into a mature Anthropocene, and that is a role and task given to both countries. So at this moment, I think that ecofeminism is a very important trend and ideology. I think that this is the ethical direction that we should focus on. I'm sure that you have a certain image in your head when I talk about ecofeminism based on what I have already mentioned, so I will not go into the details. But as South Korea and Japan has entered into a mature society, we have to look at some of the issues at hand. For example, the low fertility rates or the suicide rates. And South Korea and Japan can actually deal with the challenges of mature societies by working together. And recently, amidst the deteriorating ROK-Japan relations, there is one area where active cooperation exchanges are taking place, and that is in the field of feminism, centered around the book Kim Ji-young, born in 1982. This is a very important thing that we should take note of. So the Korea-Japan Feminism Association, or society actually, had a slogan that we are stronger together. And that slogan, stronger together, is a symbol, symbolizes the future direction for Korea and Japan. So we have to focus our attention to the world politics of love when we think about future politics. This is a word that came out of the book written by Dr. Ha Young-sun. He refers to Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and he says that self-love, amour de soi, which pursues self-preservation as an individual, and sympathy, pity, which pursues the preservation of humanity as a whole, exists. And applying self-love and other love simultaneously so as to achieve universal harmony, wherein the self and others can live together, is something that we should pursue together in the realm of world politics. Individual countries can survive, and in order for the individual countries to survive, the entire world should come together through a coalition of small states. A coalition of states needs to be established, but its member states must be small. And I think that this is in line with the middle power network, or the middle way power network. The insight that a new paradigm should enshrine aesthetic beauty is also noted here. So I think that self-help, international politics, and mutual help and public help is needed. So unification of self-help and public help with the mediation of mutual help is needed. And so in the 1998 Kim Dae-jung and Keijo Obuchi joint declaration actually pursued the utilization of mutual help as middle way powers. At that time, the Kim Dae-jung administration pursued a national strategy for the people's government, the Sunshine Policy, and Keijo Obuchi administration pursued the Japan's goals in the 21st century. I will not go into the details, but the national strategy of the Kim Dae-jung administration and the Sunshine Policy, and also the blueprint of the Keijo Obuchi administration for Japan's goals in the 21st century, actually are aesthetically structured plans that should be pursued in this time and age. I think that we can utilize what was dreamt back then to change world politics into a world politics of love. And I believe and suggest that South Korea and Japan should lead the way in going towards this direction. Thank you very much.
네, 남기정 교수님.
Yes, Professor Nam Gi-jung, thank you very much. So Professor Nam Gi-jung talked about the low intensity and complex competition between South Korea and Japan. And he looked at how there can be a grand transformation in terms of the bilateral relations. And he provided a very comprehensive viewpoint. Because of the time constraint, I was not able to give him a lot of time, but he talked about middle power diplomacy, middle way power diplomacy, COVID-19, and Anthropocene, and the world politics of love, the Kim Dae-jung Keijo-Okuchi Declaration, and the direction for bilateral relations between Japan and Korea. And I do hope that the discussants will touch upon what was presented later on. Thank you very much.
Next, we would like to invite Professor Soyeya Yoshihite for his presentation. Thank you very much. Can you hear me well? Good afternoon. As have been introduced, I think I was introduced as a professor emeritus, so I don't think there has been any misunderstanding. I retired from Keio 2 years ago, and currently I am with the Aichi Prefecture. Well, because of COVID-19, I try to stay at home, and I am enjoying my retired life. I actually changed my background because I think there are some people who miss Tokyo, and I also miss Tokyo, and so that is why I have a virtual background behind me. We listened to the presentation by Professor Nam, who was very philosophical in his presentation. The Japan-Korea relations that I would like to discuss is the very natural partnership between the two countries. Korea and Japan need to cooperate, and from those who have this perspective, I don't think this topic is awkward at all. But there are some people in Korea, also in Japan, who do not think about the cooperation between our two nations, and that's what makes things complicated. But we are here to talk about the cooperation between South Korea and Japan, and I would like to take this opportunity to think about Japan and South Korea as natural partners. And so that is why I have this topic for my presentation. When we listened to Professor Kimiya's presentation, we listened to the structural changes in the Korea-Japan relations. And we have become quite comfortable with the existing structures. And given these existing structures, we are always anxious when we need to make changes. And so because of the need for such structural changes, there are conflicts between the two countries. My presentation today will take a look at how such structural changes are laying down the foundation for our partnership. And I would also like to take a look at the advancement of the Korea-Japan relations based on these structural changes. So that is the direction of my presentation today. And when Korea and Japan are in this position, we also need to take a look at the international environment surrounding the Korea-Japan relations. And I would like to take a look at the juncture between the international environment and the bilateral relations. Well, historically, we need to take a look at moving forward. And so if we recognize that we are in a need to move forward, then we would be able to expand the scope of cooperation. Professor Nam talked about how we need to expand the discussions to the global level. Well, I believe that our scope should be expanded, at least to the regional level. I think I have given you too long of an introduction. Let me now take this opportunity to take a look at the prepared presentation. I will go briefly through the slides because some of them are redundant. Well, this is the concept and agenda. And I don't think it's a full concept, but I would like to mention that we have history on the x-axis and contemporary times on the y-axis. And we are very natural partners. And that is the current situation. Well, during the morning, we have also heard that in Asia, we have advanced democracy in Japan and Korea. We have market economies, and geopolitically, we are in the squeezed middle between the US and China. I understand that this is an economic terminology, and so that is a common trait between Japan and Korea. And of course, there are historical and cultural differences, and we do have our share of historical issues. But if we take a look at the longer span of time, we also see that there are many commonalities in terms of our history and culture. And both the Korean and Japanese societies are very postmodern. And we also have very many common values. And as many people have mentioned, the power possessed by both countries is experiencing a narrowing gap. And we believe that at one point there's a possibility of Korea surpassing Japan. And so given this situation, it would be odd to not cooperate. Of course, that also means that the history is very important. I will not talk about the history, though, in my presentation, although it is a very important topic. Here you can see the power index. This is the comprehensive power. You can see Japan is number 3 and Korea is number 7. What is important is that the US and China is widening its gap with the rest of the countries. And the countries other than the US and China can be grouped into being middle powers. If we take a look at military capabilities, also by Louis Institute, you can see that already Korea has surpassed Japan. This is another data on military strength ranking. You can see that Japan is at number 5 and Korea is at number 7. Number 6 is South Korea, number 7 is France. This actually excludes nuclear weapons. If we talk about being postmodern, we can see that Japan and Korea are faced with very similar issues in terms of demographics, in terms of birth rates. You can see that both our countries have very low birth rates. In terms of the mother's mean age at first birth, it is very high. And so you can see that there are many similarities between the Korean and Japanese societies. When I taught about Korea a long time ago, Someone said Japan and Korea are twin countries. Well, when I first heard that, I thought that was quite strange. But the more I look into the two countries, we are like twins. And if we take a look at trade, we have a similarity in that we have a high dependence on the US and China. For South Korea, Japan's the third largest trading partner. For Japan, Korea is the third largest trading partner. And so overall, we can see a very similar structure. Concerning the agenda, I would like to talk about one detailed example. Let's take a look at the bilateral security declarations between middle powers. We have the Japan-Australia Joint Declaration on Security Cooperation. This was during Abe in 2007. And then during the Aso regime, Japan signs a similar agreement with India. And at that time, Korea and Australia sign a similar statement in 2009. The titles are a bit different, but the content of being a security declaration is the same. And during the same year, Australia and India also signs a joint declaration. What I would like to emphasize today is that for the joint statement between Australia and Korea during the Lee administration, this statement is quite similar to the Japan-Australia Joint Declaration. I have heard from someone who participated in the negotiations that they actually studied the Japan-Australia Joint Declaration on Security Cooperation. And I have heard that they are based on similar concepts. Well, I think that is quite inevitable. Let's take a look at the content of the joint declaration between Japan and Australia. You can see that the scope of cooperation includes the following. It includes military cooperation. Well, that cannot be included because military cooperation is something that we depend on the US for. So this declaration is actually for two middle powers to guarantee each other's security. As I mentioned before, the declaration between Korea and Australia are quite similar. So if you compare them side by side, and if you compare the declaration between Australia and India, you will see that they are quite similar. And you can see that ever since 2007, in just a time span of 3 years, we had a series of bilateral security declarations between middle powers, and that was the trend of times. Unfortunately, we don't see more of these declarations after 2009. I will mention this in my conclusion. This is my last slide. I do believe that if we were to sign a joint declaration between Japan and South Korea, I don't think it would be impossible to do so. This would enable us to expand our cooperation from being a bilateral cooperation to a trilateral cooperation because the necessary agreements are already in place. Or if we include the US, it could be a quadrilateral cooperation. And so this type of regime is possible. If Korea and Japan were to cooperate, and if we were to participate in the Korea-Japan-Australia or Japan-Australia-India dialogue, then that can be expanded to a quadrilateral cooperation. This process of multilateralization for security is possible. So we already have the contents in place. 2 years ago, I actually announced this concept for the first time, and ever since then, when opportunity does arise, I continue to mention this. I call this the middle power quad. The reason why this has not been achieved is because of the relationship between South Korea and Japan. And we also need to take a look at Gisomnia and Aksa. Although it is not in full-fledged, we can see that the process was started during the Lee administration because there was heightened interest during that administration. During the Moon administration, the new Southern diplomacy was launched to cover India and Southeast Asia. And that actually coincides with the Indo-Pacific strategy. And that actually shows that Korea is a valuable player in the Indo-Pacific framework. I hope there are no misunderstandings. Ever since the 1990s, Japan has pursued this agenda, and it seems that these agendas can be easily connected with the new Southern policy of Korea. And I believe that this shows the very natural link between Korea and Japan. If we were to advance into achieving a middle power quad, then we can take a look at a step towards quad plus alpha. I am sure that this is already being discussed in South Korea. And the middle power quad, I believe that if this is achieved, then we could expand this to quad plus alpha. This brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Soeya, for your presentation. Professor Soeya talked about how we are a squeezed nation in Japan and Korea between the US and China. And he also mentioned that we have commonalities in terms of history and culture. And he also mentioned that given these facts, he looks forward to advancing the relations between the two countries. Security cooperation is a hot topic, and he talked about the possibility of bilateral cooperation and multilateral cooperation. As one way to achieve multilateral cooperation, he recommended the creation of the middle power quad. This is a different concept compared to what we are used to, including Japan, South Korea, and the US. Professor Nam talked about the concept of middle powers, and Professor Soeya talked about how we can create a middle power quad. And so I think we had a great comparative analysis of middle power concepts. We will now go to the last presenter for this session.
That would be former Ambassador Lee Yong-il.
이렇게 심포지움에
It is an honor for me to participate as a speaker in this international symposium, and I thank the organizers for inviting me. Today, I will be talking about the legal issues between Korea and Japan, and I would like to present some countermeasures so that the issues between South Korea and Japan cannot be obstacles for further improvement in the bilateral relations. Now, there was a Supreme Court ruling that had reversed and remanded the 2012 ruling, but then in 2018 there was a final ruling by the Supreme Court, and I'm sure that you all know about this issue and how the incident or the issues have been developed over the years. So today, I would like to talk about the main issues surrounding the bilateral relations between Japan and Korea, the forced labor issue, the comfort woman, and the Tokto issue, and also the root cause for these issues, which would be the legal justification of Japan's occupation of the Korean Peninsula, and whether it has legal justification. Now, when it comes to the justification of Japan's colonial rule over the Korean Peninsula, there has been diverse or conflicting views. There is a 1965 agreement between Korea and Japan. If you look at Article 2, you can see that it states that all of the treaties and agreements between the Empire of Korea and Empire of Japan has become nullified. But Korea believes that there is an ab initio invalide, whereas the Japanese side believes that the agreements and the annexation has been invalidated only after 1945, when Korea obtained independence. Meanwhile, now, colonial rule, whether this is illegal or not, well, it is not clear under international law in terms of the legal justification of annexation and colonial rule. But I think that we have to look at this issue in the perspective of post-war processing and dealings. So, the Japanese side had unconditionally surrendered, and based on the Potsdam Declaration, which had quoted the 1943 Cairo Declaration, actually Japan had agreed to the Allied States' definition of Japan's territory, which was limited to the 4 main islands and some small islands that the Allied States had designated. So there is a view that actually the Korean Peninsula was simply under the occupational administration by the Allied States, and still Japan held sovereignty over the Korean Peninsula until the establishment of the peace treaty. But I think that this is a misunderstanding based on the lack of understanding about the principle of national self-determination and the criminalization of war. For example, if you look at Nazi Germany, actually Czechoslovakia and Austria was able to restore their territory after Germany lost its war, not because Germany signed a peace treaty and officially declared giving up the territory of these countries. And likewise, this applies to Korea as well. And this is the same as we can see in the case of Taiwan, which had been given to Japan after the Shimonoseki Treaty, but Taiwan restored its territorial rights after gaining independence. And so the sovereignty over the Korean Peninsula by Japan actually has become invalid retroactively. However, when it comes to all of the acts under goodwill during the colonial rule, can be an exception. Next, what we have to look at is the scope of the settlement under the 1965 Korea-Japan Agreement. If you look at Article 2, Provision 1, it states that the problems concerning property rights and interests of the two high contracting parties and their peoples, and the claims between the high contracting parties and between their peoples have been settled completely and finally. And if you look at Provision 3, it says that no claim shall be made with respect to the measures relating to the property rights and interests of either high contracting party and his people, or to all the claims of either high contracting party and his people arising from the causes which occurred prior to that date. There were massive numbers of lawsuits, and so it was very difficult, almost impossible, to have all the claims individually or according to subject matter settled. And that is why the governments, on behalf of the states and their nationals, settled them in a lump sum settlement manner. So here, the lump sum settlement of the claims took place in a ration temporis manner for 1910 to 1945. And so the definition of the property rights and interests actually can be identified as the substantial rights, and the torts-based claims, as long as it is tied with financial benefits, then this actually can be included in the scope of material settlement. And furthermore, because these tort-based claims with financial benefits actually has property value, and so it can say that it is included in the range of property rights and interests. And also, based on the parole evidence rule or the ordinary meaning rule of the treaty law, I think that we have to interpret this matter. Next, we have to think about the other issue, which is regarding the claims. And if you look at the text of the negotiation records, the claims, well, you can usually, when it comes to the claims, generally, the claims about filing a claim for repayment based on a bond or a claim for the return of property based on real estate property rights. If other torts and factual relations meet certain legal requirements, claims can have formative legal effect, and so such claims, rather than being claims subject to this agreement, can be included in the range of property interests or rights if they have or hold economic value. And also, the individual rights were included in the government's rights under diplomatic authority. Well, the government had the rights to settle under diplomatic authority. In other words, there were no measures for individual claims to be raised, and that is why the government represented the state and the individuals to raise the claims. Having said that, the claims actually was interpreted as a right of the state or the government, and so it can be seen as a diplomatic right or authority to protect the citizens and the people of a nation. So there are views that only the state's diplomatic rights have been abolished and not the individual rights to raise a claim. And so that has been the basis for the reason that claims by individuals were raised for the forced labor issue and etc. However, because right now there is no measure or international institution for individuals to raise claims, and in the ROK-Japan relations, the individual claims were represented by the government in the past. And there have been many individual claims that had been dealt with in the lump sum manner and was believed to be dealt with in this manner. And so I do believe that when it comes to individual claims, it has already been included in the claims that have been raised by the government to government manner. According to the Article 2 of Provision 1, there is some unclear factors or elements of the wording settlement. And there are views that only the diplomatic protection rights has been given up and that the individual claims had not been expired. However, based on the principle of validity, you can say that also the individual rights has also been expired. So from the international law perspective, when it comes to the forced labor issue or the comfort woman issue, the Nuremberg and Tokyo regulation actually requires these acts as international crimes, which is illegal. And so I think that there is no issue when it comes to stating that the Japanese actions were crimes against individuals. However, when it comes to the ICC, there is no measure or system that allows for the individuals to make civil claims at this moment. And so I do believe that when it comes to the forced labor issue, the legal responsibility of Japan would be the non-financial compensation, for example, with trying to restore the relationship or working towards rehabilitation, giving apologies, trying to restore the honor of the victims, and try to prevent such incidents from reoccurring, etc. So I think that going beyond the bilateral relations, there has to be erga omnes, and that is something, a responsibility, a legal responsibility that should be taken on by Japan. And also, I believe that as long as the claims have financial benefits tied to it, then the individual claims has to be understood as being already covered by the agreement. And so raising individual claims can be dual raising of claims. And also, if we look at criticizing the ruling over the forced labor, the individual claims, while there is no regulations or provisions under the agreement related to the individual claims, and also there was an effort by the Japanese side to actually invalidate the Koreans' rights towards their properties within Japanese territory. And so Japan also said that the individual claims had not been expired. However, I do believe that if the individual claims are tied with financial benefits, then this is already covered through the 1965 Claims Agreement in the scope of material settlement. However, the rights relief or actio has not been yet established when it comes to delict against humanity. But this is the limitation of the current international law order, where the international status or the status of individuals under international law is not full. And so there are views that the individual claims have not been expired, and Japan has said this to actually expire the Korean people's rights in its territory. However, we have to keep in mind that Japan had come with domestic legislations to implement this agreement, whereas in Korea such legislative efforts have not been made by the Korean side. And we have to take note of the non-self-executingness of this agreement. But nevertheless, in Korea, there has been no additional efforts to make legislations to deal with this issue. And also, if we say that the individual rights have not been settled or expired, then not only the forced labor issue, but also other issues concerning the international claims can be raised, and this can actually hurt the legal stability. Now, there has been a ruling over the forced labor issue, and then there was the recent ruling concerning the comfort woman issue. Now, there was the recognition of having Japan stand in the court of the Korean jurisdiction. And of course, when it comes to just cogence, there is no issue of having a country or a sovereign entity stand trial for crimes against humanity. However, if you look at the sovereign immunity under the international law order at this moment, you can say that that kind of a stance is a little bit excessive, as we can see in the 2008 trial by the ICJ concerning Germany and Italy. And also, in 2015, there was an agreement between the foreign ministers of Japan and Korea over the comfort issue. And the judicial system interfering in the compensation responsibilities, I think, is a little bit too much, I believe. And also, in 1932, the Permanent Court of International Justice had identified and acknowledged the legal effectiveness of the remarks made by Swedish foreign minister over the Greenland dominion to the Denmark foreign minister. And so we should keep that in mind and think about whether the 2015 agreement only has political meaning and does not have legal effectiveness. Also, we have to think about the Tokdo issue as well. Now, I think that we have to look at this issue from a synchronic perspective rather than a mere diachronic perspective. So what is meaningful is that we have to look at this from the perspective of the measures implemented by the Allied states. Now, the Allied States had designated and defined the territory of Japan as the main four islands and some of the minor islands that they had designated. And also, if you look at SCAPIN 677, you can see that nominally it has mentioned that Tokto has been excluded from Japan's territory. As I mentioned before, the Korean peninsula had been restored and given back to Korea because of the measures taken on by the Allied States. And also, regardless of the legal renouncement of the Korean peninsula by Japan through the San Francisco Treaty, already Tokto has been separated from Japan's territorial title rights by the Allied States with the independence that was obtained by Korea. So you can think about the uti possidetis principle here. And also, if you look at the Allied States measures that was implemented against Japan, there was no differing views that could be raised or was actually raised by Japan. And also, SCAPIN 677, actually, since then, there was no nominal or active measures to modify this. And so you can say that the Tokto territorial rights was given to Korea. So then, how can we respond and deal with these legal issues? Now, because of these legal issues, there are obstacles that have been created in improving Korea and Japan bilateral relations. And I think that the main thorny issues that has kept the improvement of the two countries' relations hostage has been the forced labor issue and the comfort woman issue. Now, in 2015, there was an agreement reached between the two foreign ministers, but after that, there was a ruling by the court that there would be a seizure over the assets of the Japanese companies. But I think that subrogation payments could be carried out by the Korean side. And so the government can come in and actually pay for the payments. And as a creditor, well, resisting from exercising rights, the frame of the issue can be transformed into an issue between government and government. And the two governments can actually work together to improve the issue and the situation from the perspective of overall human rights promotion. So right now, there is about 1,000 victims or their family members that have submitted a lawsuit and are awaiting trial. And however, this is a very confusing situation because there are some lawsuits that have been dismissed. However, I do believe that subrogation payment by the government is the way to go. And in particular, I think that this measure can enable Korea not to cancel the ruling by the judicial court, but at the same time can help the government work with the Japanese government and also keep the victims who had been involved in this long-term lawsuits in mind and try to help them out as well. And so I do believe that the Japanese side should acknowledge the delicts that it has committed and try to work in fact-finding missions, give apologies, and promote the historical lessons, and at the same time work with Korea, but also at the international level carry out these activities as well. However, if the confrontations continue, then there can be a plan B to work with the International Court of Justice, and we can perhaps seek advisory opinion from the ICJ. That can be another alternative. I think that when it comes to the Tokto issue, I think that we should try to keep the situation frozen without changing the status quo, and I think that that would be the optimal way forward in dealing with the Tokto issue. This concludes my presentation. If you have any comments or questions, then I would like to address them during the discussion session. Thank you very much.
조용해서 안 들립니다, 지금.
예, 죄송합니다.
I apologize. So, Ambassador Lee, Well, you actually presented a very well-organized presentation in terms of the issues at hand between Korea and Japan, and you talked about how the title over the Korean Peninsula can be criticized from a legal perspective, and you also talked about the scope of the settlement under the 1965 agreement, and you also talked about the tote-based claims, and also the comfort women issue and the forced labor issue, and you criticized the rulings and also some of the different approaches. You also talked about the legal effectiveness of Dokdo and the sovereign title, the different views over Dokdo. And you also talked about the role that should be taken on by Japan and how the two countries can work together. And also, you also presented another alternative, a plan B, when all things do not work out. So we have heard from the presenters, and now it is time to go into the discussion.
So I would now like to invite the discussants in the order that they were introduced earlier. So we will start with Professor Ji-won Lee. Good afternoon. I am Lee Ji-won of Hallym University. I am in Korea, but the distance between Chuncheon and Sejong is quite a long distance, and so I am participating online. I would like to take this opportunity to greet all of you. It's a great pleasure to meet you again, and for some of you for the first time. And I look forward to COVID-19 situation coming to an end soon so that we can meet in person. I am a sociologist. I usually study the relations between Korea and Japan in terms of cultural exchanges. And so security, law, international diplomacy are not my areas of expertise. I have listened to the discussions on international law and international politics, and I'm not sure why I was invited as a discussant for this panel. During the last weekend, when I was preparing for this discussion, I was waiting for the presentation material from Professor Nam Gi-jung to arrive so that I could read all of the presentations together. But as I was waiting for his presentation, I started to search online, and I looked at a bulletin board where people could remark on the relations, and I saw that Japan's Nakashima announced a new song, so I went to YouTube and listened to the new song, and it was great. And I also saw that the Fuji Rock Festival was being live streamed for 3 days on YouTube. And so on Saturday and Sunday, I quite enjoyed the rock festival. Begin, who is from Okinawa, performed for more than 1 hour live on Sunday. And it was a great opportunity to enjoy the band's performance with great sound and great image from the comfort of my home. Well, I don't have a lot of time, but I'm mentioning all of this is because the site that I was using was when we launched the New Japan movement 2 years ago. It's not a political site. It is not a site that deals with just Japan-Korea relations. But this weekend, I learned that Nakashima's new song was launched and that the Fuji Rock Festival was hosted. And for the Fuji Rock Festival, I think more than 2 or 3 people actually uploaded that information on our bulletin board. And from this, what I experienced was that I think there is a lot of anti-Japanese sentiments in Korea. So whoever the leader becomes in Korea, many people believe that the anti-Japanese sentiments will continue. That is true. It will not disappear overnight. But despite so, I think If we take a look at the civic society, there is a balanced view of Japan. Many people believe that history is history, economic conflict is economic conflict, and cultural exchanges are cultural exchanges. And so I think there are balanced, open views about the bilateral relations. And so that is why we can take a look at views of open nationalism and inclusive nationalism. And I think this is the same for Japan as well. Although there are risks, there are still many groups within both Korea and Japan that can have a balanced view without prejudice. Civic society and the public seem to have a multi-track approach. And that multi-track approach has become a part of our understanding, our lives. As you have heard from previous presentations, especially the younger generation, they are learning from each other's popular culture and lives. And I think we are living in an era where we see the first generation enjoying and learning from each other and accepting each other's lives and culture. And we also see diverse economic relations between Korea and Japan. That is the reality of Korea and Japan. We have various channels of cooperation. Of course, due to COVID-19, we cannot meet face-to-face, but I believe that in the post-COVID era, we will have immense improvements and advancements. But it seems that politics, which should be used to solve conflicts, seems to hinder the advancement from the civic society perspective. So, from politics and diplomacy, many people talk about one track or two track. I am not an expert in this area, but as someone who has observed the Korea-Japan relations, if we have too strong of an opinion, then we inevitably will have only the one-track approach, and we have all experienced this. And if we only have the one-track approach, then there is definitely a backlash. For example, the Park Geun-hye administration of Korea, they said there will be no summit without solving the comfort women issue. And because of that, from Korea's perspective, they were inevitably forced into signing an agreement concerning the comfort women issue that could not be tolerated by all of Korea. That is having ripple effects even to the Moon administration and also in Japan. Japan opted for an export ban, and definitely that ban did not have positive results. And so that is why we start to talk about two-track approach. But Professor Nam talked about middle power. And so if multi-track approach would be possible, then we would be able to make efforts on all fronts. Politics is behind the trends of the private sector and civilians. Well, during previous sessions, during sessions 1 and 2, we talked about how cultural exchanges, especially the appreciation of each other's culture by the younger generation, can serve as a buffer for the conflicts. The younger generation, they have the possibility of solving issues in new ways, but we cannot just look to the younger generation to find the solutions. We, as the existing society and generation, have the responsibility to find the most solutions as possible. Those are my thoughts. Having said that, I do have some questions. This was not mentioned in the actual presentations, but Professor Nam and Professor Soeya talked about demographics in their written presentation. And 2 to 3 months ago at the Research Center for Japanese Studies at SNU, we also discussed this issue. And so I believe that we can also approach this issue together to find solutions. But I would like to take this on another spin. So it would be great if we could cooperate and find solutions together. But if it does not turn out the way we intend, for example, demographics is a very difficult issue. Korea does not have clear solutions. We continue to see lower and lower birth rates. And if 10 years goes by, and if Japan is not able to recover its vitality, and this trend continues for the next 10 years, there will be a bigger burden and pressure on the government expenditures and budget. Well, I'm not saying that this will happen for sure, but this will then translate into domestic complaints trying to be turned towards the outside. And if that mechanism actually is triggered, then the current open and inclusive nationalism can quickly turn into closed and exclusive nationalism. If that is so, then we will need to predict that there could be cracks in the current ongoing cooperation. And so, cooperation should not be approached with just politics in mind, but we need to take a look at surrounding issues as well. And so I would now like to take this question to Professor Nam and Professor Soeya to find answers. Ambassador Lee Yong-il talked about various complicated issues, and if all does not work out, there is the possibility of bringing these issues to ICJ. I'm not an expert, but I think our two countries need to make an agreement in order to bring these issues to ICJ. If we were to bring the issue of comfort women and forced labor to ICJ, we would need an agreement between the two countries. I think if we can agree to bring the issue to ICJ, that in itself would be a great leap forward. Given the international sentiments concerning wartime crimes, I don't think we would have a conclusion that is not on par with the existing agreements that we have had. The Tokto/Takashima issue, Japan may actually bring that issue to ICJ as well, but we do not believe that Tokto is up for negotiations or conflicts. And so what are your opinions, Ambassador Lee, concerning these issues that I have raised? Thank you very much, Professor Lee, for your discussion. The current Korea-Japan relations is being strained politically, but civilian and private exchanges are continuing. And he also talked about how we need to have a multi-track approach. And he addressed one question to Professor Nam and Professor Soeya concerning demographics and how those issues could trigger exclusive and closed nationalism. A question to Ambassador Lee was concerning ICJ. Let us now go on to the second discussant.
So please go ahead, Professor Ken Endo.
As I've been introduced, I am Endo Ken. Can you hear me? Thank you for this opportunity. Well, this symposium is very thought-provoking. Thank you very much for this invitation. Well, we are meeting on screen, but it is indeed a great pleasure to meet all of you. Due to the time constraint, I would like to provide you with some general comments as well as some comments about two presentations. And then I would like to come to the conclusion. First, today's symposium, I noticed, was starting with a very soft topic, and I thought that was quite successful. I think the second and third sessions are more difficult. During the first session, we talked about exchanges between local governments, empowerment of women, as well as the improvement of Korea-Japan relations. I thought that was a great topic for session 1. Former Prime Minister Hatoyama was invited as the keynote speaker, and I thought that was a great choice. From the Korean perspective, I think he probably does not represent all of Japan, so there could be some misunderstandings, but I could relate to the fact that amidst the missile competition within Northeast Asia, we need to have arms control and a system for arms control. That is something that I could relate to. And he also talked about infinite accountability. Well, I think that really is not a legal concept because justice has to reach an equilibrium. And so if you do something wrong, you need to have an equal punishment. And so infinite accountability, I don't know if that is legally legitimate. And I think that was quite interesting. And during the second and third sessions, I could see that the relations between our two countries will continue to be quite difficult. I agree with the intentions, but under the current administration, it will be very difficult. Whether it be Prime Minister Suga or President Moon, they don't have a lot of time left on their terms. So having listened to the presentations, I could see that the relations between our two nations will continue to be quite difficult. And I learned about the limitations. Professor Sonyal talked about how amongst the Koreans, Japan and China are equally viewed as threats. That was a very enlightening for me. From Japan's perspective, that is quite shocking. But it was a way for me to understand the perspective of Koreans. And Professor Kimiya talked about the environmental issues. And so the environment surrounding Korea and Japan are the same, but the approach for this environment is different. And so there is where the competition comes from. And so how can we turn this into a virtuous cycle? Well, I could see that this was very important. Given this context, we listened to Professor Nam Gi-jung, and I think it showed how there could be hope amongst difficulties.
And I felt respect. And in the previous session, it was mentioned that there is a difference of perception between Japan and Korea, and also differences in approaches. Whether it's at a regional level or a global level, it was noted how these differences should be reflected into promoting exchanges. And the way and the way towards future relations. I felt that, however, the specific way forward was not presented. Now, I think that there was an integration of the countries that share the same regions, and they came together. But what Professor Nam Gi-jung, well, I'm curious about how he has identified or viewed China as an actor in the region. And today we've talked a lot about China as part of the environment surrounding Korea, but we haven't talked about the Uyghur or Taiwan or Myanmar or Afghanistan. I think that within the global community, freedom and democracy is taking a turn. And when China is leading the world order, can we still talk about the world politics of love? I want to hear more from Professor Nam Gi-jung about this. And also in Professor Soya's presentation, I was able to learn a lot.
And he talked about how we are natural partners. And I would like to piggyback on Professor Kimiya. And so geopolitically, I think we have many similarities, along with the similarities of values and democracy. Even given these commonalities, we need to utilize these commonalities to bring together the two countries. And sometimes similarities will lead to competition. And so sometimes this competition becomes quite negative. And so from that perspective, Dr. Soeya, I would like to learn about your opinions concerning these points. Then I'm going to go to Ambassador Lee.
Now, I read the PowerPoint presentation that the material that was submitted by Ambassador Lee Yong-il, and he talked about the legal issues surrounding the two countries, and I was able to learn a lot. The ambassador mentioned this himself, but in 1965, Korea and Japan entered into a basic agreement, and also there was an agreement reached by the two sides in 2015 concerning the comfort women issue. When it comes to legal justability, I thought that perhaps there is a problem when it comes to the legal stability. Now, I think that we hear a lot of people saying that there is not enough foundation to go towards the future. Of course, there has been a lot that has been accumulated, but still, I think that the foundation is shaky, and that is why it makes it difficult to think about the future of Korea-Japan ties. And when we think about this in this perspective, we also have to think about the issue of legal stability. Perhaps this is beyond the scope of the presentation given by Ambassador Lee Yong-il, but when thinking about the issue of legal stability, I think that pursuing legal stability might not lead to improvement in the bilateral ties between Korea and Japan, because I think that the starting point already we've began on the wrong starting point. And so I think that not legal stability, but perhaps reasonability, maybe that's what we should pursue. Political reasonability might be what we should pursue. That's my personal view. Perhaps I'm being too strong in expressing my opinion. The best can be the enemy of better. I know that there is a phrase like this in English. I think that trying to find the best possible option in terms of legal stability, well, the 1965 agreement, the Kono-Dama, for example, there were a number of statements, a number of different agreements. There was establishment of the foundation for the comfort women. So I don't think that those ideas or those actions or measures were actually the best, perhaps, but I think that there has been a common legacy, and all of these common efforts pursued the best possible option. But because of that, we were not able to turn our eyes to a better option. So that's just my 2 cents. Thank you. Yes, Ando Kan, thank you very much for your discussion. So I think that the ROK Korea relations might not be easy to improve. That's what was mentioned by the discussant when hearing the overall discussions and views in the meeting. And also, in terms of the presentation by Ambassador Lee Yong-gil, you asked about the question of legal stability. Last but not least, I would like to invite Professor Lee Ting-ting.
예, 감사합니다. 좋은 회의 불러주셔서
Yes, thank you very much for inviting me. My name is Lee Ting-ting. I'm a professor at Peking University. I was told to participate in session 3, but with this session alone, I was able to learn a lot. It was very impressive. Because of the time constraint, let me go straight into my discussion. And I think that there are two main points that I would like to touch upon. First of all, in terms of improving Korea-Japan relations, this might be too abstract, but I think that we have to think about future-oriented relations. This is something that I have thought about a lot. And I think that when it comes to future-oriented relations, this would be a perspective that is opposite of the perspective of emphasizing past history. But it's not just about looking into the future while disregarding the past, but rather it's about thinking about the direction of the future while also thinking about the past at the same time. For example, the different ideologies, there has been competition between ideology. And I think that there are some mindsets that are still caught in the framework of the past. Having said that, Professor Nam Gi-jung and also Professor Soya, well, they had touched upon the issue of middle power. And I actually agreed a lot with what they mentioned about middle power. Japan and Korea actually have rose as advanced nations in the international community, or at least middle powers. And I do believe that to pursue national interests, the two countries should restore bilateral relations. But what should the direction be for the bilateral ties? Well, we talk about the era of Asia. And also, when thinking about the post-COVID-19 world, resilience is being emphasized. In that sense, I think that Japan, Korea, and China will have to think about how they can cooperate. I think that there are indeed a number of fields that these countries can cooperate in. So having said that, the middle power, the middle way that was mentioned by Professor Nam, I think is valid. And also the world politics of love was mentioned. And I think that Korea actually can be a country that practices this. And this world politics of love can be practiced in the frame of the Japan-Korea bilateral relations. Professor Soya, well, you mentioned that Korea and Japan are natural partners. And having said that, also China, I think, as neighbors of China and Korea, cannot be detached from the two countries. China can also serve as a natural partner for Japan and Korea. And so we are witnessing the U.S.-China confrontation, and the countries are trapped in this hegemonial competition. But I think that new values have to be presented. And in that light, I think that what was mentioned by the two professors have a lot of food for thought. So I think that RCEP ratification can be an important task. And also based on that foundation, I think that the CJK FTA, the China, Korea, and Japan FTA, can be an important task which can be pursued with great emphasis. And of course, climate change and also technical exchanges can be areas for cooperation among the countries, and also cooperation in third world countries, I think, are areas where Korea, China, and Japan can work together. In other words, instead of colliding against each other or confronting each other, I think that these countries can work work together at the regional level and to build resilience, and that can actually help these countries tap into the potential for future-oriented relationship building. At least I think that that can be a way to moderate the tensions and the confrontations between or among the countries. Also, Ambassador Lee touched upon legal matters, and I think that there were two main points regarding what he mentioned. When it comes to history issues, there were chauvinism or nationalism, and also we talked a lot about these issues in terms of nationalism or the issue of trust, but actually he analyzes issues from an international law perspective. And also, from the international law perspective, I think that what he mentioned was quite agreeable, and that is that when it comes to international law, regardless of whether the colonial rule is justified or not, Korea and Japan have different interpretations. But also it is because, based on international law, well, the values based on international laws are changing with the times. And so there could be conservative interpretations, but when it comes to issues such as human rights or women's rights related issues, there can be some areas where new interpretations in a more in a new light or a new perspective can exist. And so I think that when it comes to legal interpretation, there can be diverse views reflecting the thoughts of the times. So on top of that, this can be an international law-related issue, but also at the same time, the issues between Korea and Japan actually reflects the reality of domestic politics of the two countries. I'm not saying that there is political confrontation, but it was mentioned how Kim Ji-young, born in 1982, is a book that has been well received by the Korean public, but also the Japanese public as well. So procedural justice actually is being increasingly emphasized in Korea. And I think that when it comes to international law and confrontations based on international law interpretation, this kind of rising sentiment might be reflected. So I think that these issues do not only influence Korea and Japan relations, but also when it comes to relations with other countries, for example, with China. I think that the sentiments and the trends can actually be reflected as well. And also excessive politicization should be refrained from, and reasonable approaches can help countries improve relations with other nations as well. Because of the time constraint, I would like to conclude my comments, but if there is time remaining, I would like to ask Ambassador Lee to answer one question. You presented an alternative, which would be a solution through a government-to-government frame. And this is something that I've been interested in, actually, because I think that the agreements in 1965 and 2015 were approaches to deal with the issues at the governmental level, in some sense. And also, when we think about the relations between Korea, Japan, and China, and Japan, and China, and Korea, there can be benefits of dealing with issues from a government-to-government relationship, but also there can be limitations. So how do you think about this? If you have time, please answer this question. And with this, I would like to conclude my remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments on the three presenters. And to Ambassador Lee, she talked about the limitations of government-to-government solutions. Well, currently, we have about 4 minutes left. I think I have failed to manage the time efficiently. We would like to use the remaining time to go back to the presenters and ask them to answer for about just 1 minute to the questions that have been raised.
그 소중
Yes, thank you very much. There were very good comments and questions raised. Thank you very much for your invaluable contributions. I think that it would take at least an hour to answer all of the comments and questions. And I think that I do hope that we can have a separate session or an opportunity to discuss these matters once again. Well, I think that change starts from a modification. And I think that the focus should be placed on modification and alteration, actually. And alteration, well, I think that international politics in Japan and Korea have both advanced greatly. When it comes to world politics, I think that in Korea, up till now, had not been at the center of world politics. But Korea and Japan now, when it comes to world politics, had been in the peripherals. So I think, however, at this moment, there are changes and transformations taking place at the peripherals of world politics, and there are two stage changes or modifications taking place. These changes and transformations are already ongoing. We have not been able to perceive these transformations, but indeed these transformations are taking place. And so I think that the strategy to make these transformations tangible would be very important. And also, I think that we have to think about the exclusive nationalism. Now, demographic peace, this is something that has been already mentioned starting from 10 years ago, but it's no longer mentioned that much nowadays. But I think that this is something that can still be looked into. In the case of Korea, we are trying to modify our military system because of the demographic changes of our society. We cannot continue to have the military system as is. We need actually a different system that hires military men as a career. So we need a volunteer military system. And also we need a barrier-free volunteer military system in Korea. So I think that there has to be a change in the military system when we consider the current situation. And this cannot go hand in hand with exclusive nationalism. So I cannot go into the details, but there is the possibility of this. I just wanted to mention that. And also, how can we have China be included in the global politics of love? That was a question that was raised. Now, I think that there is a hint that you can find to this question in the presentation that I gave you. When it comes to the international order amidst the liberalist world order that we have today, well, China is perceived to be a challenger in the existing order. But there is such a layer in the world order. But we also have to think about the possibility of communalism. And that was what I also mentioned in my presentation, the importance of community. Now, after COVID-19, there has been some aspects that we can find in the world, and one would be that rather than the scenario of U.S. and China engaging in a head-on clash, actually, we are seeing that the two countries are actually refraining from this scenario playing out. So I think that we still have some room for maneuver to experiment with a couple of solutions to the current rising confrontations between the two countries. And Japan and Korea, I think that there were some good projects that the two countries have been experimented with, and one would be the 21st Century Initiative. At that time, this was a project that kept the world politics in mind, and there were some important wordings that were used in this initiative. I think that if Korea and Japan come together to think deeply more about the 21st Century Initiative, then I think that good outcomes can come out. And also, then the two countries will be able to find ways to include China in this world politics of love. And I think that the two countries can work together to include China in this world politics of love. Thank you very much, Professor Nam. Let's go on to Professor Soya.
Thank you very much for your comments. Well, it is indeed a great pleasure to meet you, Professor Lee Ting-Ting. I met you in Seoul on a previous occasion. We understand your position well, and it seems that China is participating in many existing mechanisms. What I wanted to mention is not conflict, but I do believe that Korea and Japan is squeezed between China and the US. And I think it would be great to have a conference on squeezed middle. And that's a dream that I have. I hope to see such a conference, possibly hosted by the government. And so that is what I wanted to mention in my presentation. Concerning the question by Professor Endo, and you mentioned that you are piggybacking on Professor Kimiya, and Professor Kimiya talked about the current status against the backdrop of the past situation. I do not have any further comments on this, but what I did want to mention is that when we talk about future prospects, rather than talking about competition or confrontation between Korea and Japan, we should think about cooperation. So that was the premise that I spoke on, and Professor Endo also talked about this, and you talked about there are some shortcomings, and I'm sure that that is correct. For this, I am not sure if there is anything that is confirmed, but what is for sure is that the future of the Korea-Japan relations lies with the younger generation. That is where our hope is. We know about the past, and I am of the same generation as Professor Kimiya. And because I know the past, I analyze the present based on the past. And for the younger generation, they probably have a fresh perspective about the similarities between Korea and Japan. And so therefore, I should not go into the issue of history because that will be another long dialogue. And so I think that is the difference between the perspectives of different generations. And I did have some activities to bring students of mine to Korea. And I have observed that the younger generation have different emotions and sentiments. Some people say that Korea and Japan are twin countries, and if we think about the future, the hope lies with the younger generation. And I think that is important to remember. And when we look at similarities, sometimes you would think that similarities would lead to fiercer competition from an economic perspective. If we take a look at Korea and Japan, because we have similar economic structures, well, I don't know if this would be too shocking to Koreans. I think this could actually circle back to the dialogue on having a common market between Korea and Japan. That could be the start of a common market in Northeast Asia. So I think we do need a turning point for a paradigm shift. When I look at my students, because I am of the older generation, these are the observations that I have had. Well, Professor Lee talked about demographics, and he talked about how such similarities between our two countries can lead to exclusive nationalism. That is definitely a possibility. In order to prevent that, what are some important factors? We need to work with the younger generation. We need to work with their sentiments, and we need to learn from the younger generation. And I think through that process, we would have a great learning opportunity. That is what I have observed based on my student exchange experience. Thank you very much. Last but not least, let's go back to Ambassador Lee.
Yes, Professor Lee Jin-won asked about the issue of going to the ICJ. Now, what I mentioned about the ICJ is when the two countries are still contending with each other, not when there is an agreement. So sometimes there is an occasion where the UN General Assembly, for example, asks about legal opinions, and at such a time, the ICJ would give advisory opinions in terms of legal issues. So perhaps the ICJ's legal advisory opinion might be sought as an alternative. But Korea and Japan would participate as an interested party. It's not that they would go to the ICJ to take on a trial. So I think that we have to be prudent when we go to an international tribunal court, because this would leave a precedent in dealing with territorial matters. So I was just mentioning about obtaining an advisory opinion. And also, Dr. Endo Ken, I do agree with what you said about the legal stability. Now, the title of my talk actually was about criticism, and this is criticism, the same sense that is mentioned by Kant. I, as a diplomat, every day had dealt with diplomatic issues and the theories, but today I would like to talk about the content philosophy and the multiplier. And at the same time, I try to look at the legal factors as well. And what I came to realize is that the 1965 agreement is not something that we are trying to deny. I do not believe that the Korean government is trying to deny the 1965 agreement. And also, Kim Dae-jung and Gejo Obuchi, they pursued 2.0 Korea-Japan relations. And I think that we can go on to bilateral relations 3.0. I'm not saying that we should deny the past when trying to go towards the future. I'm not saying that we should deny the existing legal framework that we have accomplished in the past. Last but not least, Dr. Lee Ting-ting, you mentioned about how the mindset and the views of the time should be reflected into the legal law. Well, there is a legal committee and in the international community, and I participate as a representative of South Korean government. And the view is that human rights issues are very important, and there are a lot of discussions related to human rights issues. So a lot of views are raised, but actually the views are quite conservative. Now, when you learn international laws, you learn that also in the diplomatic field, ambassadors do not deal with grand issues. So I think that we have to be very prudent when we talk about these matters. But the current international law sometimes tend to be very conservative, and individuals, well, there is no measure for individuals to pursue a lawsuit against a government. And so the international law is still conservative, and there is room for further progressiveness to be implemented into the international law arena. But this is hard law, and the mindset of the times, actually, it's related to soft law. And I think that perhaps in the 1.5 track or in the civic community, perhaps we can deal with that and reflect that in 1.5 track. and the civil society. But having said that, I would like to thank the discussants for your excellent views. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Lee, and thank you to all of the presenters for commenting on all of the questions that have been raised. Due to the time constraint, we are not able to continue further with the dialogue today. During this session, we have been able to discuss direction and strategies for the reestablishment of the ROK-Japan relations. And I look forward to our constructive conclusions contributing to the future of ROK-Japan relations. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our panelists for taking the time out of your busy schedules. Thank you to the audience and also the interpreters. And I apologize for not being able to manage the time efficiently. This brings me to the end of session 3. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Professor Cho for moderating the 3rd session. And thank you to the presenters and discussants as well. We apologize that we were not able to provide you with more time. This brings us to the end of our day. Thank you very much for your participation, both online and offline, despite your busy schedules. This brings us to the end. Thank you very much.